Welcome to the End Network. Hello, Liminal. How are you? Welcome anyone else that's already also here as well. How's it going? This is the most Aladar I've seen in the last week than the last 3 years. Probably. Probably. Maybe the last 2. I've had my job for 2 years, so. Anyways, welcome to the stream, dude. We will get started here. There are apparently going to be fresh launches by Iran today, so we're kind of waiting on that.
Of my fellow people overwhelms me. Was I too?
Let's
But some of it is actual.
Mosaics date back to the beginning of the 17th century. They are the most ancient mosaics in the basilica.
let's just check around, see what's going on.
David, this is the end of a very long, emotional journey for so many in that community and beyond.
No question about that.
Not sure what they're talking about.
Coming on the air with fast-moving developments. Egg price.
Fast-moving developments.
A resolution to end all military aid to the extremist Netanyahu government.
You're on a different schedule with work and time. I know. I'm hoping my work schedule changes coming up, actually. Just waiting for them to confirm it.
The point that I want to make,
and then I'll be able to start streaming
the
earlier.
point that I want to make is that on that resolution, there were 2 separate resolutions. One got 15 votes in the Senate, one got
Classic
16
vanilla
votes.
nightmare flashback,
Now,
did
if
it?
anybody here for one moment thinks
So we have a
that a lot
redeployment
more
of
than
B-2
16
bombers as
members
well,
of the
so
Senate didn't understand what was going on in Gaza. And
apparently they're
weren't
moving
repelled
closer and
disgusted
closer
by what's
and
going on
closer
in
to
Gaza, you would be mistaken. They do know what's going on. But if they stood up and said no to aid,
apparently there's a bomb drop on
they
Fordo
would
as
be
well.
punished by AIPAC and other super PACs.
Apparently the bombs have been dropped.
So what you have right now is
Yeah,
a
the B-2
political
bombers
system that is
apparently. Hold on,
corrupt,
I'm just confirming
that is
this.
dominated by billionaire super PACs.
I'm just confirming
And
this
the
actually.
most
1 second.
important political thing that we can do is get rid of that terrible Citizens United Supreme Court decision.
Trump has announced on Truth Social, it looks like. Trump says U.S. has dropped. Hold on, let's.
We are supposed
Hi, Bernie.
to
Trump says U.S. dropped a full payload of bombs on Fordo nuclear site. We have completed our successful attack on the 3 nuclear sites. Hold on. On the 3 nuclear sites in Iran, including Fordo, Natanz, Esfahan. All planes are now outside of the Iran airspace. A full payload of bombs, capital letters bombs, was dropped on the primary site Fordo. All planes are safely on their way home. Congratulations to our great American warriors. There's not another military in the world that could have done this. Now is the time for peace. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So the B-2 bombers, is it confirmed that it's the B-2 bombers? I'm assuming it's the B-2 bombers that went in and did this. It is nighttime there now as well. It's almost 3 o'clock in the morning. So just got to confirm that it is actually B-2 bombs that were dropped on this, the bunker busting bombs, but we'll confirm that. Wow, so it's happened. It's actually happened. Let me just get Twitter up again. I am Gabe. We go live, and immediately Donald Trump announces that the bombs have been dropped. It's like they were waiting for Ann to go live. There is also another notice. Since the conflict with Iran intensified on June 13th, Israel has now gone a full 24 hours without any missile alerts. Only a handful of drones were triggered during this period. So apparently that's it. Trump is announcing that they have dropped bombs on Fordo. Amazing. Like, we literally just went live, and like 10 seconds later, I get a notification. from several different sources saying that the Americans have carried out this attack. Amazing. I guess I gotta change my my titles now. Hold on. Can I do that from in here? I must be able to, right? I can now delete will USA get involved? They are now involved. Their most wow, that's a big thing to suddenly there we go, US enters war. USA is now officially in the war. Does one bombing run count to be to show that you're involved in the war or that you've entered the war? What's up, Kush? How's it going? Kush, I went live and like 30 seconds later, they made the announcement that the United States has launched an attack on Iran's nuclear facilities. Literally 30 seconds later, boom, suddenly Donald Trump stopped. They waited. So, breaking news. They literally waited for us to go live. Crazy, isn't it? Absolutely crazy. Let's see if Al Jazeera or any of that, like, they made the announcement. Like, come on, guys. ABC, NBC. We got Bernie talking. What about Canadian? Come on, Canadian news. Let's see if CBC is announcing it. Like, nobody is covering this. Hold on. CBC News. See if they're in an ad. They're in an ad. Are we the only people that are talking about this right now? Like, this is crazy. So much for not getting involved in foreign wars, chat. No, I mean ads on the TV channels that are supposed to be reporting this. So far, nobody's reporting this. See, that's CBC. Like, no breaking news whatsoever. How is this possible, guys? Here we go. Al Jazeera, first one to talk about it.
What will the next step be? Will there be further escalation? Could there be still room for negotiation? Some experts say there might be, that Tehran still might come to the table after all, even after all this.
They just got negotiated.
Moment of uncertainty for the world, as we have just learned that the U.S. has now bombed directly Iran.
Yeah, Heidi, as you mentioned, it's going to be very interesting to see if there is any potential room for negotiation going forward here. As you mentioned, President Trump said now is the time for peace.
Should have negotiated 2 weeks ago, yeah.
Are there any indications that members of the Trump administration at this point would like to try to actually continue a dialogue with Iranian counterparts?
Well, Trump has all the time said he does want to do that, even now announcing that he has bombed Iran's nuclear site.
Remember yesterday I said Trump would be really pissed off if the EU government or the government in the EU made a deal with Iran, and they had announced that they were in process of talks with Iran. Donald Trump did not let that happen. He just went and said, no, they're not going to negotiate with me. They're not negotiating.
Military strike on Iran, which now he has taken. And he himself has proclaimed himself to be the peacemaking president now, contrary
the
to the evidence otherwise. But certainly,
just drop bombs
on
another
country. Sign his name to a new nuclear deal with Iran, and he still has.
You negotiate with me, or you negotiate with nobody.
There will be peace in the near future, and it remains to be seen whether that is wishful thinking.
All right, that's Heidi Jo Castro joining us live out of Washington with all the latest. Joining us here now in the studio is our correspondent, Dorsa Jabari. So, Dorsa, We've been waiting and wondering, and now we have the
Crazy.
answer. Donald Trump saying that the U.S. has bombed 3 nuclear sites in Iran. Are we hearing anything yet out of the Iranians?
No, we haven't had any official confirmation
live
or
out of
reaction from Iranian officials. But what we do know is that Iran's position has been very clear. If the United States takes part in this military campaign inside Iran alongside Israel, the Iranians will consider U.S. targets in the region legitimate to attack. That means there's about 19 U.S. bases in
Let's
the
see if
Middle East that
Iran
home
is
to
going to
about
back up their
40,000
words.
U.S. troops. The Iranians have said that these troops will not be safe and that they will be targeted in a direct response if the United States carries out what we have just heard U.S. President Donald Trump say they have done. Now, I want to point out that these 3 locations are significant in Iran's nuclear program. The facilities at Fordo and Natanz. These are the only 2 nuclear facilities that Iran has been enriching uranium at 60% levels. And also in Esfahan is where
Hey, Sharvia.
Iran, it's a facility
Sharvia, you got
that
here
Iran,
just in time.
uses to convert uranium, basically. And there's also...
Why did he
apparently
capitalize
where,
bombs?
According to an IAEA report in 2022, 90% of Iran's high-enriched uranium is stored at this facility in Esfahan. So these are critical
Now there's no proof as to whether or not they
within
were
the broader picture of Iran's nuclear
enriching
program.
uranium
There are
now.
6 nuclear
Like, there's
facilities
no
in
proof.
Iran, and the 3 the United States has targeted are a critical part of the whole program.
And Dorsa, if the U.S. president were to now try to leverage this action and say, we entered this conflict, but we are done with this conflict. We do want to try to go back to the negotiating table. You said a moment ago that the Iranians have been very clear that they are not going to be talking to the U.S. going forward, and that they had made very clear what they were going to do
It sounds
if
messy.
the U.S. had entered this conflict.
I'm going to assume
Is
it
there
was
any
the
scenario
bunker
that you
busting
can
bomb that
foresee
they dropped.
could potentially exist in which the Iranians could go back to the table with the U.S.?
It would be very difficult to see that at the moment, Mohammed, unless the regional states in the Middle East.
So is the
get
U.S.
directly
now
involved
officially
and
at war?
Try to convince
in the Middle
Iran
East
that
again?
It would be in their best interest not to.
Like, you
respond or
got to think that the
retaliate.
Americans
But
would
the
just
rhetoric coming out of
overwhelm
Tehran,
Iran,
given everything
like,
that has happened since June 13th,
very
with
quickly.
countless assassinations and targeting of high-ranking
It's-
Iranian
they're
officials.
not gonna go any
inside
further,
Iran by
right?
Israel. And at least 9 nuclear scientists have been killed by Israel. It's going to be very difficult for Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah
hold
Khamenei,
on.
who is the commander-in-chief in the country, to let this basically pass without a direct response.
EW News isn't
All right,
reporting
that's
it.
Dorsa Jabari live for us here on set with all the latest.
ABC is probably
out of
reporting
Iran. We'll
on
be coming
bats
back
or
to you for
something
more
again.
in the coming minutes and hours. Thank you, Dorsa.
I don't know what that
Let's
is.
talk now to our White
Oh,
House
this is
correspondent,
CBC
Kimberly
News.
Halkett, who's on the phone
that.
with us from Washington, D.C.
I'm just
Kimberly,
refreshing.
any more details emerging at this stage from the White House as to the confirmation from Donald Trump that the U.S. has bombed
I don't know
3
what this is
sites in
reporting
Iran?
on.
What we know is that, in fact, the U.S. president, when he returned to Washington, this was something that was imminent. My sources that I've been talking to said
Okay,
that they
NBC's
knew
reporting
once
on
those
it now?
B-52 aircraft were in the air, that this
Fox
was
is
the
in a
plan
commercial.
being carried out, and it was just a matter of time. What
Well,
we know
NBC is
is
reporting
that
it.
The plan had been
Just
not
Al
only
Jazeera and
to
NBC.
go after Fordo, which we know is the deep base that is buried underneath the Israelis were not able to get at.
Well, his tweets are
without
being
US help because,
like they're
what is
forwarded all
required
over
is those so-called
Twitter as well.
30,000-pound bunker buster bombs. And as a result, what we know is once those B-52s were in the air, those are the aircraft that carry those bombs. And it became imminently clear to those that were briefed on the plan that the plan was in place. And it was something, I'm told from my source, that was expected in the next 48 hours. And so this is now, in fact, coming a little bit even earlier than some of them had expected. Now, what we know is that there are actually 3 nuclear sites that have been struck. I'm still trying to narrow down which ones they are in particular, and you guys may have that information. But again, as those B-52 bombers were, or B-2 bombers rather, were in the air, we knew they weren't going to stop, according to my source. So what we're now understanding is that, this is something that Donald Trump just a couple
Surely
of days
this
ago,
won't set a precedent in the Middle
gave
East?
the world the indication that there was going to be room for negotiation.
I'm just
He said
trying to
that he would
listen
make
to
a
what
decision
they're
within
talking
2
about,
weeks.
but
Having said that, what we also know is that he had signed off on the plan to attack. He just hadn't given the go-ahead for it to be executed. And so the plans were in
he
place.
signed off a few days
And they
ago.
were ready to be executed, and it was just a matter of Donald Trump making the decision. And he said very clearly, nobody knows except me when I'm going to make that decision. He said that a couple of days ago. And now, of course, we see that he has made the decision. But up until the planes were in the air, many people realized that even with planes in the air, this could still be more positioning of assets, which we've seen the United States doing in recent days. We've seen them positioning not only fighter aircraft, but also the warships. And we have also known that Donald Trump likes to push things to the very edge in order to get people to the negotiating table. But what seemed to be
Negotiate
the
this.
thing that turned Donald Trump around, according to the folks that I've been talking to, is what happened in Geneva on
Wow.
Friday. The fact that there was no breakthrough after the U.S. president had said, I want unconditional surrender. I need you to take this. We warned you. You had 60 days. On the 61st day, Israel went ahead and bombed. And after 6 days of bombing, you go to Geneva, you meet with top European officials, and there's no breakthrough. He was exasperated, and his time for Iran was up. And that is why we are told he made the decision. He had warned them, and they did not listen. And now he means business. The U.S. Press Secretary, Caroline Leavitt, saying that the president's first path will always be peace, but he is not afraid to use force. And he has just shown that.
Kimberly, the sites in question in Iran that were struck, according to the U.S. president, are Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. Let me ask you, are there any indications from the U.S. government at this stage or from Donald Trump as to whether this is considered to be over, or is this just the beginning salvo when it comes to potentially more attacks from the U.S. on Iran?
I can tell you what the president has been briefed on, according to his national security team, is that he asked a series of questions before he assembled his team at the White House a few hours ago. He has been, for the last few days, convening his national security team in the Situation Room. And what he was asking, according to my sources, is he wanted to know if it was possible to strike these facilities, to eradicate the program, the nuclear program, and not draw the United States forces into a broader conflict. Now, you can argue that there are different
Let's see if that's what happens.
Some people say this is going to draw the U.S. into a broader conflict, but what he was advised
Is
that
Israel
this
going to
could be an
or
effective
Iran going to
single-strike
retaliate
type
now?
operation, that this would allow for the dismantling of the program and would still not allow for any escalation. And so that is the guidance that the U.S. president is acting on. So based on that guidance, we could assume this is a one-off, but it all depends on how
Reader, but they do
the
not
allies
know
of Iran
how
will
to
react.
stroke his
We
ego?
know that they have strong
Timeline is
alliances
cursed
with
now.
China, with Russia, and we also know that there was a careful warning that was given to the United States in advance of these strikes, and that was, if you assist Israel, there will be a price to pay.
Uh-oh.
So Donald Trump has been advised that as commander-in-chief, this will not lead to escalation. That is the guidance he's acted on. But he knows there is a chance that there could be an escalation as a result of his actions.
All right, that's Al Jazeera's White House correspondent, Kimberly Halkett. Thanks so much for all this.
Okay, so as was just reported, like we just literally went live, and seconds later we got notifications that the USA has bombed the nuclear facilities in Iran. His tweet reads, "We have completed our successful attack on the 3 nuclear sites in Iran, including Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. All planes are now outside the Iranian airspace. A full payload of bombs, assuming it's the bunker busting bombs, was dropped on the primary site of Fordo. And as we just listened in, the new concern is there's a couple, but one is Iran going to retaliate after this, and you think that they probably will. And the second concern is how are Iranian our Iranian allies going to respond? And I'm talking specifically about Iran and China. Like, that is now what we have to worry about. So it's going to be very interesting next 24 hours or 2 days. I would stay tuned because I don't think this is over. That is crazy. How they threatened us first. Well, no wonder Donald struck first. I mean, that now there's no evidence. Like, now we have literally no evidence. The only thing that we have is going on hearsay about what Israel says that they found, but we haven't seen anything. However, you will note that a lot of the countries have condemned what Iran is doing. So quite often these intelligence agencies between the countries will share information that they won't make available to the general public. So maybe they know stuff that we don't. But when you have, a lot of countries basically saying, hey, what Iran's doing, they're suspicious. And we went over this. We went over this. Like, there's an article that I found here where it talks about how the IAEA would go into Iranian facilities and they wouldn't be given full access. They were hampered in doing their full inspections and stuff like that. So it seems as though Iran was actually trying to hide stuff. And I guess when Israel possibly found out what they were doing, that's when enough is enough. Let's see. Aladar talking like a true citizen of the 51st. Not at all. Not at all. I was hoping they'd come to some sort of a diplomatic solution, but I'm just giving you the news, man. Just giving you the news. I was not expecting this to happen today. I'm not kidding you. I thought it was going to be a relatively slow day in the news, and then this happens. So now we're gonna wait. Now we're gonna wait and see if Iran responds. See if Russia and China get involved. So we'll just have to wait and see. I'm going to be surprised. Well, I would be surprised if Iran launches missiles, but then again, knowing this regime, I also wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if they just said, "Okay, launch everything we have and just, do as much damage as we possibly can." We'll have to wait and see. But it appears that their nuclear program is now dead. Anyways, let's continue.
As you mentioned a moment ago, we know.
Here we go. We'll continue
Prime
listening.
Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, as well as other government leaders in Israel, have indicated that they were going to continue attacking Iran, whether the U.S. entered the conflict or not. Now that we know that the U.S. has entered the conflict by targeting these three sites in Iran,
right?
Is there any indication from what we've heard from Israelis in the past week or so what they would do if the U.S. enters this conflict in essentially just one type of strike and then comes out of it? Would they continue then attacking Iran? Have they said they would continue? Or would they consider potentially stopping and seeing what the U.S. might want them to do going forward?
Well, there hasn't been anything specific in terms
Benjamin
of what the
and
Israelis
Yahoo
would do if the Americans conducted their own strikes. But if you know anything about the Israeli government, the Israeli military, and their conduct in these recent wars that they have started within the last several years, they say that they're going to continue until, quote, the job is done. This is something Netanyahu himself has said. All of his defense ministers, his army chiefs of staff, that they have a job to complete, whether that was in Gaza, in Lebanon, in Syria, in the occupied West Bank, and now now in Iran, which is why military officials have said that this is going to be a prolonged campaign based on the information they have, based on the sites that they want to attack, and also based on what they regard as success within the first 9 days of the attacks across Iran. Benjamin Netanyahu has said that for some time this was on his mind. This is something the Israelis have wanted to do. And his army chief of staff, while speaking yesterday, had said that while this will be a prolonged campaign, it's because they say Israel had intelligence about Iran reaching some sort of point of no return with uranium enrichment and
apparently
with the
Trump is going
acquisition of an
to
entire nuclear weapon, which is
have a
why
speech
they
to the
decided
nation
to move
at
forward with those strikes at that time.
7 p.m.
Even though it was
my
something
time,
that had
so
been planned, there was something in the works with the
So
Israeli
10
military
p.m.
for
Eastern?
years prior. This is a conversation that the Israelis have been having for a long time.
Stoic
It's nothing
Cabbage,
new
the U.S.
within
has
Israel.
bombed
And remember that
the
Israel
nuclear
largely
sites in
accuses
Iran.
of arming and supporting other sorts of groups throughout the region, like Hamas and Hezbollah, saying that this was also part of the reason
It says
that
at
they
5
wanted
a.m.
to attack
I'm reading this
different
from a
strategic military
Israeli
and nuclear
correspondent.
facilities
So
inside
apparently his
of
speech is
Iran.
at 5
But the
a.m.
military
Israeli
has said
time,
in the last couple of
and
days
that is 7
that their
p.m.
work
my
isn't
time, which means it's
finished,
10
meaning
p.m.
that they're
Eastern.
trying to destroy all of the weapons capabilities as well. The Israeli army says
Stoic,
they've destroyed
it's
at
the
least
best place to
3
be for
Iranian
news. I
fighter
literally
jets,
went live, and
as
30
well
seconds
as
later they
nearly
made the announcement.
1,000
It's like,
drones
wait, what?
and other sort of ballistic missile
Yeah,
capabilities.
10 p.m.
and
Eastern
different
is confirmed
arsenals
apparently
that are
that he's
across
going to
the
be making an
country.
announcement.
So Israel says
So
they're
we'll
still gonna
obviously tune
continue
in live
doing
for
this.
that
This
as well.
has been something on their minds, these types of strikes that they have wanted to conduct. And there are mixed reviews within Israel about how Israel is going to proceed moving forward, how the government
has
is
confirmed.
going to handle yet another war
His
that
Twitter
has
account,
been started
10 p.m.
by the government.
Let me actually
so
just confirm
moving
it's his.
forward, you can surely see Israeli government support for the American involvement now in this war. But it'll be interesting to see how the Iranians will respond to this, what type of attacks they'll conduct in retaliation, not just towards Israel and towards places like Tel Aviv, but also against perhaps American targets.
Used
in
to
the
your
region.
go-to classic streamer, now he's
that's
your
Hamza
go-to
Zahoud
news
joining us
source when the
from
U.S.
Amman.
enters
Thanks so
war.
much, Hamza.
What a world we live in.
Joining us once again now in the studio is our correspondent, Dorsa Jabari, who's reported extensively from Iran and on Iran over the years. Dorsa, are we hearing anything new from Iranian officials at this hour?
No, we haven't heard any reaction or even confirmation that these strikes have taken place. The only information that is being shared on the social media channels belonging to official and semi-official news agencies inside Iran they're just quoting Donald Trump's Truth Social post. There has been
apparently
no
he's addressing the
reaction,
nation at 10
confirmation
p.m.
even,
Eastern, chat.
from the
We'll
Iranian
watch it
side.
live.
Dorsa, you were speaking earlier specifically about
That
those
must not be a
sites that have
fanatic
been
on
hit
either
and
side.
targeted by the U.S. I wonder if you could just bring our viewers up to date
Try.
as to
I try to
where
see
Iran's
both sides,
nuclear
but
program and where the nuclear sites were as far as their capability in the run-up to all this in the past week.
See, here's the thing, we're never actually going to know the truth now.
The U.S. entered the fray.
Like, you're going to have people that are like, we don't have, we still, like, you destroyed any evidence now.
Country. The three that were hit this evening by the Americans they're the three most critical components of Iran's nuclear program. The site in Natanz, it is the biggest facility they have. It is home to the biggest part of the nuclear program. They have the most centrifuges, and it is one of two facilities that enriches uranium. The other site is Fordow, that is near the city of Qom. This is the second enrichment facility that Iran has in its nuclear program. These two sites were enriching uranium at 60% levels. Isfahan facility is also another critical component in the program. It is a uranium conversion
Good thing he backed out of the nuclear deal in the first term.
Most of Iran's
Is that when they
highly
started
enriched uranium stockpile.
enriching
According to the
uranium
latest report
past
by the
what was
IAEA,
required for energy?
Iran has about 400
when Trump did
kilograms
that?
of highly enriched uranium at 60% that they have kept inside the country, and it is believed that this is where it was stored. So these three locations that the American president claims they have hit is critical. But one thing we have to remember, of the 6 facilities, 5 of them, these 5 sites have already been targeted by Israeli airstrikes. Now, Fordow, because of the way it was designed, it's about 80 meters deep underground the facility.
So did they destroy
The
it?
attacks Israel has carried out, and this is according to the IAEA, the UN nuclear watchdog, they have been in and around Fordo, not directly at Fordo. So we know that the Israelis, both according to the IAEA,
Now we've also got to worry about radiation and stuff like that.
targeted Arak heavy water reactor that has not been operational for years since the 2015 nuclear deal was signed. It went offline as a part of that agreement. They targeted the Tehran nuclear
When I saw the
research
Ayatollah
reactor
give
as
stern
well.
warning to the
They have
West.
targeted Natanz a number of times. This is the Israelis prior to this attack by the Americans. They have also attacked Esfahan facility.
Truth Social
they
apparently went
attacked-
down with
or
the
they tried to
announcement.
attack Fordo. So 5 out of 6. The only nuclear facility that has not been targeted inside Iran is the Bushehr nuclear power plant. This is a facility that is in the southern part of the country and has not come under attack. And one of the reasons many people have been speculating is that because if that facility is targeted, the radiation ramifications would be catastrophic for the entire region.
Okay, so
Dorsa,
that's
thanks so much for all your reporting. We'll be coming back
something
to
they
you
took
for
into
more
account.
details shortly. Let's talk now to Heidi Jo Castro in Washington, D.C. Heidi, what else are we hearing now from U.S. officials?
apparently the
or from
Iraqi
US President
bases,
Donald Trump when it
American
comes to
bases
the
in
news
Iraq
that
have all
broke
been
just a
placed on
short while
Island.
ago that the
I'm
US
sure
had
all
struck
bases in the
3
region
nuclear
have probably had the
facilities in
same thing
Iran.
happen.
Well, Mohammed, now Donald Trump has taken to Truth Social again, announcing that he will be addressing the American public about
We
these
announced
US
this
strikes
before Al
on Iran's
Jazeera.
nuclear sites in about an hour and a half's time.
We announced
He went
this
on to
before
say
Al
this
Jazeera.
is
Ann-
a very
Ann is
successful
better than Al
military
Jazeera.
operation in Iran. This is a historic moment for the United States of America, Israel, and the world. Iran must now agree to end this war. Thank you. Those word for word from his latest Truth Social post. And so when
It
he
was
does
crazy,
speak
like-
to the American
like
public
literally
during
30
prime
seconds
time
afterwards,
in about,
I got a
little over an hour's
notification,
time,
and I
he
looked
will
over
not
and I'm
only
like,
have
wait,
to be
what?
explaining
Al
these
Jazeera
strikes,
network. Yeah, should
but
should
as
we
well
change
as
it to
trying
that
to
instead?
sell it,
The
really,
Al
that it was a
Jazeera
good
news
idea
network.
to the American public. You know, this is the first time that the U.S. has directly bombed Iran, a major infrastructure since the Iranian Revolution. And this is something, in fact, that a series of American presidents from both parties have tried to avoid up until this point. Donald Trump is calling it a
Yeah,
historic
10 p.m.
moment
That's an
again. He
hour
says
and a
not
half,
only for
chat.
the U.S., but for
We'll watch
Israel
that
and
live.
for the world. So
In fact, we'll
trying
watch
to
it
sell
live
this,
before all the other
as
news stations.
as
Okay?
having made the right call. That is also being echoed by some of his supporters, including Senator Lindsey Graham, who is an Iran hawk, saying that this was the right call on X. But whether or not the U.S. public believes that as well remains to be seen. They were really mixed going into this. There was sparse polling before this action was taken on whether the U.S. should directly strike Iran. And the Washington Post conducting a poll finding that most people who answered that said that the U.S. should not be taking this route because it would be opening a new dangerous phase of the war. Many Americans, though, 30% at that time, said they simply didn't know. This is not something that's been top of mind for the U.S. public. So much other domestic headlines taking that attention away. But now, front and center, as Trump will talk about this directly to the American public in about an hour and a half.
There's apparently There's apparently other widespread and unprecedented airstrikes that are being reported by locals across Iran. So I wonder if there's other
and this debate
planes and
going on
stuff,
within the administration as to what
Israeli
was the best
fighters and stuff
course
like
of
that
action.
that are
I want
attacking
to ask you
stuff.
specifically about another
Are they
debate
trying to
that's been going on
decapitate,
inside
like,
the
the
US the last
government
several
there?
days, which is if Trump actually had the sole authority to launch military strikes on Iran, because there are many who say that Trump would have needed approval from Congress before taking this kind of action, right?
Apparently
right,
not.
Especially now that this is
Apparently
could
not.
be seen as a declaration of war, which is the sole power of the U.S. Congress. If you read,
I don't think the president needs support from the Congress. I think there was many times where other presidents have done the same thing, like just a single attack. And I've been told by Americans in the chat that he's actually given 60 days to attack a country before he's got to get support from Congress.
Taking action to try to prevent this, but a few voices of dissent among Republicans saying that this was not our war, not the U.S.'s war. Obviously, Trump beat them to the punch, in fact, surprising almost everyone, given that he had initially said that Iran would have up to 2 weeks time to come back to the negotiation table, find a diplomatic solution, and avoid
I guess he got tired of waiting
strike from the U.S. And then for this to happen just days into that window, certainly also cut off much opportunity for dissent among his own party and within his own country.
All right, Heidi, stay with us. That's Heidi Jo Castro out of Washington, D.C. for us with all the latest. We'll be coming back to you. Let's go now to Bill Courtney. He's a former U.S. ambassador and nuclear negotiator. He's also an adjunct senior fellow with RAND, which is a nonprofit think tank. He joins us now live from
Deep
Washington,
Haria,
D.C.
how's it
Bill,
going?
thanks for being with us.
Escalate things right
let
in
me
it
ask you
before
first,
Germany, Netherlands.
when it comes to
launched.
what's just happened, this confirmation from
What's
U.S.
next?
President
Do you
Donald
know
Trump
what will
that the U.S.
happen?
has struck these 3 nuclear facilities.
The question is Iran going to retaliate? I suspect, you know, they're probably going to, because otherwise they look bad in the eyes of their population. And number 2 is what is China and Russia going to do now?
Foresee those sorts of things.
That's the
But
next
it's
thing to
important
keep your eye
realize
on.
that for several decades now, the U.S. and the West have sought to get Iran to end its nuclear weapons program, its enrichment program. And while in 2015 there was an agreement that might have slowed it down, it held no prospect to end it. So President Trump has taken an action really.
Hey, good
seemed
point. What's oil at?
To do something that could bring it into
Although
the
it's Saturday,
program,
but
although more will be required than this.
Bill, you say that this action, at least is being seen
Oil
by the
prices have
administration,
gone
that
down.
it would bring an end to some of these
since close on
these
on
problems.
Friday.
But
Well,
the Iranians have said over
we'll
and
see
over
what it
again
opens
that
up
if Washington were to join
on
the conflict,
Monday, though.
that would have severe repercussions. I mean, what is the situation when it comes to U.S. credibility in the Middle East right now and concerns about its credibility going forward?
So there will be in the Middle East a number of people who are outraged that the U.S. is once again engaging in a Middle Eastern war. But for those who are concerned about Iran's nuclear breakout potential, such as the Saudis and some other countries in the Persian Gulf, they will see now U.S. power as more credible and more apt to be relied upon than in the past.
Bill, you had a situation in the past few days where
I wonder if they're going to have footage of this.
Donald Trump rebuking the head of his intelligence
My screen set up, dude.
Tulsi Gabbard. You'd had Tulsi Gabbard testify
Appreciate
a few months
that,
ago
man.
that the assessment was that Iran was not trying to build a nuclear
Let's close
bomb.
the chat here.
Trump was asked about that in the run-up to these strikes, and he said that he didn't believe that was the case. When you have this play out publicly, a sitting president questioning and then denying essentially the assessment from his spy chief, I mean, what does that say about the inner workings of the government in Washington?
Well, it suggests there may have been other factors at work beyond the intelligence assessment. You know, in some sense, let's remember that we're talking about enriching uranium.
Since when is bombing not at war? I mean,
Hiroshima
is the war over now, Stoic? Like, is Iran going to retaliate?
Nuclear tests before that. So it is possible that the Iranians, if they have highly enriched uranium, and that can be available to them.
And that's another good
sufficiently high,
question,
90%,
actually.
in just a couple of weeks.
Is Iran going to retaliate now? Let's say they launch a huge number of missiles tonight, which they might. Is the USA going to continue to help Israel, or did they just want to get rid of these facilities and stay out of it?
An address to the U.S. in a little over an hour from now. At least that's what he's announced. But based on what you're seeing thus far, is there any indication
Maybe the Donald
that
will
the
let
US
us know
plans
during his
to continue
announcement tonight.
bombing Iran, or at this stage does it look like this was a one-and-done operation?
Deep Haria says on YouTube is China and Russia will be furious, and maybe all Iranian supporters, countries, and that guy's right about oil prices going up.
Could carry
Canada has lots of oil. You can buy your oil from us, okay?
ordnance penetrators. Fordo would have required more than one or two probably to be fully destroyed. So we'll have to see what is the battle damage.
Close the strait where shipping goes through and make a mess.
from this strike
Dude,
on
if they tried to close the strait, Their ships would just get absolutely annihilated, Belfast. Let's be honest. There's no way that the other countries, USA and stuff like that, would put up with that crap. They would immediately.
Is here in the studio.
Say,
She's
okay.
our correspondent who's reported extensively both from Iran and on Iran in years past. Dorsa, this is a moment that many were questioning.
We gotta watch what Russia and China are doing now.
Bombed 3 sites in Iran. What were we hearing from Iranian officials before this action was taken as to what the repercussions might be?
Well, we had heard from the Iranian foreign minister, we had heard from the Iranian president, we had heard from Iranian military officials who had reiterated over and over again, if the United States gets directly involved in this conflict, then the U.S. military bases in the region, in the Middle East, will become legitimate targets for Iran. Now, the United States has about 40,000 military personnel in this region, and they have 19 military bases, 8 of which are permanent. These military infrastructure and facilities are what Iran will now call legitimate targets as a result of what the United States military has just carried out in Iran.
And Dorsa, we've seen now that U.S. President Donald Trump has also posted on his Truth Social account, Iran must now agree to end this war. But certainly, in the run-up to all this, what we've heard from Iranians,
yeah, but Belfast, they would if they ever launched
it's only
missiles
going to
at
escalate
American
the situation.
ships,
How do you
it's game on.
foresee
Like
the Iranians reacting to a message?
they're not going to put up
Well,
with
this
that
is going
crap.
to be seen
So
as yet another attempt by the United States to negotiate or to force Iran to come to a
Devismo,
negotiating
the U.S.
table
just
through
dropped
force.
bombs. Look at the
And
screen.
they've
They just
said
dropped
that
bombs on
even
the nuclear sites
discussions between the Iran
with
and the
B-2
United
bombers.
States will not continue while Israel is bombing Iran because they
Literally shit has hit
held
the
the
fan.
United States accountable for Israel
Just happened. Like
attacking
I went
Iran
live,
on
and
June
30
13th.
seconds later
So
they
even
announced
before
it.
the United States was
They were
directly
waiting for
involved,
Anne to
Iranians
go live.
blamed them for being indirectly involved, having given the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu the green light to start attacking Iran. So Iran is going to see this as an act of war. It's going to be very difficult for anyone to convince Iranian officials to see any kind of an off-ramp from full confrontation between Iran and the United States.
Yeah, Dorsa, when it comes to diplomacy, obviously we know that will be tricky. It's been tricky up to this point. It would certainly be trickier going forward. When it comes to any type of off-ramp to this conflict, is there any scenario by which any international actor might be able to try?
No, what I mean, Belfast, is if they started attacking ships in the Strait, and then the Americans would be like, fine, we're going to take out all of your
Israel attacking
take on your
energy
entire military.
infrastructure,
Then
nuclear facilities, assassinating nuclear scientists, all the top level members of Iran's Revolutionary Guard. These were all acts carried out by Israel inside Iran without any prior warning. So any kind of a political off-ramp is very, very difficult to see now. But of course, diplomacy is never dead completely. There is always hope for diplomacy. And it is now going to be up to the regional countries to really step up.
Grab your popcorn.
And
Yeah,
try
go.
to mediate some kind of a resolution in this conflict, because it is
Go
no
grab
longer
some
just
popcorn,
Iran and
grab
the
a drink,
US and
sit
Israel.
back.
The entire region is at risk.
Dorsa, in the last couple of hours, you were on set with me and you were describing the mood in Iran. We were playing sound bites from some of the people who'd been injured in those strikes by Israel in the last week. I'm curious if you could tell our viewers about what the sentiment has been, what you've been hearing from your sources on the ground as to the mood, how concerned people are, both when it was just Israel attacking Iran and in the run-up to the potential of the U.S. attacking Iran, which now we know has happened.
There was a lot of fear and anger, but there was also unity.
Like I said, yeah, we need to wait and see what the
Not
reaction is
knowing
going to
what they
be.
could do. The general public, this is a country of just over 90 million people. The general public really were not prepared for this kind of
Apparently, there's
conflict.
footage
Last
of one of the
time bombs
nuclear
dropped
reactors being on
the
fire.
capital, Tehran, was during the Iran-Iraq War between 1980 and 1988. And it was not even close to the scale of what we're seeing now and how fast Israel and continuously has been attacking various positions in Iran. So people were not really prepared on any level. So it came as very much a shock and surprise. And then there was anger about how this could have happened. The international community remained completely silent. All the Western countries have yet to even condemn
no, apparently
Israel's
it's an old video.
acts
Never
in
mind.
Iran. So there was a lot of anger, and this has united the country. The general population, whatever differences they may have had from whichever side of the political spectrum they sit on, these events of the past 9 days has really rallied the national interest, the feeling of this is a nation
checking different
war,
news
and
sources
people
to
need
see if
rally
there's any
behind the flag
talk
in order
about
to get through it, and that is what
missiles
we've seen.
being launched from Iran.
All right, Dorsa, stay with us. We're going to come back to you for the moment. That's Dorsa Jabari, our correspondent, live on set with us. We'll be coming back to you shortly. Let's revisit now exactly what U.S. President Donald Trump posted on his social media platform, Truth Social. We have completed our very successful attack on the 3 nuclear sites in Iran, including Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. A full payload of bombs was dropped on the primary site, Fordow. All planes are safely on their way home. Congratulations to our great American warriors. There is not another military in the world that could have done this. Now is the time for peace. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Let's see how this escalates. Let's see how fast
let's
this
go back
escalates.
now to Bill Courtney. He's a former U.S. ambassador and nuclear negotiator. He's also an adjunct senior fellow with RAND, which is a nonprofit think tank. He joins us from Washington, D.C. Of course, a lot of moving parts right now, Bill. The president, Donald Trump, has said that he's going to be addressing the country in the coming hour. Obviously, this is a time of somewhat...
Here, let's see what...
gaining access to the apparatus of the Iranian military. Of course, they probably still have about 1,000 ballistic missiles in their inventory. So I think we have to hear from the president what the objectives were. It doesn't appear that we're going to be putting troops on the ground, boots on the ground, or working actively to overturn the Iranian Republic's regime at this hour. But this operation, as I said, was the big option. If the president was kind of presented with a small or big option, he went with the big option. Many aircraft involved. We have to understand exactly what the U.S. used, what ordnance they dropped, and what they believe will be tomorrow's impacts and how will Iran respond.
And Jeremy,
that's what we got to wait and see. How's Iran going to respond, and China and Russia
vis-a-vis another country? What is the message, overlying message, that the United States is sending tonight?
This is a massive pivot in U.S. foreign policy. It is a change in multiple ways. First, we've long said that we want to try to negotiate with Iran over its nuclear program. Although President Trump was apparently negotiating for some 60 days, he's clearly made the decision to change the type of negotiation and change the outcome.
Hey, thanks for the follow, man. I appreciate it.
Military strike. He might believe,
Cornerstone
for example,
Flora.
that
Thank
he can
you.
gain leverage in a negotiation. This also might have the effect, not surprisingly, of ending the negotiation. Basically saying there's nothing to negotiate.
This may have ended the negotiation, yeah.
So this is a major
And Emiliano Shake? Thank you, man. Appreciate it, guys.
Involve the U.S. in a major foreign policy issue in Iran that heretofore we've let other regional players, including Israel, handle. And of course, Donald Trump campaigned on getting out of foreign wars. He cut the deal that got us out of Afghanistan. He was certainly opposed to the war in Iraq, kind of talked about that incessantly, how he thought that was a huge mistake and catastrophe for the United States. And here we are back engaged in military operations in Iran. Now, again, it's not the same thing as committing 100,000
Cornerstone Floor, no problem, man. Thanks for watching.
This is a different kind of military operation. But of course, anyone who has paid attention to history knows that it's very hard
Literally,
to do a one and
shit
done.
hit the fan.
Once you're committed
As soon as we went
to
live.
military action in a country, there are certainly going to be second and third order effects that you have to plan for and engage in.
And Jeremy, one of the things that I'm sure the United States has engaged on with allies and not so close
for the horn
has to be what
sub.
These countries do.
Thank you, man. With the
don't
prime.
do
Thank
as
you
a
very much,
consequence
dude.
of the United States getting directly involved in
Abstropic, thank you very much. 5 months. Thank you, man.
And I'm thinking specifically about Saudi Arabia that we saw just a couple of years ago, turning the tide on its relationship with Iran and actually becoming closer to Iran. But these are countries that will have something to say. The question, Jeremy, is how
Just quickly, it's been reported that CIA Director John Ratcliffe was reported to have entered the White House. And we now know from the New York Times that he met with NSA and Sec State Marco Rubio, as well as other officials in the Situation Room, to monitor U.S. airstrikes and the aftermath live.
Support this, but they will do so only privately. They don't want to be seen as endorsing military action against Iran. They don't want to be seen as endorsing American military power, trying to change the battlefield geometry. But I do
well, no other countries need to have nukes. Idle Gaming. I'm Canadian. I don't want Canada to have nukes.
Not just to Israel, but indeed to the Saudi royal family, the UAE, and other countries in the Gulf. And they also believe, and I think the United States has come to believe, that a nuclear weapon in the hands of Iran would be a threat to the United States. And so, whereas before we were willing to negotiate and tell Iran that they could back away from pursuing nuclear capability, we assessed, our intelligence community assessed even as of this month, that Iran had not made...
Netanyahu and Trump spoke on the phone just hours before the U.S. strike.
To a troubling degree, but that they had not restarted their weapons program. And so this was...
Just in case the aliens try to take over, do they?
Preemptive action by the Trump administration. One could argue it's defensive to prevent...
War is not like Call of Duty,
but it's certainly preemptive. It is certainly the big option, as I said. It's a 180-degree turn from the way Trump has described U.S. military involvement in the Middle East. He's tended to disfavor the military instrument of power. And so this is a highly consequential, highly pivotal, highly significant series of events that we're going to have to keep on top of for the next several days, Jose.
Thank you so very much, Jeremy. I'm going to go to Matt Bradley.
Being reported by a reputable news source that Iran State TV said on live air that Iran had evacuated the 3 nuclear sites that the U.S. attacked some time ago. So they're claiming no one was there.
Expecting that this is going to be very, very warmly received. I mean, the Israelis
change it to modern warfare. Yeah,
hey,
you're not playing modern warfare.
And Israeli people that I talked to really were expecting that the president would sort of pick up the mantle and finish the job. And even driving around on highways here in Tel Aviv, there are billboards saying, Mr. President finished the job with his picture on it. So this is going to be a majorly popular move. But at the same time, this isn't the first time that President Trump has expanded his U.S. engagement in the Middle East, U.S. military engagement. Back in 2017, he fired missiles against the Assad regime in Syria, something that the Obama administration hadn't really been doing up until then. He killed Qasem Soleimani, who was the head of the Quds Force, which is kind of the expansionist wing, the outside wing of the IRGC.
Unfortunately, I can't play music on the stream anymore. But
he did that, and intelligence officials told him there was going to be blowback. I think a lot of this, as far as Israelis see it, is they just wanted the U.S. to come in with the bomb, with the one big bunker buster bomb to sort of finish the job.
Okay, so they're reporting that they're not asking for further support from the U.S.
So the question then becomes, how much more skin is the U.S. going to be putting into the game here?
Okay, so here we go.
Israelis just really felt like the bomb would be enough. But this seems to be, and over the past couple of days, we've seen this, that Israeli officials are talking more and more about regime change, as Richard Engel was pointing out earlier. This question of regime change is so much open, and we've seen in every theater that the Israelis have been engaged in around their borders ever since those October 7th attacks a year and a half ago. The Israelis have overwhelmed their opponents with military force, but have left nothing really in the way of a more permanent political solution. So we keep hearing Israeli politicians talking about regime change in Iran. They're not really discussing what's next.
You know what's interesting about regime change in Iran? You talk to Iranians themselves, and it seems as though they're split on the idea of regime change. There's Persians or Iranians that I know, that a lot of my friends are Persian, and they would love to see regime change. But obviously, if you're actually inside Iran right now, you'd have to be very careful about saying something like that.
That will be interesting, but I wonder if President Trump did get some assurances or some confidence from the Israeli government about what they thought would be the next step in Iran.
And Matt, you talked about this a little bit, but these last couple of years after October 7th,
you got to imagine there's going to be a lot more coming, because they're not just going to give up power.
Yes, on directly destroying Hamas in Gaza.
Apparently, the Homani guy, apparently he's dealing with cancer right now, too. So
in the Middle East, where you have been so many times in Lebanon, the Hezbollah destruction of the infrastructure of that organization with those beepers and the walkie-talkies has been from A to Z. This is a different time for Iran as a consequence of October 7th and all of its allies.
That's right. Iran is
Iranian state TV is saying that Trump is bluffing and that their nuclear industry cannot be destroyed by bombing.
And that's what I mentioned Qasem Soleimani just a moment ago. Qasem Soleimani, who President Trump had killed.
Darksiders who've turned a real world of war.
Of beefing up all of
Craft.
these different Iranian proxies throughout the region. So, as I mentioned, the Israelis have just been waging wars all around their borders for the past year and a half. But from an Israeli perspective, each one of these groups is just an extension of Iran. They see Iran's tentacles in just about every group surrounding them, and that's not necessarily unrealistic. We know that, especially with the case of Hezbollah.
You've got to worry about U.S. getting attacked by terrorist attacks now and stuff too, right?
Groups was a little bit different, and you're right. Now
That's something that you're definitely gonna have to worry about in the future.
That Israel can strike without worrying that all of these groups in close proximity to Israel's borders will fire back and punish its citizens. Now they can have confidence that none of this is going to happen. Hamas has been almost totally destroyed. Hezbollah has been almost totally destroyed. They're working very strongly on the Houthis in Yemen. And, of course, the regime of Bashar al-Assad in Syria changed. That fell. And now there's a leader there who's much more in touch and much more concerned about trying to help the West. But, you know, here in Israel, this effort, this attack against Iran has
Iranian state TV is also claiming that all nuclear material and equipment had been relocated to other locations. So,
by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, despite the fact that 24 Israelis did die in Iranian retaliatory attacks, and despite the fact
we need
that
the
so
Mordon
much of this
boosters
country
back.
has been spending every night rushing to shelters, and that quite a few hundred people have been injured, it's been very scary for a lot of people. This was still an extremely popular move here in Israel, and so President Trump weighing in is going to be even more popular for the U.S. president. And this is, I want to also add here, this is also going to be vindication for Benjamin Netanyahu. One of the things he says over and over again to the public here is that he is expert at manipulating American presidents. It's actually something that he boasts about in his speeches.
And Matt, just to think that you and I were having a conversation just about an hour and a half ago on NBC Nightly News, and you were telling me that for the first time in a week, it seemed as though things were a little less intense overnight. My, how things have changed in over an hour and a half.
This is true. This is true. Yeah, I mean, we could see an Iranian response to this. I wonder if the response will be more targeted at American facilities, of which there are many.
See, here's the thing. I would be surprised if there wasn't an Iranian response because, like, they do not want to show weakness to their to people in their country, right? I would be shocked if they don't do something.
At American military installations, there's no telling.
Still
what
looking
will
to see
stop
if there's
that kind
any
of escalation.
reports of missiles.
So yeah, this is a very dangerous moment, but one that the Israeli public is going to very much be cheering for.
I want to bring in the moderator of Meet the Press, Kristen Welker, back here in the United States. Kristen, good evening. Matt was talking about the reaction in Israel, the reaction of the Iranian regime. We're going to be talking about the political reaction here at home.
So far.
Well, Jose, that's right. And so far, we are getting reaction pouring in from both sides of the aisle. It is somewhat divided based on that. Let me read you the reaction from Senator Lindsey Graham, one of the staunchest proponents of taking this action. He says, good, this was the right call. The regime deserves it. Well done, President Trump. To my fellow citizens, we have the best Air Force in the world. It makes me so proud. Fly, fight, win. A different tone from the other side of the aisle from some. Jim Himes, who's the ranking member on the House Intelligence Committee, saying, according to the Constitution, we are both sworn to defend. My attention to this matter comes before bombs fall, essentially saying, Jose, that Congress needs to sign off on any military action before it takes place. But Senator John Fetterman, Democrat of Pennsylvania,
Okay.
supportive of the move.
I'm pretty clear. I'm not the biggest fan of Trump, but I don't think what they're saying is true, because I think there's been countless cases where other presidents, including like Barack Obama, have signed off on strikes against other countries' targets without going to Congress and saying, "Hey, I need permission for you to bomb these targets."
Exclusive interviews,
Declaration of
conversations that
war,
you've had with
yes,
the
but I
president
think
just in the
individual
last couple
attacks, I don't.
of weeks. One of the things that
I
comes
don't
up
think
over and
that's the
over, Glenn,
case.
is that this president, for the most part, is reticent to use military action.
Maybe some Americans
Jose,
can
absolutely.
verify
that
that
is
for me, but
the crux of
other
his
presidents have done this
for why
before.
He wanted to run for the White House, in part going all the way back to 2016 and 2020 and 2024, his America First foreign policy, pulling the United States out of foreign conflicts. And so this has deeply divided the Republican Party and, quite frankly, his MAGA base. You have Steve Bannon, for example, someone who is an outside but very close ally of President Trump's, urging the president not to take that it runs the risk of ensnaring the United States in yet another war in the Middle East, comparing it to what happened in Iraq when the United States was enmeshed in a war for over a decade. Steve Bannon tonight, though, expressing words of support for this.
Yeah, the
move
Navy
because
SEALs of
ultimately
Pakistan. Did he
is
have
one of the
a? Did
president's
he have
closest
a?
allies. He just had lunch,
Yeah.
for example.
This is
with
good.
President Trump this
Shinraz, that's
past
a good,
week
very good
as the
example.
president was mulling what I think arguably
So again, I'll bash Trump all the time, but I think he had power to do this.
presidency and will chart
Like,
a
let's
new
try to
course in the
remain
Trump
neutral
foreign
here and-
policy.
Kristen Welker,
know.
of course, Meet the Press, must watch TV tomorrow. Thank you, Kristen.
Damn
I wanna
commercials,
bring
sorry.
in NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kuby.
I didn't get
Courtney,
the message
we
out.
were just
Apparently, I'm not
talking,
allowed to
with Matt Bradley.
tell people to go to another site to watch me. They're ad-free anymore. Sorry.
Presence in the Middle East. What is that robust military presence in the Middle East from the United States look like?
Yeah, I mean, there's about U.S. Central Command, which is the military combatant command that encompasses the Middle East.
Thank you, Belfast.
Has about 40,000 people. Now, they're not all forward in the region, but there are thousands of them there. I think the biggest concerns right now are the military bases in Iraq and Syria, which could be
We're gonna have a long night
vulnerable
tonight.
to attacks by some of these Iranian proxy groups that have not been wiped out by the ongoing conflicts with Israel, and that includes Kataib Hezbollah and others who've been kind of quiet. They've essentially been laying dormant over the last several months. The big concern is that they would try to go after some of these U.S. bases, again, in Iraq and Syria. But there are other bigger, more hardened installations. Bahrain is one. There's a big Navy installation there. There's, of course, Air Force bases in Qatar, in United Arab Emirates. All of those are a concern, as well as the U.S. Navy ships that are all throughout the region. This has been the concern, well, I mean, since October 7th, but really in the last 10 days or so since Israel
How
started
strong
out
is
this bombing
Iran's
campaign
Navy?
against Iran. There's been a real concern that Iran or the proxy groups would lash out against the U.S. there. Now, a couple of mitigating factors the U.S. has already taken. They have allowed for dependents to leave some of those places like Bahrain, where it's what's called an accompanied tour. Service members can take their families with them there. We are told that a number of those families did take them up on that offer and did leave because of that. But in addition to that, they've taken a couple of measures to safeguard some assets as well, moving some ships out of Bahrain, moving some aircraft around at the bigger bases in the Middle East, either putting them in hardened structures or even moving them completely out of the area.
I don't think they're strong enough
In addition
either.
to
I
that,
think
Jose, so we're talking about all the people, all the infrastructure. What the U.S. also has in pretty great number in the Middle East and is defensive systems.
Let's see if
So
there's a response.
ground-based air
If there's going to be a
defenses like
response, it's going to be
Patriots, like
quick, I
THAADs.
think.
And then they have those ships I mentioned. Many of those are ballistic missile defense capable, meaning that if a missile is coming in and they have a ship within range, they can fire off an interceptor from that ship that can take out that incoming missile. So there's a lot of defensive capability in the region as well. But Jose, that's been the biggest concern that officials have talked to us about, is the possibility of some sort of an attack on U.S. in the region.
And Courtney, as we once again reread what the president put on his social media accounts just moments, well, actually some time ago, but in the last within the last half hour. He wrote, "We have completed a very successful attack on the 3 nuclear sites in Iran.
Time is it? It's
Fordo, Natanz,
almost 9
and
o'clock Eastern.
Esfahan. All planes are now outside of Iran airspace. A full payload of bombs was dropped on the primary site, Fordo. Our planes safely on their way home." Courtney, whatever this mission undertook,
an anti-carrier? I don't know, but
it's a much broader,
their navy is not going to be
number of assets.
Is not going to be
I mean, him saying that a full payload indicates
able to take
me
on
that
you know,
this was
like
probably
America, like
the
it's just
larger bombs that we've all been talking about that were released. And
they
and
do
it
have
makes
submarines
sense
and
when you're
smaller
looking
craft though,
at
with
what
the
they were
focus
taking
on
out,
coastal
specifically
defense
at Fordo.
and regional
Natanz is a little bit
deterrence.
less clear exactly what they may have used
Apparently.
here. You know, we've been talking a lot about the B-2 bombers, but again, we still don't have a lot of clarity on exactly what was used here, and I would not rule out that other aircraft were used in addition to the potentially these B-2 Spirit bombers. Now, it's also possible. Look, there's almost no way in which these bombers were there alone. They would have had escort aircraft, fighter jets most likely that would have been up there, as well as potentially drones and other things that would have been up there to keep them safe, to check out what's going on around, to make sure that the bombers wouldn't become a target in of themselves. Remember, they do have a stealth capability. They are supposed to be able to move into a contested or dangerous airspace and be able to evade any air defense systems on the ground, but it's not perfect, right? Remember, Iranian air defense systems have
I wonder if
also
we're going to
been
get any footage
widely
tonight.
disabled. It started back in October with the Israeli strikes that went after their strategic air defenses, their S-300s. But the Israelis have also been targeting, as we've been saying, not only nuclear sites, but also conventional military sites to try to take out the ability for Iran to defend itself against attacks like this. Jose, I think that when it comes down to it, sort of when the history is written over this campaign that we've been watching unfold over the last 10 days or so, that's going to be one of the biggest factors here. We've been talking a lot about the intelligence, but when you just look at the military capability of Iran right now, when Israel started, their air defense systems were still in disarray. Many of their radars were taken out. They couldn't defend against an aerial attack because they didn't necessarily have the ability to know that there were enemy aircraft above them. So as Iran was building those capabilities back up, it became exponentially more difficult for any military to fly into those areas. I think that was a big factor here in the decision for Israel to act right now, and frankly, probably for the United States as well.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Israel essentially has had dominance over
Mordan, were you having trouble coming up with a word for B?
Some days now is really significant. I mean, I can't remember the last time that Israel had that over Iran.
Eleanor,
Certainly
eating
not
good
since
tonight. I
1979.
ate just before we started live streaming. I'll be fine for the rest of the
remember,
night.
Look at some of the other conflicts that we've been watching. Ukraine. Everyone thought that Russia would have air dominance or have control of the airspace over Ukraine in the first week or two. They still have not maintained that. Yemen, the Houthis. The U.S. tried to have any kind of air control. The U.S. military never got that in any real way over Yemen either.
CNN is reporting that Trump currently has no plans for further actions inside the USA. This is a one-time thing.
Our colleagues at Sky News.
And we have seen the Iranian regime launching ballistic missiles over the skies of Israel. People rushing
I had a shawarma wrap.
under to their shelters, and now this
Can't resist them.
alert from the Israeli military saying under tightened safety restrictions, schools and workplaces will be closed with exceptions for essential sectors. Donald Trump has been in the last few minutes also been speaking with Axios in a phone call, and he's quoted as saying, "We had a great success tonight. Your Israel is much safer now." And so that's Trump speaking to Barak Ravid of Axios in a phone call, saying, "We had a great success tonight. Your Israel is much safer now."
The IRGC affiliated Telegram channels now declare America has officially entered the war.
Iran responds to this because clearly Israel is expecting
So that's
and anticipating some
that's not Israel. That's the Islamic. So
does
that's
suggest
Iran.
to me that Donald Trump's mindset right now is that, okay, enough.
Nobody better fly
Israel has
planes.
been bombing Iran for 8
I
days.
mentioned this earlier. Now we got to wait to see what the response is, and the U.S. has got to be really worried about
Donald
terrorist
Trump's point of
attacks
view,
now.
Sort of finished the job for now. So that seems to be where Donald Trump's head is at. He is not the only person who has a say in the matter here. It is the Iranians. I think Donald Trump will have some control over what the Israelis do next. So I think that if there is not a major response by Iran, or at least if there is a controllable retaliation by Iran.
I think what we're going to get, again, we have a live news or live address to the nation from Donald Trump in 1 hour. I think you're going to see a lot of bluster, like, Donald Trump giving one of his typical speeches where he just goes off on these ridiculous tangents. And then he'll probably say, now is the time for, you to sit down and negotiate and peace. I think that's probably what we're going to get. We're not going to get a declaration of war, I don't think.
Who's standing by for us in Erbil?
We bombed their bombs?
in
No,
Iraq.
just their nuclear
Stuart,
sites.
there's so much talk here following that Truth Social post that Donald Trump put out about an hour ago, saying and confirming that they had launched a series of strikes on 3 critical nuclear sites in Iran. All eyes will be on the rest of the region now, where you are, military bases where you are, because of course we saw.
I don't think they were. They attacked
last week,
that area.
Non-essential.
The leaders apparently been hiding down in a bunker,
families leaving the region, trying to get out.
But he's also the Khomeini guy is apparently also given names of 3 different clerics that are to take over if something should happen to him.
They definitely are. We're in a hotel, obviously, and people are talking about it already.
Well, you came right to the source, Kush.
In Baghdad, who are saying that there is
You
an
came right to the
expectation
source.
that the U.S. embassy in Baghdad will be attacked. What's interesting, and obviously we're only getting this from sources, that it is virtually empty. We're told that there is nobody there anymore, and there is an expectation that it could be attacked quite shortly, actually. And then a number of military bases in the region could be attacked. Now, there are 4 in Erbil, which is where
Apparently it's
I
now
am.
being
There's one
confirmed that they
actually
were
just a
bunker
few
busting
miles,
bombs that were being
behind
used.
me, that one of our sources were telling us is a very dangerous place to be this morning, and I think that has been something that people have been expecting here for some time. Now, you've got to remember with Iraq, what's really interesting about this country is that it has to play off its relationships with the United States, which is incredibly important.
Still no announcements of
2,500,
incoming
maybe
missile
more
attacks from
American,
Iran?
Troops that are here, and it has relations, obviously, with the United States, with all this incredible history over the last 20 years or so. And yet it has a government that leans towards Iran, and it has a huge number of very powerful Shia militia groups here who will
Yeah,
be
you guys better get to
absolutely
Canada now,
incensed
man.
by everything that's happened in the last week or two, and have been saying and have been pushing the government to firstly close the airspace here, which they actually couldn't, but Israeli jets have been passing in the skies above us, which has been annoying them. And they have been warning for some days now that if there is an attack by the United States on Iran, then they will be wanting to get involved, and that will mean attacking embassies, bases, but also American personnel and American people who are here as well. So it's a very, very tense time here. I'd say that there are many people within this country and in other Arab countries that have no great love for Israel, perhaps you'd say, obviously, but Iran as well. They see them as a cause of much of the trouble that is here. I was talking to a gentleman yesterday who was saying that Iran has
I've been saying for
so much
days
trouble
both
in the region,
countries
it would all be much more peaceful if it
have
was
issues.
attacked and this war came to an end, but they would like to see the regime change. So there's a divided opinion, but politically it's very, very difficult for this country. But it
Will
has
be-
to,
and I
it's-
guarantee
think
you
it's
he will
almost
won.
unique, has to keep both sides on board. It has been doing to a certain degree, but what's happened overnight could change things dramatically, I suspect.
Stuart, thank you so much for that update there from Erbil. We will keep you on standby as we wait to see how things evolve. But I'm just going to go straight to DC and speak with our Mark Stone. And Mark, we understand there's an update. President Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu have spoken. Just give us a readout of that.
We already reported that we're way ahead of the news here on this channel
Trump
chat.
Spoke to the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu this evening
way ahead of
after the United States dropped those bombs on the Iranian nuclear sites. That is according to a senior White House official. We know that they've been speaking every day since this began just over a week ago. But we now have confirmation that they have spoken. Donald Trump has not been in Washington today. He left Washington, left the White House last night for Bedminster, his golf course in New Jersey. But he always had planned, we had his schedule, and he was always due back to the White House tonight at 6 p.m., so 3 hours ago. Now, what we understood from that was that he was coming back, and we were told he was coming back for a briefing of his Security Council in the Situation Room. But we did not expect that would be the point at which he would, in fact, not just authorize these strikes, because presumably that happened a few hours before that, but would have watched these strikes taking place in real time from the Situation Room. So a remarkable turn of events over the course of the past 24 hours. It was just yesterday that he, through his press secretary, announced that he would give diplomacy up to 2 weeks to run its course. And, you know, I've been looking back at messages that I've had and discussions I've had with sources both here in Washington but in European capitals as well over the course of the past few days. And they're all saying the same thing. They're all saying that the sense that they had got from discussions with the Trump administration was that he was emphatically of the view that diplomacy should be given a chance. And yet tonight, we discover that he has in fact gone for this strike. Now, I think the way Donald Trump may or may not frame this when he speaks in an hour or so's time, but I think his mindset will be will be one of that this is just a moment that, yes, he still believes diplomacy can be given a chance, and that this decisive strike will in fact draw the Iranians into heel. But as we've been discussing, it is a big gamble. A couple of other updates just to bring you, which I think are interesting. The Speaker, Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House, very, very important, of course, here in domestic politics. He has released a statement. We know he was briefed by President Trump. He says the military operations in Iran should serve as a clear reminder to our adversaries and allies that President Trump means what he says.
Okay, we bombed you. Now we want to talk.
Every opportunity to make
to be fair, they've been asking them to talk for a week.
To a nuclear disarmament agreement. He concludes the statement by saying, "God bless our brave men and women in uniform, the most lethal fighting force on the planet, as we pray for their safe return home. May God bless America." So, of course, Mike Johnson, Republican, closely aligned with Donald Trump, and clearly very pleased with what has happened tonight. There will be some on Capitol Hill who are not. Donald Trump has authorized this strike tonight without congressional approval. Now, there are some who believe
again, I don't think he needs it.
Wrong, that he should have gone to Congress before authorizing any military action.
I don't think he needs it for this sort of thing. Like, it's a surprise. It's basically a surprise. I don't think the Iranians were expecting this to happen tonight. Although there were rumors that people were expecting that it could happen this weekend.
Been discussing over the course of the past few days the splits within Donald Trump's coalition, the different voices in his ears. He's been told by the likes of...
It wouldn't be the first time dropping bombs got people to the negotiating table. No, it wouldn't, would it?
This is your moment to strike Iran. This is your moment to make a difference. And yet in the other ear, he's been very influential.
It has gotten
MAGA
people to negotiating trouble very quickly
Bannon, his
in the
former
past.
chief strategist, is one of those big voices saying, absolutely do not get involved. Tonight, he's been live on his own podcast. Interesting comment. He says, we have now become combatants in this war between Israel and the Persians. I guess you say it's now a broader war. And then he goes on to say, although it looks like the president is trying to keep this to a very tactical strike.
According to the CBS, the United States has conveyed diplomatically to Iran that it is not looking for a regime change.
Influencing Donald Trump's thinking, how they're reacting to this pivotal moment.
Fox News is now reporting that the U.S. dropped 6 bunker-busting bombs on the Fordo nuclear facility.
There for a moment. I also understand Donald Trump has continued to give some phone interviews. Earlier, he spoke to Axios. He's just
silliest of cats. They actually did it, man.
In a phone call, and he said this was
it's
an
actually
amazing
happened.
Success tonight. They should make peace immediately. They should stop immediately. Otherwise, they'll get hit again. So Donald Trump issuing another warning to Iran, saying that this was a successful operation. It was amazing, as he said, and he said they should make peace immediately. They should stop immediately. Otherwise, they'll get hit again. We'll continue to bring you those updates as they come. But let's just bring in Alan Eyre from the Middle East Institute and former senior U.S. diplomat. He joins us now. Alan, thank you very much for joining us. Just give us your reaction to the developments of the last hour.
Suffice it to say, I'm unpleasantly surprised by these events. I was hoping that this administration would not do that. I don't think that this strike will in any way, well, at least permanently end Iran's nuclear program. They'd already moved much of the relevant material out of their nuclear sites. I don't think this will lead for the Iranians to sue for peace. So it's now in the Iranians' hands. The Iranian leadership that existed about 10 days ago would have been relatively prudent and not rush to attack U.S. forces. I think that's still the case. I think an immediate widespread attack on U.S. forces in the region is unlikely, but I think the probability of a wider escalation and continuation of this war is greater now than it was a few hours ago.
And Alan, no doubt.
Just in, breaking. Iranian media claims the entrance and exit to the Fordo nuclear facility have been slightly damaged.
That he wouldn't want to see this prolonged into a bigger conflict that would drag the United States in. Are you saying that you're concerned that the day after now looks like a more destabilized region?
If anyone supports this, stopping Iran from getting nukes, remember that next time you criticize.
Talk about the day after, at least with the requisite expertise. I think that.
Feel like he's just yapping. Well, we gotta. Let's see some video. Let's see what the aftermath is. But apparently,
this one or a more.
Apparently, according to Fox News, I know, but according to Fox News, 6 bunker-busting bombs were dropped on just the one Fordo site, and then on top of that, bombs were dropped on Natanz and Esfahan as well.
And give up their nuclear energy program. I don't see that happening. But again, there's just so much that's unknown. President Trump obviously is seeing intelligence that I don't.
Lightly damaged.
And so decided to roll the dice. The question now is, does Israel stop bombing? I mean, I saw some Israeli sources saying they consider the nuclear program eliminated. But what's nuclear's war goal? What is Israel trying to get out of this? They're not just trying to end Israel's nuclear program. They're also trying to, as they've admitted, destabilize the current Iranian government.
Make sure you guys have one job.
So, first of all,
remind me to make sure we're watching the
that has been floating around in the last
news
few
coverage
days,
of
with the
Trump,
Iranians
giving the
themselves
address to the
saying
nation.
that they would be moving some of the material out of these sites. Just talk us through that in terms of, these sites have been hit, especially Fordo.
Okay, here's something new. The Isfahan and Natanz nuclear facilities were apparently targeted with Tomahawk cruise missiles from submarines. That is apparently according to Fox News.
Likely. I think that Iran's nuclear program the hardware is geographically dispersed, and it's impossible to eliminate it to the extent that it can't be reconstituted if there is a political will by the Iranian government to do so. Obviously,
it's odd living in through an era of world leadership posting on the internet. Dude, they didn't even have the internet when I was growing up.
The key variable here is, will Israeli and U.S. military action be such that it causes the people running Iran to renounce the nuclear program? And I don't think we're there yet. And I don't think you can get there kinetically by bombing Iran.
And Alan, you have dealt with the Iranians. You're privy to the JCPOA, the nuclear deal that President Obama.
How do we know they have?
struck.
Well,
Just
we
talk
know
us
they have
through, the interactions then.
enriched
Was there
uranium.
a sense that they were willing then versus where they are now?
You guys want a quick rundown of how enriched uranium works, or the enrichment works?
The amount they
Kinda
enriched,
boring,
the
but
type of centrifuges they had, the level to which they enriched uranium, and also to accept
yes.
vastly
Okay. So
greater.
apparently, to use uranium as an energy source, you only need to enrich it till it's like 3 to 5% or something like that. That's what I read earlier. And then any further enrichment kind of is an indication that you may be looking towards using it towards nuclear weapons. Now, once you get to 60%, there's not really any point in going further. And the way enrichment works, what are they called? There's actually a term for it. It starts with a second. I can't remember. Anyways, kind of important for them. Centrifuges. Okay. So once you get to like 60%, the more you enrich uranium, the faster it starts to enrich. So going from like 3 to 10% is a lot slower than going from like 60% to 90%. So you can get from 60% to 90% really fast, because the more you're enriching it, the faster it gets enriched, but you're burning off a lot of the product, right? So they got to a point where Israel was like, okay, they could have like nuclear ready uranium in very little time at all right now. And there was really no reason for them to have that much enriched uranium unless they were planning on making multiple nuclear weapons. So that's a very, very rough breakdown. There's also another article that I saw here, for those of you that are wondering. This is from the BBC, but this is like reports from the IAEA, and they're the independent organization that was supposed to be able to go in to Iran to basically do all these checkups on the Iranian nuclear program. And they were reporting that they would go there, but the Iranians would basically not allow them access to certain areas. They restricted them to from certain places. They removed cameras from the facility, et cetera, et cetera. So it made it much more difficult for them to actually check on it. And then, see. As a result, the IAEA was not able to verify that there has been no diversion from the nuclear material required to be safeguarded. The inability to provide assurances that Iran's nuclear program is exclusively peaceful, it adds, gives rise to the questions that are within the competence of the United Nations Security Council. They really had no idea exactly how far they'd gone. So this I pulled like a couple of days yesterday. So it was very clear that the IAEA was unable to do its job properly to watch over their nuclear program.
In Iran,
that in itself is not proof, but you got to wonder, why are they being so secretive? What is it that they're doing in these areas that we're not allowed to go into?
Yeah, you're right. You were right in what you said initially. It is 45
Hey,
minutes.
Cheesy, what's
it's
up?
9:15 here in Washington. So 45 minutes.
I'm going to reinforce this. We might have a boat or two, Pacifist.
And it will be
maybe
fascinating
a boat or
to
two.
see,
Some guys with
how
hockey
he frames
sticks.
this. I think he will frame it as a victory, as a one-hit, in and out, quick, and he will be insistent that that is it. That there will be. No unraveling of this from this decision, that things will not unravel. Of
let
course,
me do
that's a big if,
missile
big gamble,
check here.
because the Iranians have said that they will retaliate. It's interesting that you and Ali were discussing a moment ago that it's been 24 hours.
Iranian officials and the Speaker of the Parliament are reporting that nuclear sites have been evacuated for a long time, and the facilities have not suffered irreparable damage in this attack.
In the American military system.
That's according to
Iranian
officials.
Now is the moment, because in fact, Iran has been degraded to such an extent that they would not be able
Shinraz,
to mount
I do not know.
sophisticated attack either against Israel or against American assets in the region. We don't know, but it is certainly the case, and we've been told a few times over the course of the past few days that the Americans have been very impressed I mean, they know that Israel has an impressive ability to defend itself. It's got used to that over many years, but they've been impressed with the way that Israel has managed to defend itself over the course of the past week. It was only a couple of weeks ago that Steve Witkoff, who is Donald Trump's Middle East envoy, briefed a few senators here in Washington and said that if the Israelis did attack Iran, which of course they did, then there would the prospects of a mass casualty.
Apparently, Iranian state TV is now announcing every American citizen or military in the region is now a target. There we go.
With a mass casualty event in Israel. That, I think, has encouraged Donald Trump, and I think probably played into his thinking when he made this decision.
There we go. We still haven't heard from Russia or China.
Now, one other thing to tell you, Yalda, which is interesting. As you might expect, Iranian state TV is rolling on all of this as well. State TV controlled by the government. They are claiming that, in fact, this attack has had limited damage and that Trump is bluffing. The only damage that was done, so they say, so Iranian state TV says, at Fordo has been to the entrance and exits of the tunnels, and that the facility itself has not been damaged. That is their claim.
Well, Destrox, I think the Americans thought 6 would be enough. Like, I still find it unbelievable that these missiles can penetrate 200 feet into the ground. That seems like a long ways for it to dig in.
From an Iranian perspective, this strike has been.
And apparently this facility was
and certainly the last
was well
week
beyond that,
has,
so
taught
we'll
us
see.
That Israel has invested heavily in human intelligence on the ground in Iran.
The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, basically they've said that they're for us the war is now just starting.
For joining us here on the program. I think we can get him up on our screen in a moment. There you are, Arash. Just give us your assessment of what you've heard in the last hour or so since Donald Trump put out those statements on Truth Social to say that these 3 nuclear sites were targeted.
It does appear that the Iranian state is claiming that they had emptied the sites. It also makes sense because there was a real threat that they'd be attacked, so that they emptied the sites. The bravado is that they want to say that this doesn't really matter. That Iran has the technical expertise. The nuclear program is not destroyed. Those who are opponents of the attacks are predicting that this guarantees that Iran will go nuclear in 5 to 10 years. So, we have this sort of, these kind of assessments and the long-term assessments, but I've spoken to people.
I doubt we'll see deep inside, though. We'll only be able to see from above unless someone leaks video footage from Iran.
It seems very clear to me.
Yeah, I think you're going to see Chinese satellites flying overby and giving very detailed pictures.
It's very clear. This battle was already ongoing in the past few days, and it's now been posed very clearly. Iran must choose. Does it want to start a protracted war with the United States? Does it want to potentially start a war that will implicate also the Gulf Cooperation Council countries, Saudi Arabia and others by attacking them? Or does it ultimately want
balls in your court, Iran?
Find a negotiated path?
Let's see what they decide to do.
And does it believe that it can get a deal with Donald Trump? Does it believe that Donald Trump is honest, when he says that he has from the beginning that Iran does have this choice, a war or a deal? And that's the conversation that is going on in Iran. Now, for all of my life, I was born in 88. Since 1989, one man in Iran has called all the shots, and that's the man that you're showing right now, Ayatollah Khamenei, the supreme leader. He has brought this country nothing but economic destruction, international isolation, social repression, and now a war. Now he has opened the path of, 3 nuclear power countries have attacked us in 3 years. 3 nuclear power countries have attacked Iranian soil, U.S. being the latest one. So,
So we were talking earlier about would Iranians want a regime change? Here's an Iranian that he was born in Iran, and he's telling you how he feels about this guy. He's oppressive. Like, you got to imagine people inside the country would maybe not be too upset if
What
there
is
was a
your sense
regime
from,
change.
you know, assessing the supreme leader and looking at those advisors around him, that which direction do you think they might go? Because ultimately, whatever the regime may be, they are still very pragmatic.
They really are pragmatic in some ways, although Khamenei also, you know, he's been pragmatic in many ways.
I got to get rid of that, man. That is too much.
Sort of run to the past few years. The chain that has started by October 7, really has gotten Khamenei. He lost his entire access.
CMAC, yes, you should
and now
go
he's
to
in
a bunker and don't come out.
Khamenei's art, if you will,
You have to
they used
turn off
call
your
it his
computer or they'll
strategic
find you.
patience, was that he would bark at the U.S. and Israel as much as he wanted. He would threaten them. He would do, you know, a terror attack here or there, but he would not get into a direct confrontation with them. That jig is up. The direct confrontation are here. Hundreds of Iranians, actually about almost 1,000 Iranians are dead last week. Our families have, lived under the threat of dying.
I want to show you something. In chat, it says anonymous. Hold on. Let me just, yeah. It says that I just noticed this. It says anonymous. Did the jump scare? Take a look at this Toby1 Kadachi in my category list or my events list. It actually does tell me who it was, Mr. Anonymous. Now I know who's done it.
And you know, listening to
Hello, Toby1.
contradictory advice. I think there are, as I said, it's really a bad
Caught
one,
you.
Iran. And it's not just advice anymore. People are putting out teams together. People are already thinking about how to replace him. So I can't predict. I think it's 50-50, Alda, really.
That's the first time I've noticed that, actually.
Arash, I'm just going to keep you there for a moment because we have an update from
update.
Mark Stone, who joins us,
Breaking news.
back again from
Does
DC.
this feature work?
Mark,
I'm
Just
literally
Devil Storm Mafia.
driving and pissing right now.
Yeah, well, Donald Trump is currently doing a round of phone interviews in the unique way that he does. After a moment like this, he gets on the phone and he speaks to different networks. He's just been speaking to Fox News, and he confirmed to them that the United States dropped 6 bunker-busting bombs during.
Okay,
its
we
strike
reported
on
that
Fordo,
earlier
and
before
30 Tomahawk
NBC and
missiles, were
Fox
used
News.
on
We
the
reported that
strikes on the
and
other
reported
sites. So
first.
Six of these absolutely vast bunker-busting bombs that are only capable of being carried by America's B-2 stealth bombers that we know took off today from Missouri. They confused people.
I love it,
because they
CMAC.
headed
We
west,
report,
not
you
east.
decide.
They headed west towards
Where did you steal
Guam,
that from?
Over into the Pacific. But we do not know the details of the flight path yet, but it seems possible that they continued and effectively flew right away around the world, being refueled as they went.
Fox
no doubt,
News?
and
No,
then,
come on.
Carried out these strikes using these MOPs, as they're
No,
known. These
no,
massive
we're not using that.
ordnance-penetrating bombs.
Sorry.
To penetrate
I just Googled
deep into
it.
that mountain in Fodor to take out that nuclear site. So 6 of the bunker-busting bombs. Incidentally, these are bombs that have never been.
How about you report, I decide? How's that?
That never actually been used, and I think that was one of
You
the
report, we
calculations
decide.
that was being made in the Pentagon. There was a level of doubt over just how successful these bombs would be. It became clear quite quickly and leaked out to us that one would not be enough, and so that complicated things as far as the military advice to the president, because they had to say to him, look, you can't just fly one sortie, one plane, and you're done. You've got to do this multiple times. And so he did, and he did it multiple times on one night. I imagine it would have been 6. I think each of these B-2 bombers can carry 2 bombs. So you're looking at 3 B-2 bombers on one sortie, dropping this massive ordnance in one go. Absolutely extraordinary. It will be seen, I'm sure, as
there's no footage of the
an
attacks.
historic military operation. Whether or not it is an historic military success or the catalyst for
Sorry, the sound was
many unknown
messed up in my
consequences down
headset.
the line, well, we will see, Yalda.
Yeah, absolutely, Mark.
We're
Thank you
still
so much
waiting
for
to
that
see if there's
update.
any
I'll keep you
response.
there,
Let
for
me
a
do another
moment
check
and
here.
Go back to Arash Azizi, who's standing by for us. And Arash, she was talking about the mood in Iran and also the crossroads for the Iranians at this moment. Just talk us through what friends, family, people in Iran that you've been speaking to over the course of the last week have been saying.
You know, they're terrified more than anything else. They're really trying to survive. They're trying to you know, run for their lives. Many people, my elderly grandmother included, have left Tehran because Tehran is obviously sort of not a safe city anymore. They've gone around the country. I will tell you one thing: if there's a positive story at the same time, is that there is really an incredible national solidarity in Iran.
This guy in pajamas is an Iranian.
In a war, and they're helping each other in
Okay, every time we go to him, his video breaks. Where is this guy?
People are by and large helping each other, you know, with getting medicine, getting food, getting sort of help that they need. And this does not translate, however, into support for the government or the regime, as people have said. I think they're incredibly angry at the regime for getting them into this war. But more than anything, they live in a very... I'm often asked on TV channels, you know, what people think in Iran, and I channel them. But when I speak to them...
Can we go to someone else, please? Like, hold on. Thank you.
That was Arash Azizi, and we've just lost him. That line was no longer stable. But I'm just
what happened to him?
To Ali,
you speak up against the regime,
for some of the
we
updates.
end you.
We're hearing all sorts of news at the moment. In the next half an hour, we are going to hear from Donald Trump, who says he is going to address.
All right, see you later, Cheesy. Have a good one, man.
He's been giving a series of phone interviews, and he's been speaking.
Yeah, the guy spoke up against the regime. That's what happens to you, buddy.
And we understand they spoke this evening as well.
They did, and one of the other indicators, the many indicators we had that this might be...
one of the... there is a... I don't know. It's probably a propaganda Twitter account from Tehran. God is the greatest, and Iran will retaliate against the U.S. and Iranians don't fear anyone but God Almighty.
That the United States has bombed multiple
So we'll
nuclear
have
sites
to...
in Iran. This attack is historic, marking the first time the United States has ever conducted a direct military attack on Iran. It escalates the conflict between Iran and Israel, which began more than a week ago. NBC News has learned that the U.S. notified Israel about
We'll see.
the
We
attack
haven't seen
right
any
before
missiles
it
launched
happened,
yet.
and that the president spoke with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
It is
after the
4:30 in the
bombs on
morning
Iran were dropped.
in Israel.
In
So
his social media post, the president
usually
saying
it's
the attack
after
was, quote,
sunrise
very
when they
successful,
launch their
and that
missiles.
all American planes are now outside of Iranian airspace. Take a look at this map. It shows the 3 nuclear sites that were attacked. The president also said a full payload of bombs was dropped on the primary.
And keep in mind, Iranian state television said that every American citizen or military personnel in the region is now considered a legitimate target. More than 40,000 U.S. active duty troops and civilians are working for the Pentagon in the Middle East, and many of whom are in Iran's direct line of fire. They don't necessarily mean that they're going to be attacking Americans that are in Iran or that are in Israel. Like, they could be attacking them anywhere now.
These offensive strikes, which Israel had
and this is the
urged
type
the
of
United
regime that would
States
do
to
that.
We also know that the president spoke with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu after the airstrikes that took place just about 2 hours ago. We know that the president arrived this evening back from his New Jersey golf club and immediately went to the West Wing upon his White House return. We saw Secretary of State Marco Rubio, as he was putting out on social media, the president, about these airstrikes. We saw the Secretary of State on his phone outside of the West Wing doors on a phone call. This, for the president, was a threat that he has been making for the better part of the last week. He even suggested that the Ayatollah was a potential target himself. There is no indication that the United States went after the Iran supreme leader at this point here, but these initial airstrikes on these 3 nuclear facilities are striking, the U.S. entering into war with Iran. The president suggesting that Iran should go to the negotiating table about a potential nuclear agreement. His administration has engaged.
We're going to see if
with
it's going to
Iranian
escalate.
diplomats
I'm
over
waiting,
the
like
course of
I'm
more than 2
constantly
months
waiting
now
to see if
about a
something's going to
potential
happen in
nuclear
retaliation.
agreement. But the president said that they had just 2 weeks.
Like I said, it's 4:30, and they've usually waited until sunrise before they've been striking. So it might take a little bit,
The president
but
just
it could
yesterday
come
dismissed
relatively
the idea
quickly.
that Iran could have civilian nuclear capabilities.
And we still don't know about
which
Russia or
the
China. They
Iranians
haven't
have made clear
haven't
for
said
years
anything.
now would be a non-starter. The idea that they would have zero uranium enrichment capacity, and that is where the president, when I asked him yesterday in New Jersey whether he would even request Israel to halt its airstrikes as a means of trying to bring Iran back to the negotiating table, he was quite clear that that would be a, quote, hard thing to do because Israel was winning.
There is video. I don't know if this is recent. It's hard to tell.
Of course, there are a lot of questions, Jose, beyond this. The president suggesting that it is now up to Iran to move forward with any.
I see a video claiming that there are people outside celebrating with Iranian flags in Toronto.
The same time, Iran made it clear that they
So they're celebrating these attacks. They want a regime change. I told you earlier, I've got a lot of Persian friends. There's a lot of Persians that live in Canada. This is in Toronto, and apparently they've grouped up and they're celebrating what's going on. Wait, who was this? Hold on. I'm going to verify this bloody thing now. Who's it? Is that Barack Obama? That looks like Barack Obama. This is an old video. I think that's Barack Obama. So let's just not.
Iran was actively.
Let's not say that that's a real
weapon. Now we know over the last months they had increasingly enriched higher levels of uranium that would ultimately go in to a nuclear weapon. But I asked the president.
Iranian officials are reporting that there is no irreversible damage at Fordo.
Tulsi Gabbard saying they were, quote, wrong. 24 hours later, again.
Yeah, I think this is fake news. I'm the one that said fake news. I will report things, and if it's fake, I'll call it out. This looks like Barack Obama. This is old.
To these nuclear facilities here, but for now we expect to hear from the president in just over 20 minutes from the White House upon his announcement that the U.S. moved forward with these offensive strikes within Iran. Jose.
And
Obama?
as we await those words from the President of the United States, our own Kristen Welker.
Hey, we're
is
calling
just
out fake
wrapping up a
news, okay?
conversation with President
We
Trump
called out
in
fake
which-
news.
in which he refers specifically to these missions that we saw and that we've been talking about.
I need an
calling it,
assistant at
quote,
your news
a
desk to
complete
fact check.
and
I'm
total
taking
success.
reservations, actually.
The question many would have at this
Taking
hour,
reservations.
Bart, is why now? Why tonight?
The question, I think, is a good one, Jose, and that's one that the president will have to answer. Seemingly in the exchanges that I had with him on that New Jersey tarmac yesterday, the president seemed to question the motives and the intentionality of Iran in these nuclear
There, I've come
negotiations,
prepared for
saying
you,
that they
CMAC.
had 60 days.
I
He
can't
had
even
given
put on
them
my
a 2-month,
headset.
timeline to come to the table.
can't
to
even
the
put on my
US
headset.
and work in good faith, and that they had
Hold on.
missed that 60-day marker. At the
There.
same time, the president had given them essentially this extra 2-week window here, and it just seemed like there was an impasse between.
Now, is it
what
quality
Iran
news now?
demanded, and that was the capacity to enrich uranium. One that we should note, the U.S. under the Obama administration back in
We
2015
keep it on or take it
struck
off?
a nuclear agreement with Iran that back in 2018 the Trump administration had pulled out of.
What do you guys
And that
think? Take
agreement
it-
allowed
keep it
for
on or leave it off?
international UN inspectors to go into those very Iranian nuclear facilities and inspect the uranium enrichment that Iran was moving forward with. But it also capped the levels of uranium in which they would be able to produce, essentially keeping it under 5%, which would be for civilian nuclear capabilities, for medical and other purposes. And the president, again, just yesterday, when I asked whether he would be open to
I've got a big brain,
similar
Cheesy. What can I
agreement,
say? I've got a
one
big
in which
brain.
They would be able to enrich up to that civilian nuclear capability level. He said that he did not believe that there was any reason for at all, which again, Iran had said was a non-starter here. And
So, is it true that Pakistan nominated Donald Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize?
Question of, again, going back to that questionable intelligence about whether Iran was actively seeking to build a nuclear weapon. I asked him very specifically to compare this to 20 years ago when the president, years into the Iraq War, questioned the U.S. administration of the Bush White House to go into Iraq.
No, this is before this happened,
questionable
Devil Sword Mafia.
intelligence of weapons of mass destruction. And he was very clear to me that he believed that Iran was weeks, if not months, away from having nuclear weapon capabilities. So we will wait to see what he says tonight. But 24 hours before the airstrikes, the last time we heard him speak
The bad
on
guy.
camera,
Hold on. Is he on Fox News right now? This guy here?
And then we pull back, and Israel just basically continues doing what it's doing and dealing with everything that comes after that. And that may be the plan going forward. And of course, part of that will be determined by what is
The bald guy on Fox News is
Israel.
preaching facts?
I mean, what is Iran going to do?
Asmongold's on Fox News?
As far
No,
as
he's not.
attacking our stuff, and whether Israel will have the capability to deal.
Hold on. We're gonna watch this.
Complete and total success. He then said he had to get off of the phone. He said because he has to make a speech about it, which of course we are anticipating.
All right,
at the
speech
top of
in
the
20
hour.
minutes.
I did
20
try
minutes.
to ask him some
Don't
of
go
those
anywhere.
questions that you were just discussing with Vaughn, but again, it was clear that was the message that he wanted to take out and to get out, and that he was not going to answer questions in this moment. So we will have to wait and see what he has to say at 10 p.m. But again, I do think it's important to stress what Vaughn was just talking about, which is that this decision came after the Trump administration had for some time tried to strike a diplomatic deal with Iran
no
to
politics
get
frame.
rid of its nuclear weapons program. And then President Trump saying he was going to give Iran another 2 weeks before making that final decision. And ultimately, it's clear the administration must have come to the conclusion that that diplomacy was running into wall after wall, was not yielding the results that they were hoping for. And of course, it's also worth noting that President Trump...
Here's another tweet. Trump promised to end 2 wars. Now we have 3 wars.
Obama officials arguing that was the very thing that stood in the way of Iran being able to develop a nuclear
Unlike
weapon.
any other bomb
So that's some of the context
in the history of
to this.
bombs.
And then
Nobody
just
knows
broadly
bombs
speaking,
like
we're
I know
starting to see the debate
bombs.
play out in Congress. Tim
Just
Kaine
beautiful.
out with a statement saying the American public is overwhelmingly opposed to
We
the U.S.
flew up
waging
there
war on Iran.
in our
The
jets.
Israeli Foreign
These
Minister
jets
admitted
that nobody
yesterday
else
the
has.
Israeli
These
body
jets.
had
We have the
set
best
Iranian nuclear
jets.
program back at least 2 to 3 years. I will push for all senators to vote on whether they are for this third, what he calls a, quote, idiotic Middle East war. So that is part of the pushback that you are starting to see on Capitol Hill, and that is
Rank
part of
one
the
Buster
debate that
Bumper.
I think we will
I
see
want
play
to
out in
see
the coming
evidence
days
that
and
they
weeks
actually
as we
destroyed it,
watch
because
and wait to
that
see
bunker
what
was
President
down
Trump has
deep.
to say when he does address the nation in less than a half an hour from now, Jose.
Kristen Walker, thank you so very much. I want to bring in our
I still
chief
want to
foreign
see how it
correspondent,
works.
Richard
Like
Engel
200
in
feet
Tel Aviv
seems like a
tonight.
long ways away.
Richard, we've been talking about the reaction here in the United States on
That's
Capitol Hill, but how could this strike impact the region, and what has been the reaction in different parts of the Middle East?
Oh, I mean, when he said that he'd stop the war in 48 hours, everyone, you had to know he was full of it, right?
War,
Like,
a war that Israel has been
even if
been
you were a
carrying
Trump
out
supporter,
very
you had to know that
successfully
that was not
militarily,
happening.
From Israel's point of view, since the October 7th attacks, we're hearing from Iranian officials already. This coming from Iranian state media. And they are
half-baked
reporting
thoughts in
that
his-
the nuclear material
in his
was
speech?
evacuated from these sites that were hit. That
One
whatever
word that
was
comes out of
inside,
Trump's
and they
mouth,
didn't
mouth, you
specify,
are kidding
had
yourself.
been taken
Dude,
out.
there's
That coming
millions
from
of people that take him very seriously. What are
State
you
television,
talking about? He
Iranian
won the
state media,
election.
which is semi-official, speaks for the government, and an advisor to the Speaker of Parliament, both saying the same thing, that those facilities had been evacuated. Here in Israel, we are expected to hear from Prime Minister Netanyahu, who's expected to speak after President Trump gives his remarks. But already there has been a notification put out to the public here, a change of the home front security status, telling people to be more cautious, limiting freedom of movement here. No schools.
Be prepared
no
for
gatherings,
terrorist attacks
only
now.
essential work gatherings, putting this country more or less in lockdown for the time being.
And Richard, any support that Iran could have expected or desired since October the 7th has been
Well, the truth about it are the new flagpoles in the White House lawn. They're magnificent.
Like Hezbollah,
I'm not going to lie.
like
I think they look
Houthis,
silly.
and
Like, I'm not
Hamas.
trying to insult the...
This is something that Prime Minister Netanyahu has long wanted to do, and people over the last several days have been going through the archive and showing clips of Netanyahu for years.
I guess
for
this picture
decades
doesn't look
even,
bad.
talking about the imminent threat.
But
of
just
Iran
having the
developing
White
a
House
nuclear
in
weapon,
the
how
picture frame
it's
looked kind of
close to the
iconic.
breakout moment that the United States needs to attack. But Israel's long concern by Netanyahu, but also intelligence and the Israeli military, was that if a military action was taken, that Iran
The rope is
could
inside the
respond,
poles.
not directly, but could respond through its proxies. And the main one that Israel was concerned about was Hezbollah. Hamas was always a concern, but Hamas's military capacity, its rockets, was known. The major sword hanging over Israel's head was the military capacity of Hezbollah. That's been taken away. It gave Israel the opportunity to do this. But now, as you mentioned, the debate around the world is and must be just because you can.
So again, we reported earlier, but this is who actually said it. Mehdi Mohammadi, assistant to the Speaker of the Iranian Parliament, has announced that Iran has been expecting the attack on Fordo for several nights, and the site had been evacuated in advance. That would probably make sense that they would try to do that and just pause their nuclear program for a while. I don't know how easy it is to like move nuclear.
That is potentially an American plan, a possible way for
Toby
President Trump
won.
to split the difference.
We're a serious news organization now,
But
man.
Jose, as you know, and anyone who's covered this region for a long time knows, it is easy to start wars. It is very difficult.
We're trying to be a serious news organization.
Stabilizing attacks against a foreign government, particularly a dictatorship. There is the risk that you have regime change, and then the entire map of the region starts to adjust. It starts to shift. If you pull one piece out of the puzzle, everything else adjusts around it, as we've
Well,
seen.
if you have several days or even a week to evacuate and move the stuff out of the facility, could you do it? I don't know.
Many times unthought of
I'm actually not sure.
repercussions. And I'm thinking of from Lebanon, Syria recently. So many countries that have been affected.
Thank you, Toby
and then
one.
Other countries have been affected.
We are
through
no longer
the
looked at as a
repercussions of
serious
that.
news
And Richard, what
source.
are the major players in the region you think seeing today? And I'm thinking of Saudi Arabia, UAE, and others that have had a very difficult relationship with Iran in the past. And I'm thinking specifically Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, Saudi Arabia is not on great terms
Well,
with Iran.
the Gulf
so-
countries are generally supportive of this, even though they were supportive of the process. There was a long animosity between the Arabian Gulf countries, the Arab world, and Iran, the Persian world, the Sunni Arab world versus the Shia Persian world. That has been a bitter divide. And
Looked at the
Gulf
cost?
states have
No, but it's
so
probably
far
a little
tonight
bit more than I
remained
can
largely
afford.
silent. The U.S.
Let's
military
Google this.
has bases in the Gulf, bases that would have undoubtedly been involved in this operation. So Iran is not going to get any state support from the Middle East. There's no country in the region that is going to risk its national security, risk its survival to intervene on behalf of the Iranians. But Iran still does have a semblance of a network of militia groups.
Yaxnews.ca? No, it's
Hezbollah has been
and
removed.
news.
That was the primary
Or
threat that Israel was
and.ca.
always worried about. It does have the
That website
Houthis.
taken?
It does have some militia groups in Iraq. I think that's probably where the biggest concern is right now. It is Iraq, because the government there is quite pro.
Hold on, breaking news. N.com, there's nothing there. Does that mean it is free for me to go and
Why
take?
we've seen so many moves, I think, to reduce personnel and exposure at the U.S. Embassy and other diplomatic facilities in Iraq.
I want to bring in NBC News military analyst Steph Twitty. He is a retired U.S. Army Lieutenant General. General, it's great seeing you always. These are very
Saudis
difficult
sold
times.
out?
What are you seeing when you see?
Well, they've had a
the
long
President
history of
the
not
United States announcing
getting along with
what
Iran.
he
So
told our Kristen Walker was
that's
a
not
complete and
surprising.
total success mission of taking out 3 important nuclear sites in Iran.
Yeah, well, so what this tells me when he says complete success is obviously we strike the 3 nuclear sites. And one of the things that's needed in order to determine whether it's complete success is what we call a battle damage assessment. You can get those assessments by numerous means. Oftentimes, you sort of want to have someone on the ground to verify, but obviously this is not the case. So we use space-based assets like our satellites to determine. GEOINT is what we call it as for our intelligence as well. Signal intelligence. We collect all these means to determine whether or not we truly struck the target and we were successful. Now, I'm quite sure, and we don't know yet, maybe we'll hear from the president and he'll tell us more. There could have been a restrike on these
12 minutes
targets.
until
We
the
just
speech,
don't
yep.
know, given
I'm sure
what
the
we've
station that
been
we're
told
watching
at
will
this
go
point
live
in
to
time.
it. So,
But essentially, it starts with that battle damage assessment to determine whether or not we were successful or not. But given all this, here comes the hard part now. We keep talking about 40,000 U.S. service members are in the region, and they're going to be extremely vulnerable. And the Iranians, they'll wait for the long game.
Benjamin Netanyahu put out a tweet: "Peace through strength. First comes strength, then comes peace." And tonight, Donald Trump and the United States acted with a lot of strength.
Killed several sailors. And so all the combat power that we have in the region now, we just have to make sure that we have the proper force protection procedures in place and the proper strike procedures, because this thing may elevate to a point that we have to strike additional targets in Iran. So if you ask me this evening, how does this end? I don't know.
Flew
but
over and
we
dropped
have to be
bombs,
ready in terms of force protection and to escalate if this thing gets out of hand.
And that force protection that is not only must focus on those tens of thousands of in-service Americans throughout the region, but also, and I'm thinking of the Beirut barracks attack on our Marines that was, ordered by Iran. And I'm thinking the many different proxy attacks that have been carried out against U.S. interests in the region since 1979. This is not a new thing, but General, there are so.
Okay, the Fars News Agency is reporting. This is a report from the Atomic Energy Organization. This is from Iran. Following the recent brutal attacks by the Zionist enemy this morning, nuclear sites in Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan were targeted in a barbaric attack that violates international laws, particularly the Treaty of the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons, the NPF. This action, which violates international laws, was unfortunately carried out with the indifference and even the compliance of the International Atomic Energy Agency. Through cyberspace, the American enemy, via the president of that country, has taken responsibility for the attacks on the mentioned sites, which are under the continuous supervision of the International Atomic Energy Agency, based on the Safeguards Agreement and the NPT. It is expected that the international community will condemn the lawlessness based on the rules of the jungle and accompany Iran in achieving its legitimate rights. The Atomic Energy Organization of Iran assures the greatest Iranian nation that despite the malicious plots of the enemies, with the efforts of the thousands of revolutionary and motivated scientists and specialists, it will not allow the path of development of this national industry, which is the result of the blood of nuclear martyrs, to be stopped. The organization has put the necessary actions, including legal follow-ups, on its agenda to defend the right of noble Iranian nation. There you go. That's direct from the Iranian Atomic Energy Organization.
Even ballistic missiles. But the concern here is that if there were to be some sort of an attack, that there would be an effort to overwhelm those base defenses to specifically target Americans. Now, the U.S. has taken a number of steps to try to mitigate these concerns in recent weeks.
The seismic
Number one, they
meters?
just recently said that dependence at these bases can leave. They can, places like Bahrain, you can bring your family with you on your deployment. A lot of those family members did leave, according to officials who we've spoken with. In addition to that, the U.S. has just brought in more defenses. So we know there are ground-based interceptors. They also have ships throughout the CENTCOM area that have the ability to defend against incoming missiles. They're known as ballistic missile defense ships. And the U.S. also has brought in additional fighter aircraft that have the ability to literally shoot down incoming missiles or drones that could be threatening the U.S. or, frankly, threatening Israel as this conflict goes back and forth between the Israelis and the Iranians for now about 10 days, Jose. So the U.S. is taking steps to mitigate these threats, but the reality is officials who I speak with are extremely concerned about these proxy groups, or as you called them, the lone wolves who could try to take out Americans.
Yeah,
Jose,
I've
what's
looked at
very
2
clear is
sites
the
and
U.S.
none
has
are
now
being-
entered
none are
this
being
conflict
reported.
with these strikes, but if there were to be a large attack against a U.S. base, the worry is the U.S. would be even further brought into this, what is now seeming to be a war, Jose.
And that war that has seen Israel involved in, and very much so in this last week. Courtney, as far as the weaponry that was utilized, I know that this is really breaking news and it's developing very quickly, but we were reporting that 2 at least of the planes, the military planes that had left the United States that were heading overseas, that could be the ones that could transport these bunker buster bombs. Do we know any ordnance specifically that was utilized here?
So the B-2s, they're known as the Spirit bombers. They did take off out of Whiteman Air Force Base. That's in Missouri early this morning Eastern time, Jose. That would have given them enough time to be on station about the time we believe these strikes began at Fordo. And why that is the most likely asset or aircraft and weapon that was used here is just what they would have to take out at Fordo. 200 feet roughly of reinforced concrete that you would need to blast through to even get to those hallways inside that nuclear facility to really be able to take out the facility and destroy it, as seems to have been the mission here. So those were likely used. But remember, I talked about these other assets that have been brought in and really bolstered in recent months in the region. Those also included U.S. military ships, Navy ships. They have the ability to conduct strikes. We have seen that happen in recent years. In the region, in fact, the U.S. has fired Tomahawks, known as TLAMs, into Syria, into Libya. So that is a possibility as well. They can be fired from both surface ships and from submarines. Jose, the U.S. has both of those in the area.
Courtney, stay with us. We have the first.
Hassan banning people for having an opinion?
The United States' involvement, including the destruction of 3 military nuclear sites inside Iranian territory by the United States. Here is the Prime Minister of Israel just a short time ago.
Congratulations, President Trump. Your bold decision to target Iran's nuclear facilities with the awesome and righteous might of the United States.
This is how you suck up to Trump.
In Operation Rising Lion, Israel has done truly amazing things. But in tonight's action against Iran's nuclear facilities, America has been truly unsurpassed. It has done what no other country on earth could do. History will record that President Trump acted to deny the world's most dangerous
Netanyahu. I thought you were talking about me, Brett.
Weapons.
I was like, what, me?
Today has
well, we welcome people that are banned from Hassan's chat. If they want to come over here and chat, they're more than, as long as they're being respectful.
President Trump and I often say, peace through strength. First comes strength, then comes peace. And tonight, President Trump and the United States acted with a lot of strength.
I just reported this.
I thank you. The people of Israel thank you. The forces of civilization thank you. God bless America. God bless Israel. And may God bless our unshakable alliance, our unbreakable
3 minutes
faith.
until there's the address to the nation. We're going to watch
Prime
it.
Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, just a short time ago. I want to go right back to the White House. Our Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander is standing by. Peter,
I saw Brett's comment. I'm like, what? Who, me? And then I looked up at who was talking, and I'm like, oh, you mean him.
From Israel. It's still before dawn in that country, but we do know that President Trump and Netanyahu spoke several times over the course of the last several days.
Yeah, how about you let some of the people in Gaza have some food?
After the U.S. dropped
the U.S. live address should go soon. Okay, so when I was saying that I didn't like the flagpoles, it's this view that I think it ruins the kind of the iconic view of, I don't know, it just kind of blocks it, and it isn't, I don't know. So I think it would have been better if you just put like one tall one on the top, or maybe them off to the side or something like that. I don't know.
Reasons
that this strike in itself, an escalation, will force Iran back to the bargaining table to, in the words of these individuals, these officials I was speaking to bring an end to this war. I've also had an opportunity to exchange messages with the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, who was in the Situation Room with the president as he was monitoring these strikes taking place in Iran. She tells me, and this is a quote, "Great day for our world's safety." Of course, the real question is what the days ahead will look like, not just for the United States, but most notably for American assets, interests, and specifically American troops throughout that region in countries like Iraq, Qatar, Bahrain, UAE, where American troops are stationed right now. Not necessarily in the form of retaliation from Iran itself, but certainly there is a real significant concern about the potential, which the U.S. officials tell us is preparing for, of retaliation by Iranian proxies. Again, we do expect to hear from the president, Jose, in just a matter of minutes from now. We are told
you'll know attacks from Iran. It's 5 o'clock in the morning. The sun will be coming up pretty soon.
Back to you.
Peter Alexander, so thank you so very much. We're going to take a quick pause, and we're going to be joining the NBC network shortly. But the Prime Minister of Israel calling tonight a pivot of history. Be right back.
Sun will be coming up soon, and that's usually when the missiles start striking. So, let's see. I want to be with. Oh,
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Jose Diaz-Balart.
Good evening. We are coming on the air with breaking news from the White House. Any moment now, President Trump is set to address the nation after he said the United States bombed multiple nuclear sites inside Iran earlier this evening. This attack is historic, marking the first time the U.S. has ever conducted a direct military attack on Iran and escalating the conflict between Iran and Israel. Take a look at the map. You see those 3 points there, right in the center of the country almost? Those were the 3 sites the United States attacked. The President of the United States telling our own Kristen Welker that the attack was extremely successful. A complete and total success is how President Trump told our Kristen Welker. According to multiple White House officials, NBC News has also learned that the president is set to say that he is not planning any additional strikes on Iran. But I want to show you those words that the president has just released about an hour plus ago.
Okay, here's a question. There's plenty of American Army bases that are in the region.
Kristen, what did he have to tell you?
Could one assume that the Iron Dome is not covering a lot of them? Like, how would they have any protection? Do they have nuclear defense systems at these army bases?
A total success and a great success. So that, I think, will be the tone that we can anticipate hearing from President Trump when he addresses the nation just moments from now. This is a turning point for President Trump, who campaigned on an America First foreign policy going back to 2016, 2020, 2024, arguing that
House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries has stated President Trump has misled the country about his intentions, failed to seek congressional authorization for the use of military force, and risks American entanglement and in potentially disastrous war in the Middle East.
The Trump administration had been talking to Iran, the president saying he would give them an additional 2 weeks.
They're all protected by Patriot and THAAD, are they? Okay.
I
legitimately didn't know.
Here's the president.
Oh, here we go.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out
massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime, Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier. For 40 years, Iran has been saying death to America, death to Israel. They have been killing our people, blowing off their arms, blowing off their legs with roadside bombs. That was their specialty. We lost over 1,000 people, and hundreds of thousands throughout the Middle East and around the world have died as a direct result of their hate. In particular, so many were killed by their general, Qasem Soleimani.
He's reading from a
decided
script.
a long time ago that I would not let this happen. It will not continue. I want to thank and congratulate Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu. We worked as a team like perhaps no team has ever worked before. And we've gone a long way to erasing this horrible threat to Israel. I want to thank the Israeli military for the wonderful job they've done. And most importantly, I want to congratulate the great American patriots who flew those magnificent machines tonight, and all of the United States military on an operation the likes of which the world has not seen in many, many decades. Hopefully, we will no longer need their services in this capacity. I hope that's so. I also want to congratulate the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Raisin Kane, spectacular general, and all of the brilliant military minds involved in this attack. With all of that being said, this cannot continue. There will be either peace or there will be tragedy for Iran far greater than we have witnessed over the last 8 days. Remember, there are many targets left. Tonight's was the most difficult of them all, by far, and perhaps the most lethal. But if peace does not come quickly, we will go after those other targets with precision, speed, and skill. Most of them can be taken out in a matter of minutes. There's no military in the world that could have done what we did tonight, not even close. There has never been a military that could do what took place just a little while ago. Tomorrow, General Kane, Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth will have a press conference at 8 a.m. at the Pentagon. And I want to just thank everybody, and in particular, God. I want to just say, we love you, God, and we love our great military. Protect them. God bless the Middle East. God bless Israel, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you.
President of the United States wrapping
I mean, that's about as good as you're going to get from Trump. It feels, obviously, it was definitely a scripted speech, and it seems as though he went off. I can't imagine that was straight written up. Like, he definitely went off course a little bit, but
Iran.
there,
That's right, Jose. He said there will be peace.
there
or
was
there
no.
will be
He
tragedy,
died
but
like a
it's far
dog
greater
in this
for
one. That's
Iran. I was struck by
unfortunate.
a couple of things he said here, and I was told in advance by multiple White House officials that the president was hoping these strikes and would communicate his hope that these strikes would help.
You knew there was going to be some bravado and bragging. He definitely provided that, but he did remain on script.
There is not peace here forward, that future attacks would be far greater and, as he
died like a
described it,
dog.
a lot easier. But let's pull back the curtain for a little bit. The president only a matter of days ago said he would take up to 2 weeks to make a decision about whether or not the U.S. would intervene in Israel.
Lando Commando, we need to see evidence.
Either had his mind made up when he made that announcement, or made it up very
What, is he
quickly.
coming
It
out
did
again?
certainly give him, in the eyes of
No,
some
I'm kidding.
national security experts, a bit of breathing room where perhaps Iran had backed off any expectation that a strike of this kind would take place. So the president, we have now heard, with B-2 bombers that only the United States has, and with three
one more thing.
30,000-pound bunker-busting
I
bombs,
forgot.
again, bombs that only the United States has, in his words, totally obliterated the nuclear sites, three of them across Iran.
he's gonna
Specifically, he said
gonna
the
thank his
objective
sponsors now.
was the destruction of Iran's nuclear capability. He describes today's effort as a spectacular success. Jose, I've had an opportunity to speak to others who were in this cabinet room, I should say the Situation Room, with President Trump here at the White House as he was monitoring what took place tonight. The Attorney General Pam Bondi among those of whom were in the room, part of his national security team. She, in a text message, tells me this is a, quote, great day for our world's safety. But as we speak about this day, which is certainly historic, the real question now is about what we should expect in the days ahead. And the real concern, certainly in the eyes of those here at the White House and across the
Best you could
American
come up with.
national security community, is what retaliation is coming next from Iran. Certainly nobody expects Iran to slip away into the night quietly here. And the expectation is, even if Iran is not to retaliate, that certainly its proxies would be inclined to do so, with a series of potential targets across that region, including U.S. interests and assets like American bases there, and beyond that, American troops, tens of thousands who serve throughout that region. Jose?
Peter Alexander, thank you very much. I want to bring in our chief foreign correspondent, Richard Engel. He is in Tel Aviv.
Is Iran the only Shia Muslim country? I don't know. Like I don't know which ones are Shia and which ones aren't. But there's like a big population of Shia as well as in Iraq as well, right? Wasn't Hussein Shia, but he was like in the minority in Iraq?
There's a very consistent, strong message to the rest of the world.
It seems like Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump coordinated their messages. They were both effectively saying the same thing.
Have Shia,
shortly before
some of
President
Yemen.
Trump spoke, Prime Minister Netanyahu released a statement in English talking about this operation,
The
confirming
rest are
that it had
essentially
taken
Sunni.
place.
What
And he
is
thanked
Saudi
President
Arabia?
Trump
They Sunni?
profusely, mentioning President Trump's name repeatedly from the start, in the middle, at the end of the speech, saying that the United States has done something historic. And
Oh, so the majority in Iraq is Shia? I thought it was the other way around. I thought Saddam was Shia and it was a Sunni majority.
We were just talking a short while ago with Peter Alexander, and President Trump has framed this as he was describing, that hoping that these attacks would convince Iran to, quote,
Saudi
come
is
back
Sunni?
to
Okay.
the negotiating table. Iran is at the negotiating table. Iran has always been at the negotiating table. Iran's foreign minister did an interview with our Andrea Mitchell.
Oh,
talking
no, you're
about,
right. I stand
the need
corrected,
to
Des
negotiate
Strux.
and how Iranians feel
I just
that they
Googled
have
it.
been
So the majority of Muslims in Iraq are Shia.
that they have tried to negotiate, and the more they engage in the negotiations, the more they find themselves under attack and caught off guard. So does this lead to more negotiations? From Iran's perspective, the negotiations have only lured them into a trap. But what choice do they have at this stage? Do they go all out and risk their end of their regime, or do they try and enter into some kind of humiliating, from their point of view, agreement? So very difficult decisions coming out of Iran. So far, we've been hearing messages of defiance on Iranian state TV. Their main message
Now
has
we
been that
wait
this
to
attack
see if
was
there's
not
a
as
response from
successful
Iran.
as President Trump is framing it, saying that the materials were moved out. They didn't specify exactly what, but that the materials had already been evacuated from those three sites that President Trump said were just obliterated by American military power.
And I want to bring in NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kube. Courtney, what are the steps going forward for the United States to be able to determine how effectively they did?
The Secretary General for the UN has condemned the attack.
Yeah, that was something I was really struck by. The term completely and totally obliterated is how President Trump characterized all three of those sites. Now, first off, the U.S. is going to have to wait until daylight in Iran, which is coming up pretty soon, to be able just to see. I'm sure that there will be satellite images. I'm sure that there will be, frankly, social media images that will pop up to show exactly what have happened. The reality is the best way for anyone to determine exactly what the real battle damage assessment is,
Where's Jared
to have
Kushner?
people on the ground. Jose,
There's
I cannot envision any scenario in which
another
that involves
person that should not
U.S.
be in the position
military
he's in.
or U.S. personnel in any real way. But I suspect that's what they would really need to have a real, complete, confident assessment that, in fact, the facilities have all been completely and totally obliterated.
And the Pentagon has been for some time now sending many resources, both the ones that we can see and the ones that we probably can't, to the region. What are some of those sources and resources going to play a part of in protecting U.S. assets and interests in the region?
Yeah, so we've already seen some of them play out, and I suspect that they are only on an even higher heightened state of alert. I don't know how they can go any higher than they have been, frankly. But the U.S. has moved in ground-based interceptors in recent months. That's THAAD and Patriots that have been used, frankly, to help Israel defend itself against some of these Iranian attacks over the last
AOC is calling for the impeachment of Donald Trump.
ships. Some of those have ballistic missile defenses. They have the ability to
Can he
shoot
get-
down
can he
an
get
incoming
impeached for
ballistic
this?
missile or other projectiles that are coming at whether it's U.S. installations, at the ships themselves, or even at land, something like if in fact Iran is trying to target Israel here. But the U.S. also has brought in additional air assets, so jets. They can put those up. They can shoot down drones, missiles, whatever
Build
it
my
is
own
that's coming at
civilian
them.
nuclear
Jose, the
reactors
big question
100
is,
meters under
any
concrete.
concern about attacks from some of these smaller groups. So we're not talking about necessarily just ballistic missiles flying from Iran. A lot of that capability has actually been taken out in recent days. The bigger concern right now is these proxy networks
And
that,
before the
that
other
are there
side
in
says
the
enough is
region.
enough, I remember
They
what
aren't always
American...
firing off large-scale missiles and things. They go, they
He's a
attack
twat?
bases with rockets, with mortars, but they can be very deadly in their efforts. And if they try to overwhelm some of these bases and these base defenses, that could pose a real problem for U.S. personnel in the region. That is something that we need to be watching. I would really be fixed on the bases in Iraq and Syria because there are a number of these proxy networks there. They've been essentially lying kind of dormant in recent months, but they have shown in recent years the ability to really threaten U.S. bases and even cause injury and death to U.S. personnel and service members in the region, Jose.
Apparently,
These are
Yemen
very
has declared that
delicate
they're
moments.
entering the
Courtney
war.
Keavy, thank you so very much. I want to bring in the moderator of Meet the Press, Kristen Welker, who spoke with the president just a short time ago, right before he spoke to
What
the
language
nation.
would
Kristen,
Yemen
what
speak?
did he tell you, and what have officials on Capitol Hill been saying?
Well, President Trump was extremely emboldened. He called this a great success, a complete and total success. And you heard him really reiterate that in his address to the nation, Jose. And as we watch and wait to see what Iran's next steps will be, I do think the debate on Capitol Hill will be the next place where we will be looking.
No,
already you have
not like
some
spending
Democrats
$7
and
trillion for
Republicans
the
saying that
Taliban to
Congress
only
should have
come
signed
back and
off
retake
on
power
this
20 years
first.
later.
Senator Tim Kaine, for example, Massey has come out, a Republican.
Any people from the Middle East or hold on, I'll just look it up.
Congress needs to sign off on
See what language?
military action first.
What language?
Having said that, a number of Republicans and even some
Spoken
Democrats are praising the president's actions
Yemen.
tonight, saying this was targeted.
Arabic.
This was
Any Arabic
necessary
speakers
to
in the
stop
chat?
Iran and its nuclear program. That's where this debate is going
Confirm
to go.
something?
What, if any, congressional oversight should there be? Remember,
Half the best. You
Congress
speak
did
Arabic?
vote on
Hold
the
on.
first Gulf War.
Okay, I'm gonna play something for you. I want you to confirm if this is Yemen. Sorry, where did the video go? It deleted? It was deleted. Apparently, it was the military leader of Yemen declaring war on the U.S. The video seems to be gone now. If I find it again, I'll let you know. But
this could ever involve U.S. boots on the ground. He indicated no, that was not something that he would be willing to green light. But again, if this situation continues to escalate, Jose, the real concern is, could this ensnare the United States more deeply into a foreign conflict? And of course, what's so extraordinary hanging over all of this is a president who campaigned on a promise to get Americans out of foreign wars. This very conflict has really divided the MAGA base. Steve Bannon, one of his closest allies, urging the president not to take this action, concerned that it could be another Iraq, which of course ensnared the United States for over a decade, costing thousands of American lives. And so the debate on Capitol Hill, the debate
Still not hearing
within
anything
the
from
president's
Russia
base will
or
continue,
China either.
I think, to unfold as we continue to watch and wait and see what happens next.
Eerily quiet,
And of course, all of
actually, on
this
their front.
explained and debated and spoken.
Eerily
at
quiet.
Meet the
that they
Press,
haven't
only on NBC
said anything.
tomorrow, Sunday. Thank you, Kristen Welker. I want to bring in our senior Washington correspondent and the anchor of NBC Nightly News Sunday, Hallie Jackson. She is with us on the phone. Hallie, we're speaking with Kristen about the repercussions and the concerns on Capitol Hill and really throughout the country here as to what happened so far away, but the concern that maybe
Dude,
that
thank
will
you
have
for the
an
follow,
impact
man.
on us here. What are you hearing?
Yeah, politically and domestically, Jose. So a couple of things here to the point that you and Kristen and others are discussing here. And this question over authorization and the president's ability to initiate
Here's pictures from the
an airstrike
Situation
like the
Room.
one that we have seen tonight in Iran. So remember, back when he struck and essentially took out Soleimani, which you heard the president reference in his remarks just in the last couple of minutes, his administration suggested that they were basing that on Article 2 of the Constitution. You've heard the discussion around the War Powers Act. You've heard discussion, including from a couple of Republicans, I would say a small minority of Republicans, about the constitutionality of a strike like this. This is a president who has previously leaned on other
What?
authorizations. The authorization for the use of military force had come up back during that strike, although the administration did not heavily rely on that at the time. So I imagine when you have Speaker Mike Johnson, for example, late tonight suggesting that the United States was in quote unquote imminent danger, that is where this is heading as it
Again,
relates to
sun,
the authorization question.
uh,
The other piece of this,
not
of
quite
course,
5:30 yet,
domestically
so
and
we'll probably start
politically
seeing the
is
sunshine
the
come up in about an
American
hour.
response. And by that I mean voters. We've
Hey,
already
Typhon,
seen
what's up,
polling in
man? What a
recent
night
days
indeed.
as this conflict has intensified between Israel and Iran, suggesting that more Americans disapprove of the U.S. getting involved in the Middle East, getting involved in a region that has ensnared the U.S. previously for many years in largely unpopular or wars that became unpopular, conflicts that became unpopular. So I think when you see the president talk about this being essentially a targeted strike, that perhaps speaks to the appetite of the American public of getting involved in something like this. At the same time, you also heard the president pledge to strike again if need be, if in fact there wasn't peace, as he put it. He suggested there would be that quote-unquote greater tragedy that could in fact unfold here. Remember, Iran has already suggested that if something like what happened tonight were to happen, they would retaliate against U.S. bases in the region. Courtney, others have spoken about the military capabilities of Iran to do something like that. But I think that retaliation question, Jose, is another one that we have to watch in the days to come, especially as the world is laser focused on this particular moment tonight, Jose.
Hallie Jackson with extraordinary coverage and, of course, much more tomorrow on NBC Nightly News Sunday, the program that Hallie Jackson anchors every Sunday. I want to bring in Jeremy Bash. He's a former chief of staff at the CIA and the Pentagon.
Apparently, nearly
Jeremy,
the entire
one of
fleet,
among the
the
things that
entire
struck me
available
from
B-2
the
fleet was
president's
used in
comments
this
tonight,
mission.
just how clear he was.
If you factor in the decoys in the Pacific, I don't know how many B-2 bombers they
peace,
have.
but that the United States is certainly ready to step it back up if need be. What did you hear in those
19 total?
Well, I think when the president was presented with military options for conducting strikes against Iran's nuclear enrichment facilities, he was probably presented with an option that was focused on Fordo alone, because that's the facility that only the United States
Why are they wearing
could
a baseball hat,
undertaken
dude?
an operation
I don't
against,
know.
because as we've been talking about for
I
many
don't
days
know.
here, only the United States has that massive ordnance penetrator, that 30,000 bunker busting bomb that can be carried on a B-2. But instead, I think of going kind of small or narrow, not that that would be small or narrow, but it's kind of in the range of options. He went big. I mean, he went to the option presented to him that would authorize precision strikes on 3 different facilities, including apparently from reports that came from not just U.S. aircraft, but also U.S. naval vessels following firing Tomahawk cruise missiles
we can switch it to Fox
at
for a bit.
Esfahan and at
Israel couldn't strike these sites, these nuclear sites, without our help.
This guy's
And
just
so
really
maybe our
boring,
viewers
but-
are wondering, what did
Al
Israel do to
Jazeera.
assist, or was this completely unilateral?
We've
on the
either
United
got
States'
Fox or Al
part here?
Jazeera.
Because I was under the impression that if we were going to do this, which we did, that Israel would be involved in some capacity, maybe with intelligence sharing, maybe with actual kinetic assistance here. So I think that's a really interesting question. And I
Are
have
they
to
not
get this
kissing the
on
ring
with
enough
you as
anymore?
well. The misdirection, the diversion, to me, has been so impressive to the point, remember, there was a lot of talk today about this kind of fleet of B-2 bombers, it was reported, flying towards Guam, west. And then you have to think, well, why would they be flying west? Jennifer Griffin reporting this, that the mission followed reports, of course, of 6 B-2s taking off from Whiteman Air Force Base in Missouri around midnight last night. While initial chatter suggested the aircraft were headed west toward Guam, Jennifer Griffin noted the true flight path was likely east, directly toward Iran, in what appears to have been a calculated deception. How much did that throw Iran off guard?
Calculated deception.
Well, I will say this: the art of war is deception, and misdirection. And this was very well done. It was, they said they're going west. I actually, I was sitting there doing the math. I'm like, you don't really gain much by forward deploying our bombers to Guam. And by the way, I should mention, I've been to Guam a lot. I've been on Anderson Air Force Base. I've seen the hangars where the B-2s are stored. I mean, I'm very familiar with that. But the math just doesn't support it. The only thing you really gain out of it is that if you're going to do a really long-range mission out of Guam, you don't get anything.
Here, let's see what's on Al Jazeera.
To essentially go forward. They're involved in different conflicts. Do they believe that the U.S. would actually get itself into a quagmire in the region?
I'm not sure that the Iranian leadership believes that could happen. But the fact of the matter is that history has shown the United States has got itself into a number of quagmires. And so the problem here is that Iran could escalate and force the Americans to do something that could lead to a greater involvement, which is very possible. It seems to me that Iran will retaliate some way, shape, or form. And as I said, I don't think that.
Yeah, they might not fire missiles tonight, but you might want to watch out for terrorist attacks and stuff like that in the
Position
future.
of weakness, having been attacked without any kind of retaliation, the so-called Persian personality will arise. It will arise, and Persians can be very tough-minded when the situation calls for it. So, at this particular stage, I'm reminded of somebody who's jumped off the Empire State Building and passing floor 44 asked, "How's it going?" So far, so good. I hope that the outcome that befell that poor fellow does not befall us. But the fact of the matter is, this is a very serious situation, and the possibility, I say the possibility, not likelihood, of further escalation is very, very real and something that we ought to worry about, simply because I do not see any obvious exit strategy for any of the participants so far.
Harlan, I'm going to ask you to stay with us because I also want to bring another guest into the conversation, and I'll be asking him some questions coming back to you as well. Glenn Carl is a U.S. national security and foreign policy specialist and a former deputy national intelligence officer. He joins us now live from Boston. Glenn, thanks for being with us here on Al Jazeera. Let me ask you as well what you have seen when it comes to any reaction.
You know what they need to do? They need to get Starlink over top of Iran and give can you give free Wi-Fi over top? Allow the residents or population of Iran to organize themselves, because right now they've got no internet.
Well, I haven't seen anything in the few minutes since the bombing and President Trump's speech.
Is it already opened up? Because there's nothing coming out of Iran. I just keep hearing that the internet's down there.
Will react, but I think it's pretty clear that although most Iranian, the most pro-Western, pro-American Islamic society in the world is Iran. That said, most
Okay,
Iranians
question for you
will,
guys.
be
This
appalled what's
bombing
happened to pose this
done
sort
by
of,
the U.S.,
red
does that
flag, if not the
officially bring them
regime
into the
to
war?
start. I think
Is this
it's
considered a
likely
declaration of
that the
war, or do you
Iranians,
guys think
very
that
likely,
one attack does not
cannot
mean
accept what's
they've
happened
declared
without
war?
attempting, if only for honor's sake, and more than that, to strike back. The most obvious place to do that, of course, is the
How does it
American
not?
bases in the Middle East.
I mean, they've made attacks in the past on like one target.
They would want to do something.
Did they
that has
declare
some
war on
impact, and so
Pakistan when they
the
sent
Houthis
in
seem to have the greatest
helicopters to kill bin
capabilities of
Laden?
the Iranian surrogates so far. And if one could
You would
strike
say
Iranian
so? They literally got
ships,
themselves involved.
higher
It's
profile kind of
considered an act of war.
than an American base, I would think.
It's
But
dopey
I don't know.
fish.
Now, President
Dope
Trump has
fishy. I
done
think are you being
what,
sarcastic?
I think people, at least I anticipated,
Yeah.
which is to try to declare victory.
I
and
mean,
to
there's
stop
some
this.
congressmen that are
Gentleman
saying
who
that
was
this is
speaking before
an
me
impeachable
just
offense.
pointed out that it's easy
I
to
don't know the.
start
I know.
but then you lose control of it because the other side gets to say.
I know
also.
CMAC has
And,
said in the past
it's hard to, and
that
there's
he's
no,
got 60 days.
Replacement plan that I'm aware of for.
I don't know.
the
I don't
Iranian
know.
government.
I always thought that if there was if it was war, that he was declaring war,
I
they had to get
expect
Congress
a
to approve.
response,
But
of some nature or natures in the coming hours or day.
Glenn, let me ask you, when it comes to the Americans going forward, what is the state of their preparedness? How concerned are they at the moment about potential retaliatory attacks from Iran or pro-Iran groups?
there is a report that around 50 large oil tankers are now trying to frantically exit the Strait of Hormuz in anticipation of its closure. I'll bring that up on the map just in case you're.
Is the U.S.
don't know where that is.
Sure. Well, a lot of the Iranian statements was
Google Maps
bluster
up
to
right now,
try
but
to
it's
forestall an
right
American
underneath of Iran.
strike. But it's also the truth that if struck, Iran will try to strike back. Now, the equation for Iran is an excruciating
It's
one
right here.
because Trump
Strait of
spelled it out.
Hormuz, and this
If
is Iran.
Iran
So there's
strikes
tankers
back, then
that are trapped in here, and apparently they're frantically trying to move in the direction of getting out of there.
Then that Iran's regime would be endangered. Nonetheless, they will. I think they will feel obliged to counterstrike if they can, and they probably can. Now, how prepared are the Americans? I think the Americans. Have
The
been,
sun is coming up in
on
Israel, or
the
has come up
highest
in
level
Israel
of,
as well.
Alert possible throughout the region for quite some time, given the fact that the Iranians and the Houthis have been striking at American bases and personnel throughout the region.
Well, it's
for
usually
2
been
years
by
and
noon
more, certainly for 2
Israeli
years
time
since the
when they
Gaza war
attack.
began.
So right now
And
it's
even more
5:30 in the
so,
morning.
The preparations or alertness will have gone up in the last week or two as it's become more and more likely that the U.S. would strike Iran. So to the extent that one can be on guard, the U.S. presence certainly is, sure.
All right, Glenn Carl and Harlan Ullman, thanks so much for being with us. Stay with us because we're going to come back to you in just a moment. If you're just joining us, in the past half hour, U.S. President Donald Trump has addressed the nation from the White House, calling the strikes on Iran a success. Let's listen to what he had to say.
The U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime: Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier. For 40 years, Iran has been saying death to America, death to Israel. They have been killing our people, blowing off their arms, blowing off their legs with roadside bombs. That was their specialty.
I can't
We lost
imagine
over
that was in the
1,000
speech.
people, and hundreds of thousands throughout the Middle East and around the world have died as a direct result of their hate. In particular, so many were killed by their general, Qasem Soleimani. I decided a long time ago that I would not let this happen. It will not continue. I want to thank and congratulate Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu. We worked as a team like perhaps no team has ever worked before. And we've gone a long way to erasing this horrible threat to Israel. I want to thank the Israeli military for the wonderful job they've done. And most importantly, I want to congratulate the great American patriots who flew those magnificent machines tonight, and all of the United States military on an operation the likes of which the world has not seen in many, many decades. Hopefully, we will no longer need their services in this capacity. I hope that's so. I also want to congratulate the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Raisin Kane, spectacular general, and all of the brilliant military minds involved in this attack. With all of that being said, this cannot continue. There will be either peace or there will be tragedy for Iran far greater than we have witnessed over the last 8 days. Remember, there are many targets left. Tonight's was the most difficult of them all, by far.
Look at the vice president.
and
He looks
perhaps
confused.
The most lethal. But if peace does not come quickly, we will go after those other targets with precision, speed, and skill. Most of them can be taken out in a matter of minutes. There's no military in the world that could have done what we did tonight. Not even close. There has never been a military that could do what
Vance is like,
took
what are you
place
reading
just a
from?
little while ago. Tomorrow, General Kane, Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth will have a press conference at 8 a.m. at the Pentagon. And I want to just thank everybody. And
8 a.m., that's 5:30 in the morning for me.
God, I want to just say we love you, God, and we love our great military. Protect them. God bless the Middle East. God bless Israel. And God bless America. Thank you very much.
All right, let's speak now once more to our White House correspondent, Kimberly Halkett, who's joining us live from Washington, D.C. Kimberly, more details emerging.
You haven't
about
asked
the
the
nature
question,
of
like,
those
does he need
attacks on
congressional
Iran.
approval
What are you
here?
hearing?
They're not talking about that on the news.
Yeah, that's right. You heard the U.S. president there talking about how he and the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu worked as a team. What we know is that the U.S. president reaching out to his friend Bibi prior to the U.S. strikes and immediately after. But that's not all in terms of the communications by the White House. We also know that there has been diplomatic contact with Iran, that, of course, the United States and Iran do not have direct relations, but we know that the Middle East envoy, Steve Witkoff, has been in regular communication with the Iranian foreign minister in recent weeks. So that is something, a protocol that has been broken. But what I could tell you
There
is
are
that,
calls for
the
impeachment
Trump
now.
administration reaching out to Iran,
Like, we'll have to
saying that
kind
the
of-
strikes that have just been
I don't know the
launched
laws in
the
the
last
US.
few hours are all that the
I don't know if he's legally allowed to do what he did today. I'm assuming that he does, because like, would the military have followed along with it if it was illegal?
in Iran. So the message that was delivered was, again, the strikes
Well,
that have been
it's-
conducted are all the U.S. is planning at this moment, and regime change is not something that is in the calculations right now. Now, having said that, if Iran, and it is rightfully able to retaliate, that, of course, could change the U.S. calculation. But what we know as well is, in terms of what the operation was of those strikes, we're getting a better sense of what that looked like. We know that there were B-2 bombers that were flying in the air and that they were heading not just towards Guam, but they kept on going. Those are the aircraft that carry those 30,000-pound bunker buster bombs. And we know that 6 were dropped on Fordo, and that the United States also used 30 Tomahawk missiles on the other 2 remaining Iranian nuclear sites. Now, we know, and I mentioned this before, that even though the United States is only planning the strikes that have just occurred, it is briefing its personnel in the region for the possibility of counterstrikes. And here's why. We know there are some 40,000
So it's-
U.S. troops in the Middle East. They're positioned in Iraq, about
Who knows if you
2,500
do or not?
in Bahrain. That is the headquarters of the 5th Fleet. Kuwait has 5 different U.S. bases, smaller bases. Qatar has that very large, major.
Apparently, this is a
Al-Udeid
gray
base.
area.
And of course, the U.S.
How is this a gray area? Like, it happens so often. How is this a gray area? Like, I don't understand that. You'd think they'd know by now whether or not they need congressional approval in order for them to just do one-off military strikes. Like, how is there any doubt in the law at this point with how often they've done
been
it?
occurring from Iran. That would include carrier strike groups. That would include fighter aircraft. And they have been active in those
I don't think he
operations.
does,
So
personally.
this is no question a major escalation. And again,
Other presidents
the US
have done it
president
without
saying
it,
that
so
he
why can't he?
believes, as commander-in-chief, that he has stopped the nuclear enrichment that is taking place in Iran and that the nuclear threat has been eliminated. But again, we are still looking for a further battle damage assessment. We know that that is likely to come, or rather bomb damage assessment, I should say. That is going to come in the form of a press conference that will be held
Jones X,
Sunday
I don't know if you're
in
still
the
here. Thanks for the follow, man. I think I
at the
missed it.
Pentagon at 12G, where the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, is expected to
Which
brief
is
the American
responding to
public
imminent threat
on the
or under
operation
existence,
that's
but
taken
must
place.
notify. Yeah,
All right,
that's how I
Alexander Vindman,
feel.
White House
It is
correspondent
Ziggy.
Kimberly Halkett joining us from Washington, D.C.
So I don't know
Kimberly,
what
thanks for bringing us up
AOC
to
is
speed.
screaming about.
Let's take a closer look now at the 3 Iranian nuclear sites that have been attacked by the U.S. The Fordo enrichment plant is estimated to be 80 meters underground. That's well out of reach of Israeli missiles and requires more advanced U.S. weaponry. Natanz is Iran's biggest nuclear site and can enrich uranium to 60%. It's also heavily fortified with underground infrastructure. Isfahan is another critical nuclear site, which is a uranium conversion plant. Let's go straight now to Tauhid Asadi,
Literally,
who's joining us
people
from the
ignore history
Iranian
class. I'm not
capital,
even
Tehran.
American, and
Tauhid,
I
what's the
feel like that's
latest
how
on
it's.
reaction from Iranian officials.
I mean, that just seems to be like reasonable. Like, we've seen other presidents do it. Why is it suddenly different for
Well,
him?
actually, the latest development and the latest reaction, indeed, comes from the Atomic Energy Organization of the country a couple of minutes ago, coming out with a statement in this regard. Less than an hour ago, they said that
I don't
they
think
can
you would
confirm
know
that there
by
was
now through other news organizations if Tehran
important
had been
nuclear facilities of the country, including
kind of hard to
Natanz,
keep that stuff quiet. Other news organizations would have reported it for sure. Let's see what.
I'm hearing that is because Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei is in hiding in a bunker and was basically unreachable.
He's hiding in a bunker like a dog.
So now the U.S. hopes that the Iranians will come to the table and not choose the path of escalation, which could lead this to an all-out regional war, if not a wider conflict, which a lot of
The
people
Space
are now
Force.
worried about.
No, they like legit. Like they can, if a nuke is deployed, other countries would know immediately. That's how actually Chernobyl was actually detected, because Russia was refusing to acknowledge the fact that Chernobyl happened, and other countries started detecting the radiation and stuff. I think it was Sweden that detected it first, and then started questioning what the hell was going on, and finally Russia had to open up and admit it. Right?
It was the taking out of General Soleimani under his first administration. So this will now be a key challenge to Donald Trump, and also politically a hard challenge to sell to his base, because
You're sticking with the Space Force story, okay?
Right-wing part of his establishment, of his base, the MAGA movement, were extremely reluctant to get into any more what they call forever wars with the Middle East. And of course, they quite often lambast the Republicans and Democrats alike for the wars that we've seen in Iraq and Afghanistan over the last 20 years,
sounds like
which
science
effectively
fiction.
have been the focus of U.S. foreign policy. So this is going to be a hard sell. We've even seen some
Talking out of my
Republicans
ass.
splinter away from Donald Trump, at least in terms of their criticism of this potential path. But there are also Republicans on that side who believe that those Republicans will ultimately still come home at the end of the day. But it is going to be a harder sell.
Donald Trump on Truth Social. Any retaliation by Iran against the United States of America will be met with force far greater than what was witnessed tonight. Thank you. I love how he says thank you.
Respond, whether they choose to respond in a more kind of
What a polite guy.
significant way with ballistic missiles and the like, and attacks on American bases in the Middle East, or whether they choose to go down the route of choosing a more symbolic strike with drones or something like that, or whether it's going to be on proxies. Of course, we heard from Donald Trump that he wants peace and he wants
Yeah,
Iran
friendly reminder, I'm going to bed now.
come back to this negotiating table to talk and to not choose the path of violence. And he's threatened Iran with more strikes and harder strikes if they don't come to the table. So a significant moment, which I think cannot be underestimated and understated, happening this evening.
Indeed. Thanks, Fraser, for the moment. Let's cross now to France 24 senior reporter Catherine Norris-Trent, who's in Tel Aviv. Catherine, good to have you along again. Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister, has been reacting this morning after the US strikes. We also know that Donald Trump called Netanyahu. What's been said?
Yeah, so we've had a video statement from the Israeli Prime Minister in which he thanked Donald Trump. He congratulated him on what he called a bold decision. He said the awesome and righteous might of the United States will change history.
I got to pay close attention
to that,
to any reports of missile launches, because this is usually about the time when it
history
starts.
which
Between
can
now
help
and
lead the Middle East to a future
about another 4
prosperity
hours.
and peace. Netanyahu also stressed the partnership between Israel and the United States, and that's something we heard, of course, just there in that address from President Trump. So they clearly have been speaking a great deal, coordinating on these attacks, but Netanyahu.
Apparently, Khamenei, leader of Iran's representatives, are urging the attack on U.S. forces and the closure of the Hormuz Strait. And I mentioned about 20 minutes ago or half an hour ago that the oil tankers that are caught or that are trapped in here, so this area here, which is the Persian Gulf, apparently there's about 50 tankers now that are immediately trying to get out of here. Good luck.
That Trump has come forward, the Israeli government at least, has taken this action. We understand that there were some tense phone calls that took place on Thursday.
I would expect that if there's a attack today by Iran, that it's going to be like an all-out attack.
To the Americans, that there was a
go fill up your
limited
cars.
time window to act, and that the 2-week deadline Donald Trump had said he was setting to see if diplomacy could work was too long, and that they needed to strike before that. So tonight we can imagine great satisfaction in the Prime Minister's office and among government officials.
Now, we heard, of course, Trump saying that they've worked together, U.S. and Israel, like no two have ever worked together before. So, as you said, they clearly have been coordinating here. But to what extent, to what end? Because, again, this idea we mentioned before, regime change, which the U.S. appears to be ruling out. It doesn't want to change the leadership in Iran, it says. But Benjamin Netanyahu has clearly suggested that he does. So, to what point do they continue coordinating together?
On a practical, logistical level, of course, they're going to continue coordinating very closely. I mean, they're in daily contact, and officials talking to each other all the time about the situation in the region.
The rogue generals in Iran, are you talking about? Montius?
Is going to be looking at its assets in the region and its U.S. citizens in Israel as well, because Iran has said that it considers any
Belfast thinks all prices will go up.
Any assets a target. So just on a purely logistical level going forward, they will be coordinating on that. On the issue of where this goes from here, though, where this intervention could lead, well, that is another question. Because
the Ayatollah Khomeini has stated the Americans should expect to suffer greater damage and blows than ever before.
High-up officials, government officials, basically, you're right, hinting at regime change. The defense minister actually came out and said in Israel that the supreme leader of Iran could no longer continue to exist, calling him a modern-day Hitler, I'm quoting there, and Netanyahu has repeatedly refused to rule out assassinating, basically taking out Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader of Iran. So it seems that there has been, of course, the mission creep. Beyond the nuclear program, we know the Israeli government would love to see the regime in Iran fall. We don't know, of course, whether the US will play any further role in this. Donald Trump saying that they could, that they're keeping on the table further action, although for now we understand that more US strikes aren't programmed at this stage.
Catherine, we've heard a lot about just how much damage Israel has been doing to Iran, destroying weaponry and manufacturing sites over the past 10 days. But what's the feeling there? Is there confidence
Those who push for war are never the ones who touch the rifles.
Coming now in terms
it's a bunch of young men dying for old men's egos.
On the surface, Israeli officials will tell you that, yes, they have their air defenses. They have very strong air defenses here, which have been intercepting the vast majority of incoming ballistic missile fire and all but one of the more than 1,000 drones that the Israeli military says have been fired at Israel. But of course, they will be bracing for a response from Iran. There's a lot of underground shelters. There's been a lot of organization to try and get services like hospitals and things underground. In terms of the public reaction, people we've been speaking to are anxious about what's been going on. And I'm talking about people I was speaking to during the day on Saturday ahead of these strikes.
This should go with, should be obvious, but U.S. forces in the Middle East have been placed on maximum readiness with commanders fully prepared to respond to any Iranian retaliation. The U.S. Air Force B-2 stealth bombers conducted multiple deep penetration strikes. I'm hearing two different reports. I'm hearing that there were 6 bombers that were used on Fordo, and I'm also hearing that there was only a total of 6 bombs dropped on Fordo. But I believe each B-2 bomber can drop more than one, right? I don't know if it was 6 B-2 bombers or just a total of 6 bombs.
All right, Catherine, for the moment, thanks very much.
I think Fox News said it was 6 bombs.
In Tel Aviv, and that's where we're going to leave our coverage for this bulletin.
Okay, they're finished that report. So also, U.S. Navy submarines launched cruise missiles targeting key infrastructure at Isfahan and Natanz. President Trump warned that if Iran does not seize facilities or if it targets U.S. personnel or bases, the next wave of attacks will be significantly more severe and greater. Evacuations of U.S. diplomatic personnel are underway in Iraq. Iran recently rejected a renewed U.S. proposal for zero nuclear enrichment. The U.S. and Israel coordinated the recent strikes on Iranian nuclear facilities. Preliminary battle damage assessment from both the U.S. and Israel indicate the strikes achieved tremendous operational success. We'll see.
Iran, during which he urged stakeholders to return to the negotiating table and condemned attacks on civilians.
Netanyahu has just stated that his promise to destroy Iran's nuclear facilities have been fulfilled.
An orange heat wave alert until the end of this weekend. Temperatures across that region could hit as high as 39 degrees Celsius. Now, this is the 50th heat wave recorded by France's National Weather Service since the year 1947, and also one of the earliest. Morgan Eyre has more.
I don't care about your heat wave. Apparently, ABC is citing an Israeli source saying that the United States and Israel trained for this attack in a military exercise about a year ago. ABC is citing an Israeli source. So.
For me. We've taken water. We've been drinking lots. We're here on a school trip, so we took a lot of water in our bags.
Let's watch.
Harlan, from your vantage point, do you believe that the U.S. military is actually prepared to defend itself if there are these strikes, retaliatory strikes from Iran or pro-Iran groups on U.S. assets in the region? And we know that there's been a debate in the Trump administration, some members of the interventionist wing of his administration and some of the isolationist members of his administration. But is the military prepared to take on what may potentially be coming their way?
The answer is, of course, we're prepared. But I repeat, surprise almost always works, and the enemy has to be seen as intelligent. And so they will pick a time and place of their choosing.
I'm just looking over a bunch of emergency
or surprised. I mean, look what Israel has done. Look what Ukraine has done against the Russians.
Stuff like missiles or incoming attacks.
Against us. And so if Iran had some very, very bright, innovative people There are ways that you could.
I would
attack
be
the
shocked
United
if
States
something doesn't
military
happen
forces
tonight,
there
though, or
and exact some kind of
now that
penalty,
it's
no matter
morning.
how prepared we are, because then you're really in a shooting war. It becomes a matter of attrition. And if the Iranians are able to flood, that is to say, overwhelm our firepower with a number of drones or other weapon systems, they could exact some danger. But make no mistake, the military is prepared, but just being prepared does not mean you're going to be 100% successful, because unfortunately, war is filled with fog and chance, and sometimes the untoward happens. And this could be the case right now in terms of what Iran does. We will hope that's not
Lots
the
of
case. The
missiles and stuff
military is
going off
prepared.
and drones going
Whether
off
or
in
not
Ukraine,
the
though.
military is prepared for an all-out strike against Iran some way, shape, or form is a different issue, because quite frankly, we are probably running out a lot of our top-end ordnance. We fired an awful lot of anti-ballistic missiles in defense of Israel, certainly in the Persian Gulf, and unfortunately, our warships cannot replenish at sea. So there are some weaknesses that we have. I'm sure the Iranians are aware of that. And if they are innovative and bright and clever, they could surprise us, and that would be a very, very difficult thing to accept. But unfortunately, having rolled the dice, it's something we've got to prepare for and try to minimize, but the unexpected could happen, and that's what worries me most.
Glenn, you know, over the course of the past few days, we've seen some extraordinary scenes play out in the U.S. because you had a sitting U.S. President, Donald Trump, rebuking the head of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, for testimony that she had given a few months ago in which essentially she said that Iran was not seeking to build a nuclear bomb, that was the intelligence assessment. I mean, based on that alone, would you say, from your perspective, that the U.S. military is prepared if they get more deeply involved in a conflict in the Middle East now?
Well, they are prepared, but let me return to that in a moment. This point on Trump's rebuke of Tulsi Gabbard and the U.S. intelligence community is, I have been arguing, an important one, which I think most analysts and observers, commentators have actually missed. No one has disputed, the Israelis even, that Iran has had an aggressive program to develop the capability of manufacturing a nuclear weapon. And that
Tulsi
the Iranians
Gabbard
have
is
lied,
not in the room.
have refined more, processed more uranium than they've said. They are closer to having it.
Head of
They've
the
been much
U.S.
more
intelligence.
aggressive
I mean,
than
after
they
he
have,
insulted her yesterday.
acknowledged. That doesn't disprove. Actually, that's not what the U.S. intelligence community said. The U.S. said they have not manufactured a weapon, and the Khamenei, the supreme leader,
You made her
has
stand in the
not
corner?
decided to order that it be done. Now, that is also true. Trump's rebuke was crude, typically of him, but what it really did was align himself with the Israeli assessment, which was, it doesn't matter if they have one or not, they're very close, and this is an existential risk that we have to act upon.
Carney hasn't spoken yet? No,
that's
he
an
hasn't.
important distinction.
Harlan, I'm
Although,
sorry to
that doesn't
interrupt
really
you.
play
Hold
upon
on.
the
Something's
American
going on.
preparation.
Glenn, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we're going to come back to you in the next hour, but we're running out of time right now. I'm sorry to interrupt. Let's go back now live to Hamda Salhout, who's joining us from Jordan's capital, Amman. Hamda, so more details emerging about the call that U.S. President Donald Trump had with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. What have
We
you
already heard that. Carney was, he made an announcement a couple days ago saying that he was condemning the attempts of Iran to build a nuclear weapon, I think, or something like that, and that Canada was standing by Israel or something.
Strikes happened in Iran against the nuclear facilities that President Trump called the Israeli prime minister, and he described that conversation as, quote, warm and remarkable, saying that they discussed this specifically and that they also discussed things moving forward, meaning that there is still a possibility of future American strikes on Iran. We know that this path toward diplomacy has largely been stalled. The Iranians have said that they are not willing to negotiate under Israeli fire, but the Israeli prime minister also said that, quote, on June 13th, he promised that Iran's nuclear capabilities would be destroyed, and he has has kept that
Do you
promise.
like that tweet?
Speaking to his own citizens, he said that he did this because Iran is an existential threat to Israel's existence. And previously, the army chief of staff had said that this is going to be a prolonged conflict because Israeli intelligence had told them that there was something Iran was doing that was reaching this point of no return.
All right, that's Hamda Zalhout joining us live from Amman. Thanks so much, Hamda. Let's bring you up to speed. Here's what we know so far. The U.S. has attacked 3 nuclear facilities in Iran. President Donald Trump announced that a full payload of bombs was dropped on Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan. In his address to the nation a short while ago, Trump warned Iran not to retaliate, urging it to make peace, otherwise the U.S. will go after other targets. Trump says the objective of the strikes was to destroy Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and to stop any nuclear threat. He says all 3 facilities have been obliterated. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has also spoken. He thanked the U.S. for the strikes. Shahram Akbarzadeh is the director of the Middle East Studies Forum at Deakin University in Australia and a senior fellow at the Middle East Council on Global Affairs in Doha. He says the strikes on Iran will not lead the regime change in Tehran that the U.S. and Israel are hoping for.
I guess the most obvious precedent is what the United States did in relation to Iraq. The United States organized a coalition of the willing to topple Saddam Hussein under the false pretense that he was developing weapons of mass destruction. It happened that there were no WMDs in Iraq, that it was all a lie, and the United States plunged Iraq into decades of crisis and anarchy. So I think that's the precedent, and I think that tells us why Netanyahu has been pushing Trump to get engaged, because they knew they couldn't destroy Iran's nuclear facilities. They could only damage it. And also they knew that with US involvement, they would set in motion a process of regime change. So Netanyahu's ultimate goal has always been deposing the clerical regime in Iran. And he knew that the only way to achieve it is through US involvement. So I think what's going on right now is that Trump is really going along with
I
Bibi's,
may have a video of
Netanyahu's,
the bombs being dropped on
playbook
Fordo,
in
maybe?
enforcing and enacting a regime change in Iran, just like they did in Iraq.
Old video.
What
Never mind.
this attack
So-
has done
Glad I
is
didn't see,
it
show
has
it.
basically significantly eliminated and removed the threat of a popular uprising in the country. The idea, the logic behind the Netanyahu attack and the US attack is that this kind of military intervention would bring about a popular uprising to depose the government, basing on the assessment that the government in Iran is unpopular and that it is ready to be toppled over.
Hamas
The
has
fact of the matter
condemned
is,
the
when
U.S.
you
attack.
have foreign intervention and foreign military attack, that is only going to galvanize the population behind the government, even though the government in Iran is very, very unpopular. So the Iranian response
I thought you guys might be
US
shocked by
military
that. I thought you guys might be shocked by
will
that.
be costly in terms of the military price that Iran has to pay, because we know that Iranian military, conventional military, is really no match for the U.S.
Yeah, apparently,
But
according to ABC
politically,
News, they trained for this specific attack a year ago. The U.S. and the Israeli military.
It's 3 GMT, 11 p.m. in Washington, D.C., 6:30 a.m. in Tehran. If you're just joining us on Al Jazeera, I'm Fuli Batibo with our continuing extended coverage of the U.S. military strikes on Iran. U.S. President Donald Trump says American forces have conducted what he calls very successful strikes on Iranian nuclear facilities. President Trump announced that a full payload of bombs was dropped on Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan. In his address to the nation a short while ago, the U.S. president warned Iran not to retaliate, urging it to make peace. Otherwise, the U.S. will go after other targets. Trump says the objective of the strikes was to destroy Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and to stop any nuclear threat. He says all 3 facilities have been, quote, obliterated. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has also spoken. He has thanked the U.S. for the strikes. Let's listen to what President Trump said in his address to the nation a short while ago.
The U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime: Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier. For 40 years, Iran has been saying death to America, death to Israel. They have been killing our people, blowing off their arms, blowing off their legs with roadside bombs. That was their specialty. We lost over 1,000 people, and hundreds of thousands throughout the Middle East and around the world have died as a direct result of their hate. In particular, so many were killed by their general, Qasem Soleimani. I decided a long time ago that I would not let this happen. It will not continue. I want to thank and congratulate Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu. We worked as a team like perhaps no team has ever worked before. And we've gone a long way to erasing this horrible threat to Israel. I want to thank the Israeli military for the wonderful job they've done. And most importantly, I want to congratulate the great American patriots who flew those magnificent machines tonight, and all of the United States military on an operation the likes of which the world has not seen in many, many decades. Hopefully, we will no longer need their services in this capacity. I hope that's so. I also want to congratulate the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Raisin-Kane, spectacular general, and all of the brilliant military minds involved in this attack. With all of that being said, this cannot continue. There will be either peace or there will be tragedy for Iran far greater than we have witnessed over the last 8 days. Remember, there are many targets left. Tonight's was the most difficult of them all, by far, and perhaps the most lethal. But if peace does not come quickly, we will go after those other targets with precision, speed, and skill. Most of them can be taken out in a matter of minutes. There's no military in the world that could have done what we did tonight, not even close. There has never been a military that could do what took place just a little while ago. Tomorrow, General Kane, Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth will have a press conference at 8 a.m. at the Pentagon. And I want to just thank everybody, and in particular, God. I want to just say we love you, God, and we love our great military. Protect them.
I love it when he goes off script,
the Middle East. God bless Israel, and God bless America. Thank you very much.
Let's now bring it out.
Can you imagine being the guy that's writing the speeches for him, and he's probably just sitting in a room watching the speech, going, no, stay on track, don't go over there, no, don't go on that tangent, just read from the script. It's so obvious when he goes off script too. It's pretty funny. What do I think of the attack? I mean, I don't have access to all the intelligence that they do. If they have actual evidence that they were trying to build nuclear weapons, then I don't have a problem with it.
The fact is that
if they don't have any evidence whatsoever, and this is just Netanyahu going off like he has been for the last 32 years about Iran being, just days away from having a nuclear weapon, You know, and it was just bullshit, then obviously I
There's a
don't like
statement
it.
that's
But
just come out from Senator Jean Shaheen. She is
They're
a
just
ranking Democrat
things
on the
we don't
Senate
know,
Foreign Relations Committee,
right?
and she says that the U.S. president also did not brief members of Congress prior to taking action, something that has been a bipartisan tradition. She says that Americans will no doubt be ensuring more risk as a result of President Trump's actions, striking those 3 nuclear sites. Now, Foley, I can also tell you that we're getting a better sense of what some of the operation looked like. The bunker buster bombs that were used, there were, we understand, 30,000. Those 30,000-pound bombs, 6 of them were dropped on Fordo.
And
the
like
30
live in
Tomahawk
mountains and
missiles
huts?
were used on the
No.
other 2 Iranian sites. Now, we also know that the U.S. president spoke to the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, prior as well as after the strikes by the United States on Iran took place. But we also know that the United States reached out to Iran. Typically does not have direct
there's people that actually think that China still lives in like huts and, you know, they're the third world country and stuff like that until you see Shanghai and you're like, what all this stuff.
in the battle plans, and they are not planning regime change.
I was going to ask you about that. In fact, I mean, this operation striking these 3 particular sites, is it a one-off? What are the Americans saying about what they might do next?
But they're saying it's just a one-off.
That is the intelligence that the U.S. president was requesting just a couple of days ago. On Thursday, to be specific, he was briefed and he was told that this is a possibility. We remember that the U.S. president has campaigned that he does not want to take the United States into
this decision whether or not to strike Iran, in part because he thought there was, quote, a substantial chance
ABC is
of
the one that's
negotiations
reporting
that, they would be able to
that
get Iran
this
back
this is
to the table. It is not clear
they
still,
trained
even
for this
after
a year
hearing from
ago,
the president
so
just now,
I want to see if
what
they actually say it
changed
on the
his
air.
mind, what led him to believe there was no time left to waste, that the U.S. had to go ahead and get deeply involved in this conflict in a way that the president has also
T-Mac, you are
really
definitely
promised
below
the American
average.
people he
I'll be
would
right back.
not.
Just gonna
He-
go to the
he
washroom, guys.
campaigned on a promise to be a peacemaker and a unifier to keep America out of these kinds of conflicts. And what's clear tonight is that the president is very much leaving open the door that there will be more of this. While he is hailing the strikes tonight as a huge success, he is also not ruling out additional military action, saying that there are many targets left, that they will act with precision, speed, and skill if needed. How all of this will ultimately end Iran's nuclear program is a huge question. And of course, David, Iran has promised a severe response if the U.S. were to be directly involved, as we now are.
And one quick follow-up to what you're reporting here, Mary. Obviously, you're watching ABC News live coverage at this hour. The president just addressing the nation, talking about the U.S. striking 3 Iranian nuclear sites. The president calling it a tremendous success. Speaking briefly with our John Carl earlier this evening before addressing the nation about this. And Mary, you've covered President Trump for some time. You've covered him as a candidate, his promises not to engage in the Middle East and in any more foreign wars. At the same time, he has long promised that Iran would not get a nuclear weapon.
Yeah, and David, you know, just again 2 days ago, the White House, while saying that they were giving themselves this 2-week timeline, again stressed that Iran was very close to getting a nuclear weapon, saying that Iran had everything it needed to achieve a nuclear weapon, and that once the supreme leader gave the go-ahead, that it could be just a few weeks before Iran had that full capability. Clearly, something changed in the president's calculus to make him go ahead and make this decision tonight. It is a remarkable turn for a president who has avoided getting dragged into these kind of conflicts, and it is one that his presidency, it will now define. That is for sure.
Our chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce, with us live here tonight. Mary, thank you. I want to bring in John Carl, our chief Washington correspondent. John, I was struck that you were able to connect with the president even before he addressed the nation tonight. Again, he was confident with what he had witnessed, what he'd been briefed on following this operation, and made it clear to the American people that all of the U.S. military involved in this operation is back out of that airspace and on their way home.
I think the most significant thing is I called him, I mean, really, David, just in the aftermath of learning about these attacks within an hour of his speech that we just saw, and he picked up the phone. That was a measure of how eager he was to tout what he said in those words he said to me, a tremendous success tonight. He didn't want to talk about the details of the operation, about the very difficult questions, David, of what are the next steps? What happens with Iran? What happens with Iran's efforts to retaliate. We heard some of that in the speech just now when he said the attacks will be far greater and much easier if Iran does anything to the United States. But David, we are in a new phase here right now. I think it is without question the most consequential decision that we have ever seen Donald Trump make. And it's entirely unclear what direction it will go. Will it be consistent with his promise to end the forever wars? That's the argument that's being made tonight by the president's advisors. They're saying that what this has done is finally an American president has taken care of an Iranian threat that has bedeviled the United States for nearly a half a century. Finally, an American president has ended a threat that has killed a lot of Americans.
Here's the memo that was released by the White House. We'll let Steve memos, I guess.
The question is, did it end the threat, or did it create another new and more dangerous chapter in the U.S.-Iran conflict?
Yeah, no question it is a new chapter, John Karl. Bottom line here, the willingness to get on the phone with you signaled that the president was very pleased with the outcome of this operation tonight.
Very pleased with the outcome and eager to tell people that he is very pleased with the outcome tonight.
All right, John Karl, stick with us here for our live coverage. I want to bring in Martha Raddatz, our Chief Global Affairs Correspondent. And Martha, you had been on the air with us on World News Tonight all week long with your reporting. A couple of questions for you. We know B-2 bombers were used. Do we have any clarity yet
Andy
on whether
James
or not
Games,
those,
yes, they used B-2 bombers to destroy the nuclear facilities in Iran.
Bombs, which had been tested before, but never actually used in war.
Still
or not
no
they were used in
like
this operation.
pictures or evidence shown of the state of those facilities, but it's
but I can
expected that they were probably
that they
completely
used those
wiped
bombs
out.
because that's what it would take. And if the president is correct and they destroyed that facility, Fordo, with half a dozen bombs, half a dozen of those massive ordnance penetrators, then that is likely what they used. The Moab that has been used in Afghanistan and caves and such wouldn't have done the job, according to officials that I have spoken to. As you know, David, and we've talked about all week, those ordnance are basically down here.
What the hell's going on?
Conking out. There was
Holy Space Force, Batman.
Weather work. I'd say tonight is also about how.
All right, Martha, we're going to come back to you.
Yeah,
obviously, we're in live coverage mode, and the audio a little
Wow.
tricky there. I want to bring in retired Colonel Steve Ganyard, also
They need
tracking
a
the
Twitch
military
streamer to
aspect
come
of
in and
this.
fix their audio for them, I
Steve,
think.
you heard Martha there report that likely they did use these 30,000-pound bombs, though the president in front of the country tonight did not say otherwise whether or not they did, in fact, use them.
Fox News confirmed, right?
David,
Isn't
there's
Fox
some
News a
unconfirmed
reliable
reports that
news
up to
source
6
here?
of these so-called bunker buster bombs were used on the site at Fordo. Remember, that's the one that's so deeply buried, 200 to 300 feet underneath the mountain in central Iran. So we'll see what the president admits to or what the Pentagon's able to brief us on. Also, potentially, there was a use of Tomahawk cruise missiles to hit some of the sites in Natanz and Isfahan. So this is all very straightforward, all focused on the nuclear enterprise. Really important to note that the buildup within the region is unprecedented. There haven't been 3 carriers once the Ford comes in next week. There have not been 3 carriers in the region since 2003. So over 20 years, we haven't had this amount
happened in
of
2003
U.S.
again?
military firepower in the region. So clearly what the president said tonight is this is not a one-off. If these
There was a war
Iranians
back
don't come
then,
to the
right,
table,
with Iraq?
we are prepared to continue this and continue to hit targets.
And in fact, the president, Steve, saying if peace doesn't come quickly, we will go after other targets with speed and with skill. You bring up Fordo, and that was the nuclear location where we believe those bunker buster bombs would.
Former U.S. diplomat Alan Airy says that the future of Iran's nuclear program, this won't end. This won't end Iran's nuclear program.
Would be part of this operation tonight. They now are.
Yeah, David, these bunker buster bombs were originally developed for the North Korean threat. You remember we've talked about what goes on with the Kim regime and how they've buried their nuclear facilities well. So there are only 2 places in the world where this weapon is appropriate, North Korea and Iran. because it's so
Wait,
deeply
they never
buried,
used it
you
on
need a
North
very
Korea, right?
heavy weapon. So it's a 30,000-pound weapon. Only 5,000 pounds of that is explosive. It's a hardened case that's designed to penetrate. It has a fuse that can actually count floors as it goes through down to these buried targets. So the only country in the world, or the only country in the world, at least in the free world, that has bombers is the United States. The Israelis only have fighters, and they don't have anything that can carry a weapon of this size and weight. So it really was up to the U.S. with this very specific weapon that's only carried on the B-2 bomber to take down these hardened, deep targets within Fordo.
And obviously, the reason why we think they were used tonight was because we have had it confirmed that the B-2 bombers obviously made that trip over the skies of Iran. And Steve Martha had reported earlier in the week that these bunker busters have been tested but never used in war. So this would be a first tonight.
It would. They've been extensively tested, but no weapon's ever perfect. So we'll see if all of the weapons that are dropped actually went off. David, it's really well-played deception plan by the White House and by the Pentagon. They've been putting out that, oh, we see B-2 bombers taking off from Missouri, and they're heading towards Guam. Meanwhile, it seems that the B-2 bombers may have come the other way while nobody was looking and conducted these strikes. So after the Iranians were done with the last discussion with the Europeans, and they said, we're not really interested in further discussions. The president
saying
obviously
even in
made a
war?
decision that they aren't going to be serious, and until we go in and take out these sites, that the threat
a matter
will remain,
of
and the
opinion as
Israelis
to
need
whether or
our
not
help.
the U.S. is
Steve,
now
let's talk about
officially
the Iranian
involved in a
airspace
war.
that the U.S. military entered tonight, because the president in recent days said, we control the Iranian airspace now. He said in so many words. The word we was what got so much attention. But in these recent days of the Israeli strikes on Iran, taking out military assets, but also their air defenses, that essentially Israel did control the airspace over Iran. This was a much different situation tonight, that the U.S. Was able to fly into the skies over Iran. And the U.S., the Pentagon, the White House surely knew that this was perhaps a window of opportunity, unlike what has been seen in years prior.
Yeah, David, if people may say, well, why do we need a stealth bomber if there's no
It was
air
pretty
defenses?
clear at war
So
if
the
he's
B-2 is
leaving
very
bombers
capable
there
of
and
flying
saying we'll
into,
bomb more
say,
if
a
they
China
don't
scenario
surrender.
where they would be looking for you on radar. Wasn't really required because the Israeli Air
Some
Force
people are
owns the
suggesting
skies
that
over Iran.
attacking once is not war. I'm not saying I agree with it.
October of last year, David, when the Israelis struck Iran, we knew that they took out almost all of their air defenses.
Been confirmed that the video at Fordo that I mentioned that I was looking at, I didn't show it to you guys, that it is actually fake. Or it's not fake, it's just recorded from Syria years ago.
Is extraordinary is the human intelligence that the Mossad has been able to develop, finding all those scientists, finding all those senior leaders, taking them out within the first few minutes of this war.
Steve Ganyard with us here tonight for our coverage. Steve, stick with us here. We'll come back to you, I'm sure. I want to bring in Matt Gutman also following our coverage tonight. And Matt, as you know, Benjamin Netanyahu in contact with President Trump, Israel tonight, saying that they were given a heads up. We also know that the Prime Minister has addressed the Israeli people just a short time ago. They had been hoping, Netanyahu had been hoping that President Trump would give the go-ahead for the U.S. To have direct involvement in Iran, and that's what's played out here tonight.
That's exactly what played out here, and this is something
We
that
didn't declare it by
Prime Minister
Congress.
Netanyahu has been hoping for, not just.
See, that's kind of the gray area, I guess.
Years he has been
Congress,
hoping, praying.
The people that are opposed to this are suggesting that he should have talked to Congress, and because he didn't, some are suggesting that it's impeachable. I don't think it's going to get that far because there's other presidents that have used military strikes before without asking Congress. So
They carry 2,000-pound bombs, but nothing greater than that. So they needed whatever bunker buster capability the United States has. They also needed refueling planes, right? They have
okay, so CNN is reporting that 12 bunker buster bombs were dropped on Fordo.
Air Force from
12.
the theater around Israel directly over Iran, which is 2,000 kilometers away, about 1,500 miles or so, a little bit less. A source telling me also that the U.S. and Israel had war gamed this. They had practiced this in the past year. That happened initially during the Biden administration. So this is not something that just came out of the blue, a plan that was recently devised. They have actively been working on.
According to Channel 12 in Israel, Israel has said that they are going to continue the attacks on Iran.
Sites is, quote,
so this is not over.
Now they anticipate that there will be some
It's
sort
not
of
over. More
Iranian
strikes to
reaction.
come.
There has to be some sort of retaliation, but it is the estimation among many in the Israeli defense and military establishment right now that is going to be measured and calculated because the Iranian regime, David, wants to stay in power. Right now, they are fighting for their survival. One miscalculation with President Trump, with, as Steve noted, 3 aircraft carrier groups in the region could be devastating for them. So the understanding is that they're going to do what they need to do, have some sort of response.
His
and try
first
to
year in
live
Iran
to
and no
fight another
war
day,
was
David.
declared there.
Matt,
Yeah,
with us
that's
here.
why I'm
Matt,
saying
thank
that there's the precedence has already been set in the past by not only Republican presidents but Democratic as well. Obama did it. Like, this is not the first time military action has been used by the president.
Directly in the skies over Iran. What have you seen? What have you heard? And
I don't remember how it all went down in Cuba because I wasn't alive then, regardless of what CMAC thinks. But I don't remember if Kennedy had to declare anything with Congress or any. Did he have to declare like a Wars Act or something like that to go after to invade? Remember when they used the Cubans that had left Cuba to launch an attack in Cuba? I can't remember the name of the bay that they attacked, but
to stop
the Bay of-
targeting U.S.
Because I wasn't Bay of
ships
Pigs,
in the
was it?
region. It is a key waterway. 20% of all oil supplies
That
in
Bay
the
of
world
Pigs?
go through
Yes.
that
Bay
region,
of
through the
Pigs.
Straits of Hormuz, and that is an obvious weapon at the disposal of Iran to potentially respond.
The stone tablets, my
But
birth
there are a
certificate?
number of
Yeah,
targets
I
across
mean,
the region. You have thousands
maybe
of
my
US
memory's
soldiers
just going.
stationed in Iraq. You have pro-Iranian militias there, the Popular Mobilization Units. You have US soldiers also stationed inside Syria. You have other US bases like Bahrain in the Gulf. So there are potential military targets, there are potential civilian targets. We had been reporting with you that the US military had been evacuating US diplomats and their families, certainly from here in Israel. We know that even before any of this began, there was a downgrading of presence across US
Speaking of Ten
diplomatic
Commandments.
missions around the region, that many people had left, and they are on high alert. The US
there's a new Texas law that will require 10 commandments to be posted in every public classroom. Since you brought it up, CMAC.
with a warning from the president, not that this was just an isolated act, but that if Tehran does not capitulate, does not come to the table, then there could be further military action. Then those assets, the Iran and its proxies, could potentially
Hold on, I
attack
screwed up
the
my
US.
monitor
Now,
here.
undoubtedly, the regime is weakened. We were speaking to a senior IDF official who told us that they feel that they have neutralized 50% of all Iran's capacity to fire missiles. But the Israeli Home Front Command, just in the last few minutes, issuing a warning to all Israelis to stay close
It
to
definitely
their
did hit the
shelters.
fan,
Do
clearly
not
regarded.
Go to work. Do not go to
Literally
school.
30 seconds
Prepare
after
for
I
the
started
worst.
the stream,
And
I
they had
started
slowly
getting
begun
notifications
to allow
that
the economy to come back,
the
communities
bombing
to come back across
had
Israel.
happened.
And again, as you mentioned moments ago, Israel informing the people of that country that they're essentially in this sort of emergency moment, waiting to see what the reaction could be from Iran. But Ian, you bring up an excellent point there. In addition to the thousands of American troops, obviously throughout.
Yeah, now it's being confirmed by multiple sources. Originally, it was reported that 6 of these bombs were dropped. It's now being reported that 12 were dropped. A total of 180 tons of bombs dropped on Fordo.
Including Hezbollah, significantly weakened. You talk about 50%. We've seen what Israel has done in recent days. We saw what Israel did in response to the October 7th attacks to Hezbollah, of course, north of the border in Israel, significantly weakened.
Hey,
Iran's
Nekrikar, what's up,
positioning.
man?
The question is, what do they have left, and what would they risk knowing those 3 carriers, those U.S. carriers, are in the region? And President Trump's warning tonight that if peace doesn't come quickly, we will act, and we will act quickly.
Yeah, I think the calculation is different under President Trump than it was under President Biden. But even under President Biden,
We are staying under high alert,
they
though,
deployed
because
more military resources to the region.
Iran may
to
want to
support
like
Israel,
step up
first
and
of all,
say,
in its war with
let's,
Hamas,
no,
and then
we're going to
with
show you who's
Hezbollah.
boss.
It's been actively involved. The U.S. THAAD air defense system has been actively deployed out at sea here, and also air defenses on land to try and intercept these ballistic missiles. Now, 10 to 15% Iranians have managed to get through. But I can tell you, it's now been many, many hours since anything.
Apparently, the Navy submarines fired a total of 30 TLAM cruise missiles at 2 other sites, Natanz and Isfahan. And a B-2 dropped 2 bunker busters at Natanz as well.
You've got Hamas, you've got a change of regime in Syria, you've got Hezbollah and the Houthi rebels in Yemen, and we haven't even talked about the Iranian-backed militias in Iraq. They will be a major concern for the U.S. administration and for the Israelis because they do have the capacity, as we've seen before, to respond to U.S. bases in the region. When General Soleimani was assassinated by the U.S. military, we were in Iraq at the time, and we saw that rockets were fired directly from Iran towards those U.S. bases. So all of that is vulnerable, and the whole idea that the regime in Iran is
You can
just
hear all
going
the
to pack
bombs
up
go
its
off?
bags and say,
Where?
fine, that's the end of things, I suspect is
On what
unlikely
stream?
at this point. They will have to be seen to respond, but the threat from President Trump is serious. It will be heard loud and clear across the region.
And the other question here tonight, the leadership of Iran and the
Upper
future of
left
the supreme
corner,
leader.
there's
Yeah, I mean, undoubtedly they are weaker.
One here to
It's
where?
an authoritarian regime, and as we've seen elsewhere, it lives or dies on its ability to project.
Here, let's see if we can actually. I'll turn it on one second. 27 what? All right, let's see. Are you sure? Where it says local time in Israel. Are you up here? That's Tehran. So here. Tel Aviv. What time? 2:27. That says 3:56. So 2:27:40. Was that it there? Oh, bottom, wait, what? Bottom left hand. No time here. Oh, here. Sorry. Alright, so 2:27:40. So apparently at 2:27:40, you're saying you can hear the bombs going off. We might need to clip this. Here we go. 2:27:40. So in another 10 seconds. All right, we've got it turned up. 3, 2, 1. You're lying, dude. Was that it? Oh my god, you can hear the bombs going off. That is crazy. That is absolutely crazy. Those are the bombs going off. Those are the bombs at Fordo. It can be heard on the live feed camera. You know, they said 12 bombs in total. That is crazy. You can hear the bombs going off. That is insane. Good. For those of you that are watching this, these are the bombs going off at Fordo, apparently. This caught on live cams from Iran. Absolutely crazy. Damn, man. Damn, I just clipped that. Hold on. I feel like I need to, like, 1 second. You know what? I'm going to quickly edit that. And I did. I clipped it. I'm going to just quickly edit that and post it on YouTube Shorts. Seems like the other 30 plus of the others. Well, oh, you know what? There is a camera at Isfahan. And Isfahan was not Fordo. So is one of these other cameras Fordo? Hold on. Was Tehran. So is it the B-2 bombers' bombs, or is it the missiles that were launched from the submarines? Which one is it? If it was B2, it would have been... No, I believe they're supposed to go in individually, not all at once, Lando. Like, they're supposed to go in, like, rapid succession, which is kind of what was happening. Here, hold on. Let me edit that again. Or let me look at that again. See if I can find it. Oh, you know what? You're right. It is the Tehran camera because you can see the sound wave go up. That is insane. Good. For those of you that are watching this, that's crazy. That's actually crazy. I got to oh man, I gotta like remember how to go back and edit it. How do I look at the actual? I do this every night. You'd think that I'd remembered how to do this by now. When I go to edit it, it doesn't take me back to Should I leave it, like, even for, why can't I, like, remember how to do this? What's going on here? There. here we go. Okay, so we can watch the full video and I can go back to like... One. All right, we've got it turned up. 3, 2, 1. You're lying, dude. Definitely Tehran. Look at that. Was that it? Oh my god, you can hear the bombs going off. That is crazy. That is absolutely crazy. Those are the bombs
Chat
going
was red
off.
again.
Those are the bombs at Fordo. It can be heard on the live feed camera. You know, they said 12 bombs in total. That is crazy. You can hear the bombs going off. That is nuts. That is insane. Good. For those of you that are watching this, these are the bombs going off at Fordo, apparently. This caught on live cams from Iran. Absolutely crazy. Okay, we'll clip that. Damn, man. Damn, I just clipped that. Okay, now let's edit it. Those are the bombs going off. It went off for quite a while. Those are the bombs at Fordo. It can be heard on the live feed camera. Damn, it's... Oh my god, you can hear the bombs going off. That is crazy. I think I need to start it from where I'm waiting. Was that it? Oh my god, you can hear the bombs going off. That is crazy. That is absolutely crazy. Is it pronounced? How is it spelled? Those are the bombs going off. Those are the bombs at Fordo. It can be heard on the live feed camera. You know, they said 12 bombs in total. That is crazy. You can hear the bombs. Save it. Was that it? Oh my god, you can hear the bombs going off. That is crazy. Let's upload this to YouTube. Hold on, I need to do some quick editing, guys, here. 1 second. Jesus Christ. Was that it? Oh my god, you can hear the bombs going off. That is crazy. That is absolutely crazy. Those are the bombs going off. Those Those are the bombs at Fordo. It can be heard on the live feed camera. You know, they said 12 bombs in total. That is crazy. You can hear the bombs. Was that it? Oh my god! Okay, I've uploaded it. I just need to quickly put in some other metrics and stuff. Was that it? That's crazy. Here, I'll let you guys watch it over and over again. So, for those that weren't here, Nekriakar came and told us about. Is it not playing sound? Hold on. Why is this not showing sound? Anyways, that's my reaction when we first heard it. Almost done. Okay, now it should be saved. Fuck. Oh man. It uploaded this one here. I wanted the whole. Why did it upload that one? Was that it? Oh my god, you can hear the bombs going off. That is crazy. That is absolutely crazy. Those are the bombs going off. Those are the bombs at Fordo. It can be heard on the live feed camera. I'll redo it again. You know, they said 12 bombs in total. That is crazy. You can hear the bombs. Now let me just upload this one. Trump strikes again. That is crazy that you can hear all that, man. Did we lose the stream for a bit, or are we good? There, now you guys can't hear it. All right, let's put this video back up here then.
Meaning that he tried to get a deal.
I'll finish the rest myself.
But under the pressure of Prime Minister Netanyahu's friends in the U.S., I think he was forced to back down from the deal, and then to say that he solved the problem, he went back to using the military option. But what I do want to emphasize is that, look, you can destroy the facility, but once you have the capacity and industrial know-how of rebuilding those facilities, Iran can always reconstitute the program, which raises another question. Is the U.S. are the Americans going to attack Iran every 6 months, every year to prevent it from reconstituting its program?
Probably, dude. Of course.
That's the question that I don't know the answer to. Will President Trump be willing to commit the United States to a far larger conflict in the region? These are the questions that we don't know the answer to.
Abbas Aslani, your thoughts about what we've heard there from both Harlan and Sina Zodi, and also, I guess, you being in Tehran, perhaps get a sense of how the Iranian public is perceiving this current conflict with Israel, and now also the Americans entering it, in light of the economic strain that they've been experiencing in recent years and the risks of this becoming now a wider regional war. How is the Iranian public perceiving all of this?
Well, it seems that this is not about an end game, but setting the stage and, paving the way for a new course. This will impact different calculations here in Tehran. When it comes to the nuclear program, this might impact Iran's cooperation with the IAEA, or let's say we think it's policies when it comes to the nuclear program. So far, we have no confirmation on that. What we should be expecting such kind of, let's say, changes down the road. But about the feeling here in Tehran, specifically
the stream's back up,
the
isn't
public,
it? You guys are still there? Did
they
the stream
were
go down
waiting for such kind of possibility, and I was being asked questions in the past few days that whether the U.S. will engage in, this conflict or not. I think so. This is not coming as a shock to them, but
did it go down?
There is expectation also for Iranian response to such kind of U.S. Direct engagement in war with Iran, and now the question now has been shifted: what kind of reaction will Iran will have to this, aggression? Right. And this, in addition to the short-term, let's say, impacts, this could have longer-term ones, which is very significant. And we have to be watching how things will proceed, not just in the coming days or weeks.
I'm waiting for the
in coming years.
In the short term, how have Iranians been impacted by what's happened over the last week, the war with Israel and the constant Israeli attacks on not just military sites but also civilian sites in Iran? And what sort of preparations have people been making, if any, in anticipation of a bigger conflict?
Initially and maybe before this aggression, many thought outside Iran and many maybe inside the country thought that such kind of
the US
aggression would, provoke people to come to the streets to, protest against the government establishment. Maybe this was a calculus in Tel Aviv and Washington. But in practice, what happened here in Tehran and other cities across the country, it united people, against an external enemy or threat, and we are seeing that different walks of lives and different political factions, or those who have been even critical of the government and the system, they have been united, for a decisive response, in the past days against Israeli aggression. And this might change into, let's say, response against American one. So this has turned out to be, making the people rally around the flag, and this will, help the government, and this will decrease the chance of a regime change in the country, and this somehow will have maybe benefits in the long term for the government in terms of having the backing.
I looked
of the,
over and I saw that my views had
population for
were
its
cut
policies.
like by
Abbas
like
Aslani,
60%.
your thoughts
I
are
was like,
rallying around the flag in
like,
Iran.
damn, did my string go down?
Sina, your thoughts. Abbas talks there about a rallying around the flag in Iran. This is not what the U.S. would have wanted. We could be in a Iraq similar scenario as in Iraq and Afghanistan here.
Well,
Apparently
I think
Israel
that,
has
well, in
shut
terms
down
of rallying
due to
around the
fear of
flag,
Iranian
I think
response,
Abbas is
according
right.
to Iran.
Iran is a very proud nation.
According to Iran,
and in
Israel
the
has
face
shut
of foreign
down.
aggression, Iranians tend to come together. But I also think at the same time that President's remarks and the way he delivered the remarks were, in a sense, adding insult to the injury, the way he spoke after the attacks.
Yeah.
But in terms
He
of
almost made it
attacking-
sound like a mission accomplished, didn't he? When he said, we have successfully done this, it's done. It almost sounded like it was, in his
Was that
mind,
it?
perhaps just a one-off operation.
And now I'll close that.
Yes, and I agree with you, but in every game of chess, the other side always gets a turn. Now, we don't know how Iranians will respond. As I said, they have, three options that they might choose to pick. But at the same time, I do want to point out that Iran is not Iraq and Afghanistan. Iran is a much larger country, is a nation state which has historically preserved its national cohesion in face of foreign aggression. So we really have to wait and see how Iranians will respond to this. But I will not be surprised if President Trump brings Iranians inside the country together.
You want to know what
because
Turkey's
of what
going to
just
say?
happened and the violation of Iran's sovereignty.
What was
I
the
guess the
timestamp again,
parallels that
Nekrikar?
have been drawn in the past week with Iraq and perhaps Afghanistan to an extent is
227.
the way that it's happened, the justification of entering the conflict, the justification that Iran has nuclear weapons and therefore we have to go in and bomb Iran, which was the same as with Iraq, of course, and those infamous weapons in 2003.
Been a shit show, yeah.
Harlan, do you share what we heard
I don't
there
know when the
previously
stream
about
went
the
down,
fact
like how
that
far
this
into editing, but if you
situation
didn't
cannot
hear,
be compared with Iraq and Afghanistan because
I know a
Iran
lot
is a
of you guys heard it
completely
'cause we were
different
complaining
nation,
about
and of
replaying
course the
it over and over
scenarios
again,
are also different in terms of how they will respond. What are your thoughts about the parallels between Afghanistan and Iraq?
Turn down
Well,
the
the
news, yeah.
parallels are simply that America did not have sufficient knowledge and understanding.
Funny,
of
different
what was
streams that I
happening
go
in
into,
Afghanistan or Iraq.
they're
and I would argue that the United States, in this case, probably did not have full understanding of what's happening in Iran.
at different
believing that Iran was
audio
closer to
levels.
developing a nuclear weapon than it really was, and that forced the action. So I think in terms of the American response, the parallels certainly with Iraq are very, very real, even though the differences between Iraq and Afghanistan and Iran are huge. But I'm afraid that we've opened Pandora's box here, and I think that the comment made that President Trump was presenting
Oh, it's
sort of
up.
a mission
It's
accomplished speech rather than
it's
speaking
up.
to the
Here,
Iranian
you guys
people,
can
saying
go
the
and
attack was against
watch
the
the video if you
government.
want.
That view
Whoops.
was a big mistake. But make no mistake,
There's the
here,
link to the video.
There's euphoria in the White House because I think right now
Go have a
the
look.
White House
It's
believes
crazy.
This has been a daring attack. Remember, it's only 30 Tomahawk missiles.
Like the
and
video
3
too if you
B-2
can. I wouldn't
bombers
mind
with some
if you don't
escorts and
mind.
refuelers. I mean, this is not exactly the Battle of Britain. And so I think there's been an over-exaggeration of what this has really done. And that, unfortunately, exacerbates the hubris and arrogance here. And I'm afraid it puts us in a bad position. As I said, I hope I'm wrong. You have to plan for the worst and hope for the best. But I think we put ourselves on a slippery slope. And as I said earlier, I do not see the exit strategy for the United States, Iran, or Israel until we find one.
Iranian propagandist Twitter account is announcing that there is a possibility that the Fordo facility was not destroyed.
Frankly, there may not be the obvious one.
All right, gentlemen, Sina and Abbas, let me get a final thought from both of you. What's a way out of this mess, as Harlan says there? And what is the way forward? Are we going to see an escalation or perhaps a more measured response from Iran?
Well,
I'm just closing a bunch of windows I no longer need.
First of all, it's very complicated. I hope.
Yeah,
that
it's
Iran
just propaganda, dude.
chooses
It's just
a measured
propaganda.
response, because I don't think that the Iranians can sit around and not to respond at all. I don't think they have a way out of this. But I hope, for the sake of regional security and stability and preserving civilian lives, I hope that the Iranian response is measured.
1% chance is a possibility. I suppose there's a possibility.
And aimed at reducing casualties. And it is very serious. If there are American casualties in the region, I'm afraid that...
They showed like a kind of a layout of the Fordo facility and how much concrete it's under and stuff like that. Like
forced to take further retaliatory response.
I still don't know exactly how the bomb works.
Before we
like
know it, we're going
digs
to be
itself
in
down
a
somehow.
serious regional conflict that we didn't expect only a few months ago.
All right, Abbas Aslani in Tehran, I'll give you the final word for this hour. You're in Tehran. How do you gauge the situation? Where do you see this conflict headed?
Yes, as I think earlier Sina said, Iran has no option but to respond against this. No response is not an option now because, in the absence of any reaction to this aggression, this will be inviting further and additional attacks against the country. So Iran,
No,
in order to stop this process,
we posted it,
will
Belfast.
have
We
to
posted
respond
it.
against this in order to
You don't have to
establish a
listen to it
deterrence.
anymore unless you
But
want to. I
depending
posted the
on
link to it.
quality of the response, whether it's a limited one or a tough one or a middle ground, this will define the course ahead. But Iran's response is inevitable.
I'm
but this might
looking to
escalate
see if there's
into,
any
let's say,
responses
situation
so
whereby
far.
the both sides, continue this conflict, and this might risk expansion into the region.
Hold on,
so
I need to,
depending on the actions and reactions by the two sides, and let's not forget that.
Quickly delete the first one that I
the role
posted.
by third parties will be also determining the process. They could be playing a role. So far, we have not been seeing that visible. And from Tehran's perspective, the recent talks in Geneva were supposed to be acting as a cover for this attack that was coming from the American side. So we are not expecting much from the Western side. We have to be seeing other powers, how do they react to this. But the risk of escalation yet exists, and this is not the end yet.
There is a risk of escalation indeed. Gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us on Al Jazeera. Sina
Yeah, I just
Asodi,
deleted it
Abbas
from my
Aslani,
Instagram.
and Harlan Ullman, thank you as we continue to cover this breaking news story. And the United States attacking Iran today. 3 military strikes in Iran by the United States, which President Donald Trump described.
Hold on, why are you guys
as
not
very
getting...
successful? 3 strikes on Iranian
There we go.
nuclear
Sorry, you guys weren't
facilities
getting the video.
in Fordo, Natanz, and
Okay, for those of you that are back, we did
And, as
catch
we've been
audio
discussing with our
thanks to
guests,
Nekriakar
everyone
with
now
the
waiting
bombs
to
being
see
dropped.
what the Iranian
We
response
think it
will
might have
be
been
to
the ones
these,
on Fordo because they're
US
so
attacks.
loud.
The US had already been shifting its military resources in the Middle East in response to the recent escalation between Israel and Iran. Our defense editor, Alex Katopoulos, takes a look at American assets in the region.
The United States has significant assets in and around the Gulf region. 5 Air Force expeditionary
Crazy
wings are based
how
in the Gulf,
loud that was,
2
though.
in Kuwait, 1 each in the UAE and Saudi Arabia that include squadrons of F-15 and F-16 fighter jets. The 5th Air Force Expeditionary Wing, based in Qatar, has no offensive capabilities of its own, but provides extensive intelligence and air refueling for Air Force units in the region. The number of air defense sites has grown over the last 18 months, with new ones built in Kuwait and a proposed site for an additional missile defense system in Qatar.
I'm going to do an incoming
The
missile
powerful
check
US
again.
Fifth Fleet is based in Bahrain in the Arabian Gulf. The Carl Vinson Carrier Strike Group has its own air wing and fleet of accompanying ships capable of attacking targets deep inland off the coast of Yemen in the Arabian Sea.
Earlier, we spoke to Shahram Akbarzadeh, the director of the Middle East Studies Forum at Deakin University in Australia and a senior fellow at the Middle East Council on Global Affairs in Doha. He says the strikes on Iran will not lead to a regime change in Tehran that the U.S. and Israel are hoping for.
I guess the most obvious precedent is what the United States did in relation to Iraq. The United States organized a coalition of the willing to topple Saddam Hussein under the false pretense that he was developing weapons of mass destruction. It happened that there were no WMDs in Iraq, that it was all a lie, and the United States plunged Iraq into decades of crisis and anarchy. So I think
no incoming yet. We've probably got
and I think that tells us why
another 5 hours
pushing Trump to get engaged,
where they could
because
possibly
they knew
respond.
They couldn't destroy Iran's nuclear facilities. They could only damage it, and also they knew that with U.S. involvement, they would set in motion a process of regime change. So Netanyahu's ultimate goal has always been deposing the clerical regime in Iran, and he knew that the only way to achieve it is through U.S. involvement. So I think what's going on right now is that Trump is really going along with Bibi's Netanyahu's playbook in enforcing and enacting a regime change in Iran, just like they did in Iraq. What this attack has done is it has
mute the
significant.
I wish I would have had that live.
The threat
Like I wish I would have had that sound on live.
Uprising in the country. The idea, the logic behind the Netanyahu attack and the U.S. attack is that this kind of military intervention would bring about a popular uprising to depose the government, basing on the assessment that the government in Iran is unpopular and that it is ready to be toppled over. The fact of the matter is, when you have a foreign intervention and foreign military attack, that is only going to galvanize the population behind the government, even though the government in Iran is very, very unpopular. So the Iranian response to the U.S. military attack will be costly in terms of the military price that Iran has to pay, because we know that Iranian military, conventional military, is really no match for the U.S. But politically, the regime will consolidate and benefit from this experience.
Hello, I'm Fuli Batiboyo watching Al Jazeera live from Doha. It's just
Better one of the one up most of the day.
7:30 a.m. in Tehran, and this is our continuing coverage.
Did you hear it live, Ricard? I wish I would have had the sound on and just heard it live.
Donald Trump says America's military has conducted what he describes as
crazy,
very successful strikes on 3 Iranian nuclear facilities. The Fordo enrichment plant is estimated to be 80 meters underground. It's well out of reach of Israeli missiles. Natanz is Iran's largest nuclear site and can enrich uranium to 60%. It's heavily fortified with underground infrastructure. The third site is Isfahan, which houses a uranium conversion plant. Now, President Trump says a full
That's insane, man.
Of bombs was dropped on each
I was scared when I heard it, and I knew it was coming.
All 3 facilities have been, quote, obliterated. In acknowledging the attacks, Iran says personnel were evacuated some time ago. In his address to the nation, President Trump said the aim of the U.S. involvement was to destroy Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and to stop any nuclear threat. He urged Iran to make peace quickly or risk further military action.
Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier.
How has Iran been the bully of the Middle East?
Saying death to America, death to Israel.
Like, I'm not saying they're a great country, but how are they the bully?
Arms, blowing off their legs with roadside bombs. That was their specialty. We lost over 1,000 people, and hundreds of thousands throughout the Middle East and around the world have died as a direct
bullies his own
result of their
people.
hate. In particular, so many were killed by their general, Qasem Soleimani. I decided a long time ago that I would not let this happen. It will not continue.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has thanked the U.S. for its support.
Okay, so breaking from the Atomic Energy Organization of Iran, no threat to residents near targeted nuclear facilities. They've immediately conducted the necessary tests to determine the possibility of radioactive contamination leaking into the vicinity of the target site. Based on recorded data, there is no sign of contamination. Radioactive is not registered. So was the facility maybe not destroyed?
Iran has posed an existential threat not just to Israel, but to the United States because of its refusal to stop enriching uranium, and that the U.S. essentially now had no choice but to take out the 3 facilities that it says are responsible for bringing Iran much closer to producing nuclear weapons. Now, we have not seen any physical evidence of these strikes. We only have the U.S. president's comments first on social media and then in a brief national address at O2G on Sunday, exclaiming that these facilities...
Luckily, they removed any material it had. It wasn't like they had weeks of warning. Yeah, I mean, they did say that they...
difficult to reach had been, in his words, completely...
So that's a good point, actually. They announced in a tweet earlier that they'd already removed everything from those sites. So if they'd already removed everything from those sites, why did they go and make tests to make sure that there's no radioactive leaks and stuff? Something's not adding up here. Anyways.
Was illegal. They're calling for an immediate vote on a war powers resolution to prevent the U.S. president from continuing to carry out these actions. However, the Senate Republican leadership and the House Republican leadership, Mike Johnson, the Speaker, John Thune, the Majority Leader, have both endorsed and praised Donald Trump's decision to carry out these attacks on Iranian military sites on Saturday evening.
Right. So those are the initial reactions there in Washington, and there were already divisions in Congress, Ross, regarding the legality and the necessity of these strikes, especially considering the War Powers Act. What about the political fallout for the Trump administration? President Trump, of course, had advocated for less U.S. intervention in wars, less U.S. intervention in the Middle East, but he's done the opposite now.
Well, there hasn't been, compared to the buildup to the U.S.-led war in Iraq back in 2003, there has not been...
Wasn't like they had...
months of public discussion and debate about whether military action against Iran was justified. And as you pointed out...
Nothing yet on a response. Not even from Russia or China.
Divisions among Republicans, especially those who supported the president, saying that this is not a justifiable action. But there have only been a couple of congressional Republicans, Senator Rand Paul, Congressman Thomas Massie, both from Kentucky, arguing that there are no legitimate grounds for carrying out such military action. And in fact, Tom Massie has been one of the co-sponsors of that war powers resolution that would restrict the White House's ability to continue military action against Iran. However, it is highly unlikely that a vote on this resolution is going to be allowed to be brought to the floor by the Republican leadership. There also has not been much polling of the U.S. public about what the U.S. should do, if anything, about Iran. One recent poll released in the last 72 hours indicated that some 45% of Americans questioned for this poll were opposed to
Nectaricard, thank you very much for that, man. That is that's a huge get, man.
Again,
thank you.
That's just one poll of one small group of Americans.
What is Russia going to say? Don't bomb or invade other countries? Would anyone take that seriously from them? No, probably not. It is eerily quiet from the Russians, though. Eerily quiet.
Of military action, especially in the Middle East.
Ross, thank you very much for now. Rosalind Jordan live for us there in Washington, D.C. Let's head over now to Tehran, the Iranian capital. Our correspondent Dohida Sadi is there.
Yeah, they don't. The Chinese don't openly get involved in this sort of thing, for sure.
U.S. strikes on 3 of Iran's nuclear facilities. And what's the damage assessment?
from the State Department warning me to make my way to the safe haven. Where are you, Fetoros?
And we're waiting for further details coming out. But speaking of reactions,
Oh, you're in the UK.
We've got two statements. One from the Center for Nuclear Safety of the country coming out to say
What's
that
happening?
people
Who's attacking?
nearby
Who's
living in the
attacking
near
London?
areas of these three sites, which were targeted by the American forces, they should not be worried. There is no danger for living people, for people who are living in the nearby area, and this is very important in terms of the possibility of nuclear contamination, something that the Center for Nuclear Safety of the country came out to deny, according to the statistics and reports that they have, and they said that there was a sort of preparation in this regard. Also, we've got
It's being reported that Israel was told days ago that this was going to happen.
Three sites being targeted by the forces. Also, they said that
Apparently they'd known for quite some time that the U.S. had already made up its mind.
Something Iran is a signatory of which, and also they have criticized IAEA for their indifference and quote-unquote even support of these strikes in a sense, and that is related to a recent adoption of a security of a.
You're in the UK. You don't think you can get safer than there? I mean, I'm on the west coast of Canada, so.
Analysts, they are convinced that paved the way, specifically seeing the timing for these escalations to ramp up to an.
Yeah, UK's got those Scots to worry about.
Being also, when you look at this statement, they are saying that these sites which were targeted were under full inspection of IAEA, and that is quite contradictory to law according to these statements. But still, we can rest assured that moves to escalate the situation into a next unprecedented level. Right now, we can say escalation is the name of the game that we see on the ground.
Okay, before I ask you about what the Iranian response might be, just to recap and reiterate about the damage assessment, what we know about the extent of the damage to the facilities that were hit by
like a
the
pissed
US,
off
these
redhead
three
Scottish woman, I bet.
Isfahan, Fordo, and Natanz. We heard that there was no sign of contamination and no danger for the people who live in the vicinity of these sites. Can you just confirm once again what the Iranian agency, nuclear agency, has said about the damage at the three sites?
Oh, we're talking about the damage now.
Yeah, as I told you earlier, we've got the Center for Nuclear Safety coming out to say that there is no danger for people living nearby the areas targeted, including Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan. Also, they said that right now we don't have any confirmation that there is a nuclear contamination. Also, there is this statement coming out from Iran's member of parliament, Qom's member of parliament, indeed, Qasem Ravanbakhsh, who said that the extent to which damage is out there to
Lando, yeah, but apparently because of the state of the materials, it's not as dangerous as if a bomb went off.
Donald Trump is claiming.
I don't know the science behind it, but I was reading up on that last night.
That the damage is less than what the American side is putting forth, but indeed, the truth of the matter is that we have to wait for further investigations.
Less dangerous than not bombing it, yeah.
To have a real assessment of what goes on there, as so far we haven't received any.
Dude, shut up,
Let
dude.
me just ask you briefly, Tauheed,
Trying to talk.
How might Iran respond now? Prior to the U.S. Strikes, of course, the Iranians had threatened to respond if the U.S. was to get involved in the conflict with Israel. What are the options on the table now for Iran?
Well, actually, when it comes to the very practical strategies to be taken into consideration, the Iranian side has decided not to spill the beans about the details. But speaking of
modern nuclear weapons put off substantially less radiation than those dropped in World War II.
Ayatollah Ali Khamenei coming out a couple of days ago in a video message saying that any possibility for intervention of the United States, which is obviously now getting into not a possibility but a reality on the ground, runs the risk of irreparable damage. And also, he said, alongside with other Iranian officials, they're all saying that intervention could run the risk of a further escalated, full-fledged, all-out war scenario. Basically, speaking of the potential response, we have to keep in mind that Iranians were talking about possibility of U.S. bases, U.S. assets in the region as a retaliatory target when it comes to their response. And they said that in case U.S. intervention happens, we have been prepared for it for over 10 years. And there is
Sorry, guys, still nothing.
Preparedness from the Iranian side to get involved in a prolonged confrontation. What comes next is something that we have to keep waiting.
Nothing
but still,
so
speaking
far
of the
about a
context,
response.
We know that Iran is saying that
I
it
would be
was
surprised if
engaged
there's
in
not a
trajectory
response
of diplomatic
of some
affairs
sort.
with the United States. Last Sunday, we were
Or maybe they're just sitting there thinking, you know,
but what happened?
we're done.
All of a sudden was this strike, and Iranians are saying, okay, we were giving a chance to diplomacy, but what we received in return was nothing but strikes, and that paves the way for further and further and further escalations.
Okay, Tauhid, thank you very much. Tauhid Assadi in Tehran. We will check in with you, of course, a little later for all the latest reaction out of the Iranian capital. Now, just before President Trump delivered his address, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu issued a pre-recorded video statement on the U.S. strikes on Iran. He said history will record that the U.S. acted to deny Iran the most dangerous of weapons.
Congratulations, President Trump.
Israel is 100% getting bombardment today. I think they hit the Iranian miss.
With the awesome and
So it may take them longer to respond.
Will change history. In Operation Rising
Iran
Lion,
doesn't have the ability
Israel has done
to
truly
meaning.
amazing things.
I mean, they've been
But in
responding the
tonight's
last
action
several
against
days. We'll
Iran's
have
nuclear
to.
facilities, America has been truly unsurpassed. It has done what no other country on earth could do. History will record that President Trump acted to deny the world's most dangerous regime the world's most dangerous weapons. His leadership today has created a pivot of history that can help lead the Middle East and beyond to a future of prosperity and peace. President Trump and I often say, peace through strength. First comes strength, then comes peace. And tonight,
I did.
President Trump
Which
of the United
documentary,
States
Blother?
acted with
The one about
heart.
Gaza?
President Trump,
I did watch that
thank
today,
you.
actually.
The people of Israel thank you.
I was
The
watching it
forces of
before stream.
civilization thank you.
Oh, that one? No.
God bless
Where did you
America.
post that one?
God bless Israel, and may God bless our unshakable
You posted in my
alliance,
Discord,
our
right?
unbreakable faith.
Let's get more on the reaction now in Israel.
Sorry,
No
I
days
watched
from
another
Yasser
one that
Hamad
somebody had sent me about Gaza and the shit that's going on there.
direct U.S. involvement in its
Yeah,
Israel's
I'll
war with
definitely watch that soon, though.
Absolutely. And, you know, he took the opportunity to issue the statement before Trump's announcement to really stoke the ego of Donald Trump, knowing very well that this kind of praise will be received very well in Washington. He later issued a statement in Hebrew addressing the Israeli citizens. And in that, he concentrated on his own personal legacy, Foley, talking about his promises to the Israeli public that he said he would destroy Iran's nuclear capabilities, and now
They did,
he has delivered
level
with
Gaza.
the help of the United States.
The
So there are
documentary
two
that was
messages
given to me to
today
watch
out of
was
the
just
Israeli
horrific,
Prime Minister.
actually.
One, really trying to keep Trump as close as possible, also keeping in mind the possibility that this could still further escalate the situation. This story is not over, and everybody is waiting now to see how Iran will react. Israel will need the United States in the days and weeks ahead.
Indeed, everyone waiting to see how Iran will react, Noor. And we've just had a statement from the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, who says the U.S. committed a grave violation of the UN Charter, international law, and the NPT, the Nuclear Proliferation Treaty, by attacking Iran's.
Somebody posted a tweet, not a single leak this time. Well done, Secretary of Defense.
The strikes had been successful, that Iran's nuclear sites had been obliterated. He almost sounded like he was saying mission accomplished. As far as Israel is concerned,
That's
is
a
this
miracle,
mission
yeah.
accomplished? Do these strikes constitute an achievement?
Absolute
where
miracle.
we could see Israel now perhaps back off and end its military operations against Iran, or are there other objectives in line for the Israelis?
Well, right now, to be honest, the only way one can see Israel backing down is if the U.S. and Iran reach an agreement. And at this point, given everything that we've heard,
I'm going to be
from
live until
Washington
like
and
noon
Tehran, that
Tel
doesn't
Aviv
look
time.
like it's in the
So-
horizon. The reports from the Israeli media citing military sources talk about continuing Israeli strikes.
The foreign minister from Iran has said that Iran reserves all options to protect its interests in light of the U.S. attack on the country's nuclear facilities.
But also Israel. Israel is bracing itself for an Iranian response. Some estimates in the Israeli media on the army radio is that Iran's first response will be towards Israel. And so
Right.
restrictions on movement in Israel have been increased to
Right.
the maximum.
I was going to ask you about that, Noor, in fact, how Israelis are preparing for the Iranian.
We reserve all options to defend our sovereignty, interests, and people. The United States, as a permanent member of the UN Security Council, has committed a blatant violation of the UN Charter, international law, and the Treaty of Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons by attacking Iran's peaceful nuclear facilities. The events of this morning are shocking and disgraceful and will have lasting consequences. Every member of the United Nations must feel serious concern about this extremely dangerous, illegal, and criminal behavior. Based on the UN Charter and its provisions that allow for a legitimate response within the framework of self-defense, Iran reserves all options to defend its sovereignty, interests, and people.
Imposed new restrictions
There you go.
on movement, telling Israelis
Nice
not
hair?
to leave their
Thanks.
home unless absolutely necessary, and in all cases to
Just
stay
for men, dude. You
near
know how much gray
shelters.
hair
We
I have?
heard
Look
on
at
the
this.
Israeli
Look at this.
Army radio cites,
Gray
the
hair I
Israeli
have
Army
here.
radio citing a
What are
report
you talking
from
about?
ABC, the American network, that this is something the Israeli military.
I'd need like a can of
with
that
the,
stuff.
American Army for the past year, even during the Biden administration. This is usually a workaround the military censorship, and it is something that the Israeli military would want
Yeah,
to inform the
Trump
public
did warn
about, that
them,
we're
don't
ready,
defend
we're
yourselves.
prepared,
We'll
we're
come
going
after
to
you
do
again.
everything we can to protect the public. But there really is very little in terms of figuring out how this is going to play out until it actually starts playing out, until
Indeed.
Iran responds, and until the region begins to understand what the scope of that response is. Everything is on the table, really. All the possibilities are there.
Noor, thank you very much for the moment. Noor O'Day, in Amman, Jordan. We'll come back to you, of course, Noor, for more reaction from Israel and across the region. We've heard now from
Which
the
side are
Iranian
we
Foreign
on?
Minister,
It depends if
Araghchi, responding
they
to
actually
the
had nuclear, were
US
planning on
strikes
making nuclear
Iran's
weapons.
nuclear sites, 3 nuclear sites. Abbas Araghchi has
We don't
posted
have that
a
information.
statement on X
So
saying the events
I
this
suspect
morning
that they
are
probably were.
outrageous and will
Just based
have
on
everlasting consequences.
what little
The
evidence we
Iranian,
have.
top
But
diplomat also saying that Iran reserves all options to defend its sovereignty, interests, and people based on the UN Charter. So the first official Iranian response to the U.S. attacks on its nuclear sites this morning. Let's now speak to Trita Parsi, Executive Vice President of the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft, is joining us from Virginia in the U.S. Thank you so much, Trita, for being with us. Your thoughts first on what we heard from President Trump justifying this attack.
we
on
probably won't
Iran,
have that
saying the
information
threat
unless we
from
get boots
Iran
on the
was
ground, which I can
existential
only
and
assume is the
imminent.
next step.
Do you agree with that?
Neither was it existential.
Let's
nor
wait and
imminent.
see
There's
if Iran
absolutely
is
no
actually going
evidence
to.
for
I
this.
got to
think we
imagine
have
Iran's going to
keep in mind
respond
the reality of the
at
situation,
some point
which is that
tonight.
2 nuclear-equipped
Or are they just going to
countries
buckle down and
attack
say, you
a
know what,
non-nuclear
we
weapon state without having gotten attacked.
we don't have a chance
first.
here.
Israel was not attacked by Iran. It started that war. The United States was not attacked by Iran. It started this confrontation at this point. And this will send shockwaves throughout the world because it will be very difficult for any country that feels that there is a risk for them to end up in the crosshairs of the United States of Israel to feel that they are safe without having a nuclear deterrent. So I fear that we will see.
They know Iran is going to
proliferation, but I
respond.
also think
Let's
that
see
this
if
is
they
more
do
or less
respond. If they
guarantee
respond
that
by
Iran will be a
attacking
nuclear weapon
American
state in
military
5 to 10
sites.
years from now.
Before we talk about the the fallout.
Like if they
long-term.
just
I
attack
wanted to ask
Israel,
you about
it
what we
might
heard from our correspondent
give the
in Tehran,
Americans a way
who,
out to
who
not
said that, the
continue
Iranian
attacking.
nuclear agency had
But if
said
they
there
go and
was no
attack
sign
like
of
American
contamination,
army
no
bases
danger
or
for the
something like
people
that,
living in
they
the
could be
vicinity.
opening up a whole
It
new,
would seem
like
that there were
even more of a
preparations
can of
made in
worms.
advance of this attack by the United States, that the Iranians would have cleared these sites. Would they have gotten advance warning, do you think, of these particular nuclear sites?
It appears that they already had gotten advance
Yeah,
warnings.
the
but
gloves
I
would
think
be off.
also, even short of that, when Trump said that he's going to make a decision within 2 weeks, I don't think the Iranians took that seriously. They understood that he was trying to buy time while moving military assets in order to actually strike. So I think for some time they have moved those assets.
You guys want to hear
Where
what
they
Bernie
are,
Sanders has to say about the
is
attack?
unclear at this point. And I think the most valuable thing the Iranians
Hold on, we've heard all this before. Let's play this. This is apparently Bernie Sanders talking. He's literally finding out right now.
This is a statement from Donald Trump, quote, "We have completed our very successful attack on the 3 nuclear sites in Iran," etc.
Feel the burn, chat.
by striking some bases that also have been emptied. And as a result,
Give me my crazy senator.
both damage and casualties are minimized. And then the two countries more or less will call it even at that point and try to establish
The
a new
people have
equilibrium.
spoken.
However, I do not think that will satisfy the Israelis. I think the
Bunch
Israelis
of
will use the
libtards, more
opportunity to
war.
make sure that this ends up becoming a much more ongoing confrontation between the United States and Iran. And they will point to the fact that the nuclear program probably has not really been set back that far.
What about Iran's allies in the region, Trita? Hezbollah in Lebanon has been weakened, of course, but what about Yemen's Houthis? They've targeted Israel.
There's a whole bunch of Iranian
in recent months during the war on
propaganda
Gaza in these
Twitter
last 20
accounts
months.
that are
Are
just
they
talking
likely to get involved in the conflict if the
talking shit.
situation was to escalate further?
It remains to be seen. In the case of Hezbollah, it's already been significantly weakened. It's not really clear exactly what it would add. And I think it will also potentially put Hezbollah at risk inside of Lebanese society already that wants to
Missile attacks
stay
going
out
off
of
right
these
now.
things, understandably. In the case of the Houthis, they're close to Iran, but they're not an Iranian proxy by any stretch
I'm
of
just
the
waiting.
imagination.
We
Will
got
make their own
4.5 hours
they have
to
managed
see whether or
get to
not
a modus
Iran
vivendi with the United States.
Iran
They're
is
not
going to
targeting
strike
the
back.
US. The US is not targeting
I
them.
think it'll come
They
before
never
noon
stopped attacking Israel. So
Tel Aviv
I
time.
can
I think they're
definitely see a
waiting
scenario in which that
till
continues. The
everyone's up,
question is,
and then they're going
will
to
they start escalating by
bombard
also starting to target
them with as many
American
missiles as
bases,
possible to just
personnel,
scare the hell out
embassies,
of
ships, etc.
How
scare the
will
hell out
the
of them.
Iranians be feeling today when they wake up to this news, Trita, that the Americans have entered the war with Israel? We did see a rallying around the flag in the last week when the Israeli attacks on Iran began. Will that continue? What do you think is the sentiment on the ground today?
I think there is a sentiment of shock, first of all, because the population has clearly, not the regime either, the government did not expect that the Israelis would attack Iran 2
The
days
muted.
before
I think I don't know.
scheduled
I think it'll be
negotiations.
kind of similar to
I
the
think
day when they
shock
hit the
will be
hospital and stuff like
intensified
that.
now,
They've
since
got, if
many
they're
still
going to
believe that
respond,
Trump
it's got to
ultimately
be
was, interested
something
in a deal.
significant.
And instead they saw that he
Otherwise,
used
it just
this as
looks
an
weak.
opportunity to attack. The question I think they also will be faced with, and I think it will be a fear that they have, that this will escalate further. There's going to be a sentiment that says that Iran has to strike back, because if it doesn't, the US probably will strike Iran even further if it shows itself to be weak and indefensible. At the same time, there's a tremendous concern, of course. They do not want to end up in a direct confrontation with the United States. They do not want to be in a state of war. They want to rejoin the international community, get sanctions lifted, etc. But I think this will be leading to a hardening of attitudes, both in the government and in society as a whole.
Thank you so much, Trita, for talking to us about this. Very good to get your views and insight. Trita Parsi joining us there from Virginia. If you're just joining us on Al Jazeera, it's coming up to 4:30 GMT, and we are continuing with our coverage of the U.S. attacks on Iran. U.S. President Donald Trump says American forces have conducted what he calls very successful strikes on Iranian nuclear facilities. President Trump announced that a full payload of bombs was dropped on
Was that a
Fordo,
Prius that bombed?
Natanz, and
Yes.
Isfahan. In his address to the nation a short while ago, Trump warned Iran not to retaliate, urging it to make peace, otherwise the U.S. will go after other targets. Trump says the objective of the strikes was to destroy Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and to stop any nuclear threat. He says all three facilities have been obliterated. Israel's Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, has also spoken. He thanked the U.S. for the strikes. In the last few minutes, we've heard from Iran's Foreign Minister, Abbas Araghchi, who posted a statement on X saying that the U.S. attacks on Iran will have everlasting consequences, and Tehran reserves all options to retaliate. He said that the attack on its facilities, the Iranian nuclear facilities, are outrageous and will have everlasting consequences. Iran reserves all options to defend its sovereignty, interests, and people based on the UN Charter, the Iranian Foreign Minister said. Let's now speak to Fouad Izzadi, who's a professor in the World Studies Department at the University of Tehran, joining us this morning from the Iranian capital. Professor, thank you so much for being with us this morning. Can I ask you first, how
Senior Iranian official to Reuters has said, look at this over here. If we have to choose between stopping uranium enrichment and war, we choose war. What? Wow.
The deception operation during the negotiations.
That's
Iran was attacked 2 days.
They choose war,
before
apparently.
The next round of negotiations. People expected.
So it could be any minute in the next few hours when we start seeing missiles fly over again.
Deception operation, and for many months, Iranians knew that there may be a military attack on Iranian nuclear sites. So they have managed to move a lot of more valuable material out of these sites, given the fact that United States doesn't respect
apparently
international
missiles
law
going
and
to
they attack
Iran.
countries at will.
I think going
Iran's
from Iran to
response
northern
would,
and central Israel.
Be based on the level of damage. If the level of damage is manageable, then
we'll see how legit this is.
Leaders
actually,
may decide not to respond.
And what do we know about the level of damage, Professor? At
so
this hour?
hold on, let me.
Of course, as Iran's.
Tel Aviv, Haifa.
We don't have any concrete reports. We have had.
I got to go back to live here.
Local officials telling people
Tel
that
Aviv,
live
Haifa.
in
We've got Tel Aviv and Haifa on the top
there
left.
are not going to be any contamination of
and then Tel Aviv on the bottom right as well, and Haifa
leave their houses
down here
because these materials
and over
were
here.
Moved away from these sites long time ago.
Only one report
Iran's
so far,
Foreign
though.
Minister said Iran reserves the right to
only run one report of
under
this so
Article
far, but we
51
might be
of
on
the
we
UN
might be on
Charter,
our way here.
To respond to this unprovoked attack. This is a war of choice by
I'm trying
Trump,
to confirm that
Iran's
this is happening.
choice is going to be decided by the country's leaders.
What will the response look like, Professor? Will it be a measured one, or what many fear, a broader escalation? What are the options on the table right now for Iran?
Sorry, hold on. I'm like searching through a whole bunch of different sites.
Consequences of what you see. One option that Iran has is to punish the people who started the
Over
war, which are the
15 of them
Israelis.
should be less than 4
So
minutes
that's
until
one option,
sirens.
more severely
Apparently.
than what you have seen already. The second option is to target U.S. bases. That is going to be Iran's right to do because U.S.
You know what?
Iran
Hold on.
under Article 51.
We're
of
going to
the
turn
UN
the sound
Charter.
on. We're going to turn the sound on. Let's see if we can hear sirens going off at some point. But apparently I've only seen one report of it so far, but... Oh, hold on. Hold on. Hebrew sources are... Okay, now I've got more. Hey, thanks for the follow there, dude. Who was that? Witchenser Holt. Thank you very much, dude. Appreciate that. So Hebrew sources report ballistic missiles launches from Iran. Says over 15 at least. So two sources now are confirming this. Let's see if we can hear sirens start soon. I've got the sound on for all the webcams. There they are. Oh, it's on. It's on. Here we go. It's live. Oh wait, hold on. This is sound from Tehran. This is the Tehran webcam. Yeah, it's the Tehran cam. Plot twist. That's the only one that's got the bar up, so... Hey, thanks for the follow there, man. Cheese ball connoisseur. Oh. Is that all? Is that all? Oh, you know what? Is it the Tel Aviv one? Because the Tehran one is still got the bars up. So I thought that was the bars from the alarm. Apparently it's not. There are actually rocket alerts now in, let's see. Excuse me. Yeah, we've got rocket alerts definitely in two areas. All throughout northern and central Israel, basically. Tel Aviv, Haifa, in those areas. Here, I'm going to bring up another cam. This is for Tel Aviv, but it's kind of pointed directly at the sky. See if I can find another one here. Here's another one actually. This one has that cam on it as well, so here you guys go. This is all of the webcams. Oh, now they're reporting it could be as many as 30 ballistics. I don't see anything yet. I think the noise that we hear is just wind. And we haven't heard any alarms yet. I haven't heard any alarms yet, but apparently as many as 30 ballistic missiles incoming now. We should still hear the explosions, though. Everybody is sheltered. So they don't leave the sirens while the missiles are coming. Like, yes, Typhon. They basically said America's going to pay. Oh, you can hear jets now. Hold on. You guys can hear that, right? Oh, what was that? Oh, they're going off now. Uh-oh, here we go. Yeah, on this top right camera, you can see some of the oh, wow. Well, you can hear the explosion, so you don't know if it's those that are being intercepted or they're landing and hitting something. Oh. Oh, more alarms. Yeah, they're probably just reloading and ready to go again. That sounded like an explosion. That sounds like launching of the the interceptors. Haven't seen anything come in yet though. I've seen the interceptors go out on one of the monitors, but I haven't seen anything come in. Oh, there's been an impact on Haifa. I've got a video for an impact on Haifa. Oh, what was that? Can't tell what that sound is. For those of you that are just joining, there's been ballistic missiles launched from Iran. I'm waiting for them to say whether it's over or not, though. Yeah, I've got one video. I'll show you this one now, just because. So this is apparently a missile strike in Haifa. That's one so far. Whoa, I don't know what that was. What was that? He thought of me. I said that he wanted to take over the world. Did I say that? Did I say that? The OS Interdefender Twitter account is saying that this is a big attack. Impacts recorded in the north and center. Dozens of interceptors being fired and interceptions seen in the sky over Tel Aviv. Jeez, what was that explosion, man? That was an explosion. That wasn't like an interceptor launching. Bloody generators going off next to one of the cameras. One of those ones. Apparently Tel Aviv has some impacts as well. Oh. Oh, I got a good video here for you. Hold on. This is over the West Bank, apparently. All these missiles coming in. So that looked to be about 10 just going over there so far. You're definitely regretting voting for him today? If I can find any more video. There's another one where you... Oh, hold on. I guess we'll show this because it's loud. So there's this camera here. Over Tel Aviv. There. Boom. Oh. Crazy. Obviously, there's reports of medics and security forces going out into the city as well. Well, the notifications for the incoming ballistic missile attacks were like, it was like 8 minutes ago or something like that. Oh, here's another video. And I'm not sure where this is. Apparently the attack's over. There's 6 impacts in total. 6 impacts in total, apparently. I don't think that's the last for today. I have a feeling that that's Iran. They're rearming their missile launchers right now, I think. So apparently there's that one of Haifa. Shall we leave the sound on for several explosions heard over I'll turn this on.
Report, very important statement from the Nuclear Safety Center of the country saying that people living nearby the areas targeted should not be worried, as there is no report or statistics or data indicating that there is nuclear contamination. Of course, this is critically important. because there was this concern among the people about possibility of nuclear contamination. But the report so far we have is that there is no such a contamination. In this regard, speaking of the exact damage, we have to wait for the damage assessment report, the official one, to come out. We've got this statement from one member of the parliament, that is Qom's member of parliament, a province in which Fordo is located. He said that the damage to Fordo is not to that
So
extent
6
that the
impacts is
American
what I'm
media,
what I'm
the
hearing
American
so far.
president is claiming, but still, I have to put emphasis that we have to wait for further investigations, for an official report. But also, still, we've got other statements. First, we had a letter sent by Iran's representative to the United Nations condemning, and also Abbas Araghchi, Iranian foreign minister, was there to post on his X account a reaction from the Iranian side saying that Iran sees it as its right to use a full range of options to.
So how long was that since the initial attack?
Toid, you've given us there the official reactions.
Hold on.
It's early morning now in Tehran.
Been about 5 hours since the attack.
8 o'clock in the morning. What is the public
I don't think
reaction
that's the end, the last of what Iran's going to send over. I think you'll have at least 2 or 3 waves.
Well, obviously, this is going to be a shocking news for people living in Tehran and other cities across the country. We've got a sentiment and a mixture of different sentiments when it comes to this recent strikes, specifically after day 1 of the Israeli strikes, and now they're seeing a further complicated scenario indeed, seeing that now there is another factor, another determinant which is being added to this already complicated scenario. First, Iranians are extremely angry from day 1 of the initiation of these strikes. And also, speaking of the official statements and also the public mood, Iranians are seeing the United States being as a part of this, because
we have more.
It came from the Iranian president, Masoud Pezeshkian, that without the green light of the United States, the
video here
started such a strike. Also, this is obviously a sentiment of anxiety after the country being threatened over the past few months. Now they're seeing that these threats are getting translated into real acts of war.
People are just casually going to work.
This concern, seeing the very fact that over the past few days they are not witnessing just their nuclear facilities or military places being targeted, but they see a damage caused by these strikes.
Oh no, not the McDonald's. The McDonald's right there, not the McDonald's. Oh no.
Seeing the complexity of, let's say, the situation. And there is one additional point when we speak about the sentiment of people.
What just happened? Iran has, well, if you want a full update, the U.S. bombed the nuclear facilities in Iran today, and Iran has just responded with upwards of 30 missiles and at least 6 confirmed strikes.
Getting targeted by the Israelis first, and now by the Americans. And this is
yeah. Thank you so much. We're going to leave it there for now, Tohid. Tohid, thank you so much for bringing us the reaction there.
Trying to get Trump with a heart attack. Hey, thanks for the follow there, guys. Yeah, if you guys like the content, please feel free to follow. I would appreciate it.
Jerusalem, we hear, but also in
crazy. Who was that? Sweden official and DJ R. Rickster. DJ Rickster. Thanks for the follows, guys.
Towards Israel. Let's bring in Noor O'Day
insane
to update us on the situation in Israel. What have we been seeing? What have we've been hearing?
Almost 5 years, dude.
Well, Foley, there is extensive damage being reported by eyewitnesses. 10 separate sites where Israeli medical services had to
I can just see if there's any more
dispatched in case there are injuries in
videos.
Those sites. We know from eyewitness
Here's apparently another one.
Impact seen in Haifa, but also in the Tel Aviv area. Specifically, I've seen reports of Bat Yam. I'm hearing sirens again in Amman.
That
and that might
siren's going off again?
That there are fresh
Oh, this is
detection, one volley from another. We had just been given the old.
Maybe that's from the recording.
And right now we're hearing. This is a rolling story, Foley. More developments shortly to come as the medical services in Tel Aviv.
That's just from that alarm, or alarm is just from the top right. I have a feeling that was from a recording from when the missiles were coming in. So I don't think that's actually a new wave.
With that latest update from Amman in Jordan, just to remind you, it's 5 GMT, that's 1 a.m. in Washington, D.C. and 8:30 in the morning in Tehran. And if you're just joining us, I'm Sarah Khairat with Al Jazeera's continuing coverage of the U.S. military strikes on Iran. Now, U.S. President Donald Trump says America's military has conducted what he described as very successful strikes on 3 Iranian nuclear facilities. The Fordow enrichment plant is estimated to be
Please tell you the truth. I'm 150 pounds and 6'2".
Largest nuclear site and can enrich uranium to 60%. It's heavily fortified with underground infrastructure. Now, the third site in Isfahan houses a uranium conversion plant. Now, President Trump says a full payload of bombs was dropped on each Iranian nuclear site, and he says all 3 facilities have been obliterated. In acknowledging the attacks, Iran says personnel were evacuated some time ago. Now, in his address to the nation, Donald Trump said the aim of U.S. involvement was to destroy Iran's
You can actually see my nose growing?
capacity and to stop
It's true,
any
dude.
nuclear threat. Now, he urged Iran to make peace quickly.
Oh, now there's apparently more than 10 impacts?
Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace.
Apparently?
If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier. For 40 years,
Tell 'em.
Iran has been saying death to America, death to Israel. They have been killing our people, blowing off their arms, blowing off their legs with roadside bombs. That was their specialty. We lost over 1,000 people, and hundreds of thousands throughout the Middle East and around the world have died as a direct result of their hate. In particular, so many were killed by their general, Qasem Soleimani. I decided a long time ago that I would not let this happen. It will not continue.
Now, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
I wonder how
has
long
thanked
it
the
takes
US
for them
its
to like
support. He congratulated
reload
President Trump for what he calls a bold decision that he
their
said
missiles.
will change history.
Like, is this something they can
Right,
do
well,
in
we
like
have correspondents
an
in
hour,
Tehran
or
and
is
Amman,
does
but
it
first, let's
take
go
several
to
hours to
Rosalind
do
Jordan, who's
this?
live for us in Washington, D.C. Rosalind, we heard that announcement from Trump. What has been his justification for the attacks?
No clear outcome of this. Israel has been on freaking bombing spree. Still, is it unconstitutional? Unconstitutional? Because you know, like other presidents have launched military precision strikes before without having to ask Congress. Like
1970.
Obama did it. You know,
Government also says that
Kennedy
this
did it.
has severely crippled Iran's ability to try to
Bush
build
did
a
it.
nuclear weapon, something which subsequent and previous presidents have warned against. But without any imminent threat, previous U.S. presidents have resisted the temptation to actually attack Iranian nuclear facilities in order to prevent Iran from doing so. In fact, what we saw happen under the Obama administration was a negotiated deal to prevent Iran from doing what the Trump administration now says it had to act to prevent this attempt to build a nuclear weapons arsenal.
U.S. wants Israel to achieve their war goals as quick as possible so it ends sooner rather than later. The question is, are the goals to deter nuke development or is it regime change? I have a feeling that Israel is looking for regime change now.
Under the terms of the 1973
I think regime change is definitely on the list.
Member of Congress Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is calling for the president's impeachment.
Rosalind, do we have any idea at all who knew about this in his administration before the strikes happened? And also, What has been the reaction across the political spectrum so far?
I don't think you need to ask Congress for military strike, Typhon. Other presidents have done it.
National security team, the defense secretary, the secretary of state, who was also
Well, how was Obama able to go do a military strike to kill bin Laden?
The director of the national security
How was Kennedy able to do the Bay of Pigs without like? And that's actually, in my view, a declaration of war. Like what Kennedy did. Like he had Cuban exiles trained in combat and had them sent back to Cuba to try and take over the country. Like, I don't think they had a meeting in Congress and talked about. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I wasn't alive back then. I'd have to ask CMAC.
The United States to consider. Now, as for the political response, Republicans largely endorse it. Congressional Democrats largely condemn it. However, the general public.
The president can't declare war, yes, but they can do individual strikes like this, right?
The United States indicated that Americans were not inclined to see U.S. military action against Iran. It's the middle of the weekend here. We'll have to see what the
If regime changes the goal, things will continue to escalate. If not, this will probably be it.
Thank you very much.
I think they're going to allow. You know what? A point I made earlier. A point that I made earlier is once the U.S. struck, we knew that Iran was probably going to do something, and it was going to be interesting to see what China and Russia did. So far, China and Russia haven't said anything, and we also wanted to see whether or not Iran would strike any U.S. military sites, or if they were going to try and de-escalate that and then just try to take Israel on one-on-one. And it looks like they haven't struck any U.S. military sites, which is probably smart on their behalf, because then they would be facing, Americans really getting pissed off. So it looks like they're going to continue this on and have it just be between Israel and Iran. Go read War Powers Act of 1973. Okay, so this is we're not watching MSNBC. Go to Blaze of Glory and do the world a favor by eliminating Israel. I mean, there'd be a lot of innocent people that would be killed, dude. We only watch Fox. Yeah, we want facts that are stretched just a little bit, so we watch Fox. We want half truths. All right, let's turn the interview up again. Oh, apparently there's video top right. Hold on. Apparently this is damage that's been done.
We've got this statement from the Center for Nuclear Facilities and Nuclear Safety of the country coming out to say that people nearby, people who are living in the area,
you want to be fully lied to. Okay, we're going to turn on Newsmax then for CMAC.
Facilities targeted should not be worried, as there is no report of nuclear contamination in this regard. Earlier today, we saw this statement coming from the Iran's Atomic Energy Organization confirming the reports related to this attack, saying that they contradict the international law specifically, and we're not interested in expansion of the war. Earlier, of course, before the initiation of this very recent development that took place earlier in the morning, he said that we are not interested in expansion of the war, but still, if that happens, we have been hearing this from different military officials that we have been prepared for it. We have been prepared for a prolonged confrontation, and we have been prepared in case U.S. intervention happens, and now the reality on the ground is that happened. We have to keep waiting, obviously, for further statements coming from the Iranian side, specifically from the military officials, to see what's going to be the next steps that one is going to take in this regard.
Okay, so lots of questions there, Tawhid, about the next steps that Iran is planning to take.
Okay, hold on. We do have incoming reports. I'm going to put an extra webcam up. Different angles. So up here, oh, is there no Haifa one there? It said that there. Oh, none of those ones are Haifa. An Iranian news source is claiming that a neighborhood has been completely destroyed in Tel Aviv. Is that incoming jet sounds? No, maybe not. We're just waiting. The same account that mentioned the first account, the first one I saw that reported on it, has announced that there's another 10 missiles coming towards Haifa. No, Razmir, they've already bombed. They've had one wave, and it's reported that wave number 2 is on its way. So we're just waiting. But apparently there's more incoming to Haifa. Oh, apparently it's over. Israeli Home Front Command stated that residents can now leave the shelters. The other ballistics were either intercepted or a misidentification. So it sounds like for now this may be over. Quickly go back to here. Here's another video I just caught as well. So bottom right. Hold on. This apparently is another video. So after one of the strikes that just happened, there's a couple of them here.
Пиздец.
Yeah, nobody else reporting that there's any more strikes on the way. So that's one neighborhood. And I don't know if this is the same neighborhood or not, but obviously a lot of damage here. You feel like you need a bunker?
That as far as the Jordanian authorities are concerned, there are no more incoming.
That sound is coming in through the top right, guys. Oh, hold on. That sound is coming in from the top right.
On getting more support, on telling the Israeli public he is the leader who has delivered something no other Israeli prime minister has, which is to strike at Iran, not just with U.S. approval, but with U.S. involvement. This is something that would have seemed unimaginable just a few months ago. And in the meantime, Israel continues its multi-frontal war in the region, which has less support within the Israeli public, Sarah.
Okay, thank you very much, Noor Alder there with the latest on those strikes that we're hearing on Israel. And obviously we've been hearing those air raid sirens there where you are in Amman in Jordan. Right, well, let's bring in our guest, because joining me in the studio is Mr. Mehran Kamrava, a professor of government at Georgetown University in Qatar, and he also directs the Iranian Studies Unit at the Arab Center for Research and Policy Studies. And in Los Angeles, we have Adam Weinstein, Deputy Director of the Middle East Program at the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft. Thank you both very much for joining us. An incredible turn of events there. Many people weren't expecting this. Mr. Mehran Kamrava, I'll start with you. What was your initial thought when you first heard the news of those US strikes in Iran?
I think my initial reaction was that this is an action that
there was a second person that was announcing incoming, but I think it was just
boastful. But at the same time, I don't think he
going
wants
based off the other person's post.
Ending war, and he campaigned on it. He promised everyone that he will pull.
I don't think that's it, though. I think they're gonna go again.
Precisely what he's looking at.
This might last all day.
And see how Iran responds, but if Iran's response is escalatory, then I think it will drag the United States into another prolonged conflict.
And Mr. Adam Weinstein, I'll also ask you your thoughts when you first saw those US strikes on Iran.
Well, look, I agree with everything your guest just said, and I think the risk now is that Iran has already indicated that they intend to continue with their program. They'll do it more secretly. They might exit the NPT. And of course, the Israelis will say, well,
an endless supply? They were suggesting it's at least 1,000.
So retaliation by the Iranians, or else the very legitimacy of their regime would be in question. And so this is how the escalation cycle starts. And so I'm very skeptical that it will be a one-off strike by the U.S. I think the U.S. is at risk of being pulled into a war of choice with Iran that unfortunately it started.
Yeah, and Mr. Mehran, speaking of reaction, what do you think Iran's reaction is going to look like? What do you think the options are for them right now?
Well, politically, they have no option but to strike back. The question is, what's the scope and extent of that strike?
I think they're going to just keep going all day long.
Issued a tweet in which they say the war has just started within the last few hours. And so I think we're...
No! Fuck, man! What is with my internet, man? This is...
really looking into a very difficult situation. And I think this, if there was ever a time for diplomacy, this is it.
It's interesting you talk about diplomacy. Adam Weinstein, I want to ask you, apparently Trump was waiting on a potential meeting with the Iranians in Turkey in the last few days that it had, and it seems it's been having indirect talks, according to them, with Iran. That didn't materialize. Does this now leave no scope for diplomacy anytime soon? Because it seems that for Iran, this was the red
We should be back, right, chat?
Well, unfortunately,
we back?
Netanyahu's actions.
I don't know what's up with my internet today.
Blew up the Supreme Leader Khamenei couldn't be reached, and that's because the Iranians have been completely infiltrated by the Israelis, and so there's these additional precautions that are being taken to protect the Supreme Leader, but that makes communication and decision-making more difficult.
No, we're back? Okay.
And so it's unfortunate all around.
I'm getting dogs for supporting Israel. I'm not supporting either side. Hey, Blush, what's up?
Clearly what Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has wanted for years. It was just took
not supporting either side.
These bombers that Israel doesn't have. How much has that changed the calculus? And do you think that Israel is likely now going to say it's achieved its goal and move on, or do you think that this will turn into a prolonged conflict, the same as we've seen in Gaza?
I think just to get rid of that sound, yeah, I'm going to mute.
Nuclear program.
I'm going to mute the sides just until we
goes beyond that. Has in mind, at least as far as Tehran is concerned. And so I think for the Iranians, capitulation is not an option right now, because they would see this as not just regime change, but as a dismemberment of the country. Already there's talk in Jerusalem of providing security guarantees to Iran's different ethnic communities, the Baluch
people. You know, they believe that President Trump campaigned on this promise of no war, no more intervention wars in the Middle East. And then other Republicans who are more conservative in nature were egging him on to engage in these kinds of strikes. I mean, I think many of us saw that interview between Ted Cruz and Tucker Carlson, and that interview exemplifies the divide. I don't know what authorities Trump cited, if he cited any, perhaps Article 2 authorities or perhaps the 2001 AUMF, but he might not feel he needs to cite any authorities to engage in these attacks. But I think there is this push in Congress to claw back congressional oversight, which has been lost over the last 2 decades during the global war.
I don't know what's going on with my internet.
Do you think that the U.S.
I did have a bunch of dropped.
When the United States killed General Qasem Soleimani, the Iranians retaliated by attacking American bases in Iraq. And they fully anticipated that then they would be hit back by the United States. This was during Donald Trump's first term. And he didn't. He held his fire at that time because he did not want an endless war. So I think we have to wait and see how Iran reacts.
It keeps...
to what extent, and then in turn how Trump would react to Iran's reaction.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Mehran Kamrava, joining us here in the studio, Professor of Government at Georgetown University, and also Mr. Adam Weinstein, Deputy Director of the Middle East Program at the Quincy Institute for...
Gulf region. 5 Air Force expeditionary wings are based in the Gulf.
So I want to try
2 in Kuwait,
other...
1 each in the UAE and Saudi Arabia that include squadrons of F-15 and F-16 fighter jets. The 5th Air Force expeditionary wing based in Qatar has no offensive capabilities of its own, but provides extensive intelligence and air refueling for Air Force units in the region. The number of air defense sites has grown over the last 18 months, with new ones built in Kuwait and a proposed additional missile defense system in Qatar. The powerful US Fifth Fleet is based in Bahrain in the Arabian Gulf. The Carl Vinson Carrier Strike Group has its own air wings.
Still constantly dropping frames. I think I might be actually, I don't know if I'm getting DDoS attacked. This is pretty crazy if I was, though.
Right, well, David Phillips served as a senior advisor at the U.S. State Department during the Clinton, Bush and Obama administrations. He's now an academic visitor at Oxford University, and he believes Iran will retaliate against American military bases and interests.
Trump had announced a 2-week window for diplomacy to work.
Hold on, I'm going to actually see if there's
the U.S. has jumped the gun and decided to pull the trigger and attack anyhow, risking escalation in the region and counterstrike U.S. troops, 40,000 of them nearby. I don't think it's one and done. We shouldn't underestimate the importance of Persian pride. Now that Iran has been attacked not only by Israel, but by the United States, Iran will look for reprisals. And that's largely going to focus on U.S. troops in the region, the Red Sea, other American assets. Iran also has cells around the world that are in a position to launch reprisals and attacks against U.S. interests. So I wouldn't think that this is going to be a one and done. It could be the beginning of a long escalation. This whole episode was unnecessary. The U.S. was about to resume diplomacy with Iran. There was a proposal on the table that would have obviated the need for military action. Benjamin Netanyahu jumped the gun.
By you know who? I wonder if I need to like fully restart.
His plan all along was to drag the United States into it. He seems to have been successful with that. Now that the U.S. has been directly involved in attacking 3 nuclear sites. So it's wishful thinking for the U.S. administration to believe that this is an isolated incident, that now is the time for peace.
Right, well, earlier we spoke to Harlan Ullman, a political and military analyst. He is also the chairman of the Kalawan Group and a senior advisor.
I think the president felt that having given warnings to Iran, now was the time to act. I think in his view, he believes that this one deft strike is going to be able to produce a peace agreement, or at least a negotiation. This is the way Donald Trump thinks. And I'm afraid that's not going to be the case. As I said earlier,
We're back now?
I'm afraid that this is going
Try
to be
refreshing.
the beginning and not the end of these issues. And I can almost guarantee you tomorrow, Iran means that the
It's just
Fordo
kind of weird. It just keeps
installation
going
is
up,
not
down, up,
passing
down, up, down, up,
Americans
down.
think. And the press conference that will be given tomorrow morning, American time, with the
Up, down
Secretary of Defense
again.
and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, will show how much damage was been done and that the Iranian program has been set back years, possibly. The fact of the matter is, I don't think anybody will really know the extent of the damage in the United States, but this leaves open the door to a great deal of potential escalation. And one of the areas of escalation that has not been mentioned is that Iran has a very powerful cyber capacity. And I would expect cyber attacks to be breaking out. They'll be done clandestinely and covertly, but the fact of the matter is they can do a huge amount of damage, and that's one area I would look to see Iran starting.
Works now, yeah, but it just keeps going up and down, up and down, up and down.
Nobody
Like,
can have a nuclear weapon. The question was, how do you deal with that? Did you do that through diplomacy? And of course, Trump abrogated the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action when he became president the first time. And it seems to me that's what put us on this course, because I think that the JCPOA would have worked, was working. Having said that, the president probably decided that this was an opportunity to use American power, and I think he really believed that by attacking Fordo and Natanz and Isfahan, he could really set the program back and then leave it up to the Israelis to finish off what needs to be done.
Right, well, if you're just joining us, US President Donald Trump has addressed the nation from the White House, calling the strikes on Iran a success. Let's just take a listen to what he did have to say earlier.
The U.S. military carried out precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime, Fordo, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the
Not
Middle
looking
East,
great.
must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier. For 40 years, Iran has been saying death to America, death to Israel. They have been killing our people, blowing off their arms, blowing off their legs with roadside bombs. That was their specialty. We lost over 1,000 people, and hundreds of thousands throughout the Middle East and around the world have died as a direct result of their hate. In particular, so many were killed by their general, Qasem Soleimani. I decided a long time ago that I would not let this happen. It will not continue. I want to thank and congratulate Prime Minister
Trump talking tough
Bibi
anyways.
Netanyahu. We worked as a team like perhaps no team has ever worked before. And we've gone a long way to erasing this horrible threat to Israel. I want to thank the Israeli military for the wonderful job they've done. And most importantly, I want to congratulate the great American patriots who flew those magnificent machines tonight, and all of the United States military on an operation the likes of which the world has not seen in many, many decades. Hopefully, we will no longer need their services in this capacity.